Yo, what's going on, friends? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, chat. Welcome back to another stream. Day 7,000 in a Autumn. But we're only 4 days away from Nighthaven. Transition. Oh yeah. Good to see everybody. Happy Thursday. It's the 9th of October. And what that means is 13th of October, chat, is the Nighthaven release date. Some people think it's the 10th. I don't know where they've got it from, but it is not the 10th. It is the 13th, so it's going to be next Monday. And then we'll be playing New World Autumn Nighthaven. The level cap will be increased to 70. The gear score cap will be increased to 800. There's going to be a brand new zone on the map, the biggest zone Amazon Game Studios have ever added to the game. It's going to have a massive underground area, as well as an above ground area, castles, vampires, werewolves, a new raid, a new game mode, new progression systems, gear sets, artifacts, infixes. It's a big one, chat. It is a big one. In the meantime, though, just, you know, another day in Eternum. We're going to be getting ready wherever we can. We've got quite a lot of new information to go over, friends. I think in the Discord they've been putting out images of some of the gear sets. They've been putting out images
What's
of...
What's the prep plan for Season 10?
Bring the game sound down just a little bit. What was that? I don't even see it. Oh, there we go. It's Belton. Thank you so much for the 6 months. No, 24 months in total. Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Holy flip, half a year of subbage. Right there. Thank you, Belton. The prep plan for Season 10. There's not really much we can prepare, if I'm being honest. I've got my trophies. I think that's like one that everybody keeps recommending, but make sure you get your lost trophies, because the new raid is going to be a lost raid. All of the vampires and spookies in there are going to be lost, but we have ultimate combat trophies, so we don't need to worry too much about that. We obviously can't prepare umbral shards, because they don't exist right now. We can have gold, but we're doing pretty good on gold. They said that armor matrix, weapon matrix, jewelry matrix will still be used to craft new items. So we could try and get our hands on some armor matrix, weapon matrix, jewelry matrix, but even that doesn't seem too important. I think it's good though. I think some people are like worried, like, oh, Baggins, I'm not prepared for this update. I'm going to be so far behind. It doesn't really seem like there's that much you can do outside of just, you know, have a level 65 character, finish the main storyline. Pepsi says craft mods. I mean, we've got plenty of those. Craft mods don't even seem like they're that much of a... They're not that hard to get your hands on these days. Anyway, Numajas, Surgetron, 2D1, Adam's Family, Large Caps, D Greyman, Why You Know in Bed. We got 2D1 Co-op, we got Trixie, we got MMO Pug, 2D1 Co-op, MMO Pug, Why You Know in Bed over on the YouTube. We are, again, live on both YouTube and Twitch. In the YouTube live stream, I see T-Brel. Adam's Family Gaming's there as well. Good to see you, friends. We'll make some gold. We got the beautiful, wonderful Gamjaroo. Hello, my little wifey. Looking real cute today. Yeah, we've decided, a bunch of you guys have been asking, like, Baggins, how comes you only stream on Twitch? You have a YouTube channel. You've had your YouTube channel for a long time. Why you stream on the YouTube? And honestly, there isn't really a good answer these days. Why am I not streaming on YouTube as along with Twitch? So here we are. We're on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/BagginsTV. And for those of you on YouTube, Twitch.tv/BagginsTV. Chris Brown, good to see you. Why You Know in Bed says, North American servers are EU. I'm on EU right now. We might go play on NA later on. We do play on both North America and Europe, although I'm going to be spending more time on Europe for the for Nighthaven. Europe is my main server. I'm from the United Kingdom, from Great Britain. So I get the best ping, you know, not too laggy on this server. We've got to change this again, of course, every time. Reset it, change it back. Kashin, Ataraxi, good to see you. Azuri's here as well, says my Reek Water storage like so hard loading with all the craft mods. Yeah, Windsward is my... Look at this. Wait, there we go. Is the craft mods. So we have a good amount, and it doesn't really seem like many of the craft mods are that expensive these days, right, chat? Maybe the only one is like the Tonic of Tyrannus, Shirking Heals. But Enchanted Ward used to be the most expensive craft mod. Doesn't really cost too much. Gen X says, good morning from Kentucky. Good to see you, Gen X. What's going on? Play with Stan is here. We got Mr. Konzo. Hello, Mr. Konzo. Rira says, I love YouTube streaming. I think with YouTube, you do have the benefit that you can, the ads are maybe a little bit less invasive than Twitch. And also on YouTube, you can, I was going to say you can rewind the stream, but you can do that on Twitch now as well. They're finally catching up. One advantage that you will have being on Twitch over YouTube next week, guys, I believe we're going to have Twitch drops, which means as you watch the stream, you can earn skins in-game, but that only works on Twitch, I'm afraid. Where do you get your hands on the Ultimate Combat Trophy, says Candy Grams? That's a good question. So, first of all, you need to do some, there's some groundwork that you need to put in for the Ultimate Trophy, the Ultimate Combat Trophy. The Ultimate Combat Trophy is a combination of every current combat trophy just rolled into one. So you will need a major lost combat trophy, and a major corrupted combat trophy, and a major ancient. You get the idea. So there are 6 different enemy family types in the game right now. Lost, ancient, corrupted, angry earth, beast, and human. So you need one of each of those in your inventory. And then you can combine them all together in the, I think it's in the workshop, but there's one extra material that you will need. If you want to get that material, you have to go to your faction representative, which you can find in any town. So I've got this guy here, Gilander. Talk to this guy, rewards. We go all the way down to the bottom tier. I lied. It's the second to bottom tier. For me, it's called the Judicator, but it might be something different for Covenant Marauders. And then you want to buy this here, Ultimate Combat Trophy. One of them will make one Ultimate Combat Trophy, provided you have all of the major trophies as well. It's very expensive. Very, very expensive. So yeah. Gotius, thank you so much for that tier 1. Thank you, Gotius. Thank you very, very much. Belton says skin drops. Yeah, I think we're gonna have Twitch drops, like an actual skin in the game. Imagine that, dude. Well, it might just be, it could be a crappy Twitch drop where, you know, it's, you just get some, like, gypsum orbs and stuff. Oh my god, look at all these emotes, Gamgee. Oh, the fireball one is live. There he is. I like it. He's a dragon. He's got his sword, and then he gets hit with the fireball, and boom. Just like in the game, to be honest. You get hit with empowering fireball. Insta dead.
Season 10 hype. Let's go. Baginomg.
Yeah, these look really cool, Gamgee. I think my favorite, though, is actually the console stir. I don't know, I just like his face when he's doing that. He looks so, like, evil but happy at the same time. I count 415,000 on Ares yesterday, the ultimate. Ultimate costs 415,000 gold to make. Is that just for one? Good lord. Like I say, chat, they're not technically better than any other trophy. It's just a quality of life thing. So rather than needing to go to your house and like switching out the trophies, they're just all combined into one. There is that's the benefit of them. Bebang says, is Umbral V2 limited every week, or does it drop from the chest? You can earn up to 4,000 Umbral crystals, is what they're calling them. Umbral crystals, you can earn 4,000 a week. That's going to be the cap. But you can get them from everywhere, Bebang. So it's not going to be like too difficult to get them, but you will go to the cap pretty quickly. Lyco Knight says, woo Baggins dream work. Good to have you here, Lyco. What's going on? Alright, what do we want to start today's stream with, chat? We're going to do the worm on today's stream. So we could do that at 2:30 p.m. So it's about 2 hours from now. Need to be ready for the worm. Want to not forget about that. We could go run some mutated dungeons. We could do a little bit of PvP. Maybe we should just go attack the world boss. Yeah, I feel like that's fairly easy. I think we're going to kill the world boss 3 times and save the boxes that we get from him. I probably isn't worth doing, but what else, you know, what have we got to lose? Other than the time spent on it. Krajan says, are they bringing in a new mount? There's going to be quite a lot of new mount skins with Nighthaven, yeah. Including, there's a couple of new mount skins you can get from the raid. So you don't need to buy them. They just drop in-game, but they're a very rare drop rate, 0.5%. I think some of them have been, like, revealed by the devs now, if you guys want to take a look. I believe it was Joel was on a posting frenzy the other day. Is it New World _ Joel? How do we find him, chat? What's his Discord name? Does anybody remember? I'm sure you guys have, those of you who are up to date with the New Worlds will know his handle. I'm just gonna have to scroll through and find it. Let's see if we can find them, chat. I think it's just in general good to do this. Take a little while. It's on the Reddit too. Yeah, I just want to find the original source, I guess. Plus there's like a bunch of other images, so you can get them, like, honestly probably to like download them all, so we have them all together to use in YouTube videos and stuff. Flip, what's his name? Chat, does anybody happen to know Joel's username on Discord. He's a New World dev. He posted like pretty much all of the images other than a couple of them. I'm just gonna have to keep scrolling. Oh, did I see? There we go. It is. Oh, there's no underscore. New World Joel. There we go. So we got all of these posts from Joel. Joel is he's a developer at New World. You know, actually makes the game. So I think he posted a bunch of images and some other stuff as well. What is the dev's thought process around players wanting to do Hive where the most rewards are outdated, no seals, gears not updated, blah blah blah? The thought process is honestly I can add sets to any piece or content over time to both supplement existing sets and disrupt the meta. The original design intent was to build a system long-term for more flexible. The current system, anytime we raise gear score, remake all the rewards, sets, and emeralds, give my team to the... I don't... Wait. I don't understand what exactly was being said there. Is he saying that they're adding set bonuses into Hive of Gorgons, or that's like the solution? Did you see the new heart rune? Yeah, it's been in the game for a while actually. We saw the new heart rune with I think it was with season 7 with the PvP server, because you can make the boxes that give you all the heart runes, and you could accidentally get the new heart rune out of it. So Sandy over in the YouTube chat says, Baggins, is there a discount for New World? No, not currently, I'm afraid. It's just normal price. Mark says, what happened to the guild money when switching to New World Eternum? I'm outside the guild. If that happens to everybody, is the money gone? Yes. Oh, can we get the tag? No, I didn't. I thought I had orb. Would have been enough. Rip, dude. If it was 1 second faster. Literally 1 second. Duffstone says, what are you doing to prepare for Season 10? In my opinion, there is nothing I can personally do to prepare. I would say like PvP rewards track, but I've done that. Getting lost trophies, I've done that. Making sure we got an adequate amount of gold, I've done that. Maxing out my faction reputation, I've done that. Finishing the main storyline, I've done that. I mean, we have been playing New World for a very long time, so there isn't really anything I can particularly do. But, this is from the perspective of somebody who's been playing the game for thousands of hours. But again, the alleviation, I think some people have some anxiety or stress that like, I need to do so much right now. There really isn't that much you need to do to prepare for Season 10. I honestly think at the bare minimum, just be level 65, finish the main storyline. Like, that's it. Adam's family says NVIDIA. What about NVIDIA, sorry? Sax says, so I came back to New World, but the game is running poorly every 10 seconds. Yeah, somebody posted about this the other day. I want to give you a Reddit post. I wonder if I can find it. PvP stutter, hated perk on the shield. This might help you if I can find the Reddit post. Oh, here's the new mount, by the way, chat. This is what it looks like. This is the super rare mount that you can get from the new raid. 0.5% drop rate. If you don't like it, you can sell it for a lot of gold, which is pretty cool. Osmo says, how do you obtain lost trophies if you're not an in-game Jeff Bezos? You can just farm for them. They just drop. There's a relatively low-level enemy you can kill, and you can get them to drop. I'll show you that location in a second, Osmo. If your game is freezing and or stuttering on DX12, disable CFG for the game. This might help you out. Whoever said they were having stuttering issues. See if that helps you out. I'll just post that in both the Twitch and YouTube chat. See if that helps you. Wolfsbane, good to see, man. Finally, YouTube stream. Yeah, we're going forward. We should be live on YouTube every day, along with Twitch. Jen says, does the main storyline include Hive of Gorgons? No. There is a big quest to do it, but you don't have to do it. If you don't finish the Brimstone Sands... Oh, sorry. If you don't finish the Hive of Gorgons quest, it's not going to lock you out of getting into Nighthaven. Reaver says, if there's one thing Amazon knows how to do, it's build hype. Let me tell you that. I feel like Amazon is, there's an interesting, what's the word? Like maneuver that they're going for here, where it's like minimal marketing, but it's still kind of working. I don't know. I haven't really seen many ads or anything like that. They've just dropped one YouTube video from the devs. And yet, I'm seeing it in like tons of streamers coming back and stuff. Without any sponsorships. It's pretty interesting. I really don't like the reworked Abyss. Lost its uniqueness as ball. Did they post an image of it? Because I know there was like a concern that Great Axe is now apparently going to scale off of strength and intelligence by default. Intelligence will be the secondary scaling stat. But yeah, Great Axe scaling off of strength and intelligence. So where does that leave Abyss? Do we know what that's going to be? I do not know. Dastardly Dave says, have finished main story quest and finish out max faction. Both have good gear available. Yeah, there might be a new tier to the faction store with Nighthaven as well. Possibly. Mogain says, there's a big Guild Wars 2 Twitch stream I'd love to see you collab with. Not sure if you've heard of Mighty Teapot. Yeah, I have. We raided his stream once, actually. I did a, I streamed a little bit of Guild Wars 2 and then we wrapped up the stream and went over to Teapot. Yeah. This is a link to Abyss. Hold on, let me take a look at this one. There we go. 99% of this damage is converted to void. This staff has adjusted attribute scaling. It now has dual scaling with both strength and intelligence. 15% more damage when mana is below 100%. Thwarting strikes. Abyssal attunement. Oh, they nerfed attunement, by the way, just realized. But it seems to basically be the same item now. Dual scaling with both strength and intelligence. Does that mean like equal, like putting points into strength and putting points into intelligence allows it to scale? That's pretty nuts if that's the case. If it scales 100% off of strength and intelligence, that thing's going to hit unbelievably hard. Like really hard. It lost refreshing move. Yeah, you're right. What is on Abyss currently? Let me take a look. It has a, does it have a gem slot? No, empty offense slot. I wonder if refreshing move counts as an offense slot. So you get the 2 perks, the Abyssal Achievement, Refreshing Move, Crippling Reap. Oh, you don't get a skill slot on it either, actually, so you can't put Crippling Reap or Enfeebling Maelstrom. That kind of sucks. Adam's family says rip Enchanted Ward. Yeah, Enchanted Ward gives you like 1% defense or something, right? They really nerfed it pretty hard. Adam's family also says we're here until the Amazon Games Lord of the Rings MMO. Dude, I am, God, I know I've said this many times, but I am very excited for that. And I still hope that maybe one day Amazon might extend an invite for me to try out some like early NDA alpha version of it. Although I've been hearing rumors that there is like a bunch of people were invited to test Nighthaven under an NDA and stuff. I wonder what you have to do to get selected in that program. Have they finally been sacred? Can I have an option as a healer? We haven't seen many images. I don't think we've seen any images of life staffs yet. Voice of J. I'm kind of hoping that they're going to get rid of the blessed perk and just make it like in the game or whatever. Baggins will be streaming from his retirement home waiting for the Lord of the Rings MMO, says Azuri. I hope it's not going to take that long. Sacred Ground is still going to be an ability in Nighthaven, if that's what you mean. Sorry. Voice of J. I just realized when you mean sacred, you mean like Sacred Ground. We've still seen people... There was some footage on the dev video of like a group doing the catacombs. And they had a healer, and the healer was using Orb, Beacon, and Sacred. We did see a gear set bonus that is, it's related to healing though. A set bonus with healing. Sacred is still based on the set bonus, says Mr. Kedge. Yeah, this is the one. 15% increased healing on targets outside of Sacred Ground, Sacred Gound, or Beacon. Healing increased 15% and cooldown reduced 5% on heal after holding a weapon for 10 seconds. Does that mean every single time you heal somebody, you're going to get 5% cooldown reduction? Because if that's the case, that's insane. Like, that is unbelievably crazy. 15% and cooldown reduced 5%. Maybe it just means, like, refreshing. Just like a 5% refreshing. If that triggers every time you heal, that's bonkers. Sandy says, Baggins used DX... oh my god. I use DX12, yeah. I use DX12. Darkhawk says, I wonder if there's a new heart rune in Catacombs. We do know of a new heart rune. Where it's going to come from, I don't think that is known yet. It might be from the raid. I'll show you it, actually, when we get to the trading post. Because I think you can actually take a look at it. Let's pray they don't F up the Lord of the Rings online game, says Talant. I hope so, man. I mean, they've got a lot of mistakes that they made with New World that they could learn and improve. What I will say is, like, New World looks like it's going in a really good direction right now. So if they can, like, take all of the mistakes that they've made with New World and, like, let's say 2 years from now, New World is actually a pretty good game, right? New World is actually in a really good spot. But unfortunately, because it took them like 6-7 years to get there, it's kind of lost a lot of its steam. But you can start with that steam, you know, straight from the rip. You can start out like with having the best version of the game by taking the mistakes that you made in New World. Why can't I heal people? I need to... Is it my group mode or something like that? Must be group mode. I need to check what my keybind is for group mode. Why would they remove refreshing moves as trusted troll? I was talking about blessed, not refreshing move. Although refreshing move is it's like just really, really good cooldown reduction. On certain weapons, it's just mandatory, and they said they wanted to get rid of like perks that were a little bit too one-sided. What am I looking for? Keybinds. Lifestaff combat group mode is tilled. Okay, there we go. It's working. Hog. What was this, Mogain? Sorry, I think I missed it. Yo, Wolfings, good to see you. Hope Gamgee and Baggins, your good day is going great. Love the videos on YouTube, and your streams are great. Hey, thank you for the kind words, Wolfings. Thank you. Moji says Enchanted Ward is 1.7% on 750 gear score. Maybe it's going to be 2% on 800 gear score. Yeah, it'd still be a pretty big nerf from what we have right now, though, wouldn't it? Yeah, 4% right now, so they'd cut it in half. Where did the question go, Mogains? Why can't I see it? I've finished the main story quest line. I'm level 65. I'm 696 gear score. I've never done the raid. Was planning to get all my weapons to level 20. Should I continue to ignore any gear progression since the expansion is coming? Yeah, you don't really need to focus too much on your gear. Yeah, it's not really going to be needed. I mean, if you want to pick up some artifacts and stuff, I feel like that's a worthwhile investment, but outside of that, probably not. Bodell says, have you seen the Ice Gauntlet now scales with int and strength? Did they confirm that? I thought it wasn't on the image, right? So we got to see a bunch of images, chat. From, oh, this is Life Taker. What's going on here? Anything change? It's got Leeching on it, Abyssal Attunement, Stained Infliction. So there's no refreshing move on this either. Ah. Does have a skill slot. Yeah, maybe they have got rid of a refreshing move, chat, because Life Taker also has a refreshing move on it. Or is it just a coinky dink that two artifacts that once had refreshing, neither of them now have refreshing? Keen, life stealing, refreshing move, and then your skill slot. Keen also isn't on there as well. I really think refreshing move is gone, says Ball. It's a leak, yeah. Ice Gauntlet is int and dex. I was hoping Ice Gauntlet was going to be int and focus. Some infixes, here we go. Chain Lightning, once every 10 seconds, damaging enemies with a magic weapon will cast Chain Lightning that hits up to 5 unique targets and deals 50% of your weapon damage to each. However, when triggered, you take 30% lightning damage. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, you could use that with like Mjolnir or even like Boltcaster. That could be kind of fun. Once every 10 seconds, damaging enemies with a magic weapon ability. Oh, it has to be a magic weapon ability. Chain Lightning that hits up to... But you could use like Boltcaster or Mjolnir as your secondary. And then your primary could be just like a Fire Staff with a Topaz Gem or whatever. You could do some sort of Lightning Mage build. That's pretty cool. What else do we got here? Thwarting Stun. Whenever you hit a target with an active grit... Whenever you hit a target with active grit or uninterruptible, deal 5% increased base damage and gain a stack of Thwart. Melee heavy attacks, while at 10 stacks, consume all stacks and inflict a 1-second stun on the target. Okay, so if somebody's just like going at you with 300 con, you just keep hitting them over and over again, and then you do a heavy and you stun them. That seems very situational. Critical Storm. Once every half a second, when you crit a target, gain a stack of Storm Charge on yourself, lasting for 13 seconds. At 6 Storm Charges, hitting a target with an ability will consume all of the charges and trigger a bolt of lightning, dealing an additional 100% damage. Damn, dude, you're gonna be able to make some cool, like... I think like a Void Gauntlet with a Topaz Gem in it. And then you like hit people. And you get these stacks or whatever, and then you trigger the Storm thing. That's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, critical storm seems kind of broken. So we like once every half second when you crit a target. So this would be like fine on rapier or on honestly rapier because it scales dex in, and then you put bow and you do like bolt caster. That could be pretty cool. Dude, there's gonna be some crazy builds we can make in Nighthaven chat. Crazy builds. Sorry, let me just get some music on here real quick. Let's go down here. Play. There we go. Blunderbuss Lightning build, says BF Squatch. Yeah, true. Blunderbuss Lightning build would be pretty interesting. Wolfsbane says, I'd figured they make all weapons dual scaling. Yeah, just ends up if you only have single stat scaling, you know, you put 350 points in dex for the bow, and then where do you go from that? You just keep going in dex, but you get really big diminishing returns. Total says, it's funny they removed chain in the past for lag issues, and now they're bringing it back. I guess the game is more optimized for it now, so... Mostly new... What is the need for crafting new perk charms and gear? I've been stocking up on prismatics, but no idea if that's useful. Mostly new resources that you can't obtain yet, plus chromatics, and a very small amount of existing resources. Forgot to mention crafted gear takes matrices. The above statement is really for charms. So yeah, if you want to craft things, you'll still be using armor matrix, weapon matrix, jewelry matrix. Yo, Simon, good to see you. Finally able to watch you at work. Twitch is blocked here, says Simon. Yeah, good. We're live on YouTube now. We should be live on YouTube every single time we go live. That's the plan. Anything with on crit goes hard on BB, says Squatch. Oh, because like of all the pellets, one of them is likely to be a crit. Mike George says, so I hear coconuts are useless in the new season. Yeah, it seems like coconuts and Gorgonite inductors are just getting completely wrecked. Right now, the only use... Actually, no, coconuts, I guess you could still use at the Well of Fortune. But Gorgonite inductors? Nothing. Because you only... Well, I guess no. I guess coconuts and Gorgonite inductors will be used for crafting, and that will be it. You can use coconuts at the Well of Fortune to make items, and you use Gorgonite inductors to make the Gorgon items. But you can't use coconuts or Gorgonite inductors to upgrade artifacts. They're removing that functionality. So if you want to upgrade an artifact to 725, you've got to do it now, basically. But even that might not be worth it, because the amount of Umbral Shards to upgrade from 700 to 725 is like none at all. Why you in bed says, I think attribute craft mods will be converted to money. That's a good question, actually. What are they going to do with attribute craft mods, since attributes are no longer a thing on gear? Laser, good to see you. What's the use of the gypsum kiln now then, says E-Hippie? I think you can still use it to make 700 gear skull items, which you could then upgrade to 800. You can still use it to craft items with materia. And make gypsum mobs, I guess. It's weird though. There's going to be a lot of systems, and not all of them are going to sort of work together. We're going to have some elements of the gypsum kiln left, but it's not going to play as important of a role as it currently does, because upgrading is now just done with artifacts. So, sorry, now just done with umbrals. Lycos Knights, is it even worth upgrading currently? Honestly, I'd say you should probably just save your materials. I think it's like in the next update, you're just going to be like doing chest runs and getting like 670 gear skull items, you know? People have this romantic notion that they're going to take their existing gear and upgrade it, but I think most of your existing gear, chat, probably like 95% of it, you're going to be replacing. So to that extent, you probably can just burn it to the ground. Just get rid of everything. Get rid of everything you have. That's why, you know, we've been saying that Nighthaven Season 10 is going to be like a soft reset. People have been asking for fresh start servers, and I'm like, dude, all the servers are going to be fresh start, because we're all going to be like back to square one with this next update. We're going to be so stressed out we're going to have to clear out our storages. I'm thinking I need to do it, chat. I need to start clearing out the storage. I know I say this every time, but I feel like we have enough information now that I can just, you know, go in and whoop, get rid of most of it. Is it worth to use Mutated Materia, says Taeyon? Yeah, Mutated Materia can make you some pretty nice items. I can show you some select pieces that I would make, Taeyon. Julio says, I hope doubloons and coconuts stay viable. Yeah, I'm gonna hope that they don't completely get rid of the doubloon system. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be worthwhile doing. A Baggins Bank cleanup stream? That would not be fun, no. It would take me like 3 hours. Because the problem is, I like go to salvage something, and then I read chat, and then I go back, and then I read chat. It takes me like 4 times as long to do a relatively simple task. Ariane says, Baggins still speedrunning a competitive thing in New World? Yeah, you still have Schmack and a few other people holding down the fort. The speedrun category was typically done within M3, difficulty 3 dungeons. Which are going to become massively back into relevance with the next update, so... Moonster on the YouTube chat says, is this the comeback of New World? It's looking like it, Moonster. It's looking pretty awesome. A lot of people hyped right now. So with Materia, you can make some of these things. These aren't really worth making, because 625... Yeah, it's just... But the 700 gear Scott items you can make towards the bottom. Some of these are pretty good. Lazarus, you've got a pretty good life staff. The Ritual of Hereafter. Fortifying Sacred Ground and Refreshing Move. Although, maybe don't make it now, because Refreshing Move is apparently going away in the next update. One of these is good. I can't remember which one it is. Ancient Anchor, I think. Great Ward and Thirst Conditioning. It's not too bad. Cleansing Whip is okay. Jackalope Antler is quite powerful in PvP. Like, some of these are definitely worth making. The expansion is in 4 days, says Blizzard. I thought they were going to release it on October 18th. No, I don't know. People are getting like weird dates all over the place. It's confirmed on newworld.com. It says right here, coming October 13th. Doesn't get more official than that. R8 says, why clean your inventory today when you can just put it off? Yeah, true. True, we could just delay it. Rendo says, good idea for video... Good. Okay, Vagans, good idea for new video criteria to take into consideration when inventory management. Yeah, a bunch of people have asked me about this in the past, Rend. Like, Vagans, can you give me some tips on, like, inventory management and storage? And I often would say, I think I'm the least qualified individual to give that information. So, this update is going live... it's in the New World official Discord. Where is it? Events? Launch day is 3 p.m. here in the UK. Time zones, obviously 3 p.m. here is going to be different in America. It will be like a simultaneous global release. They're not going to be able to do like 9 a.m. East Coast America and 9 a.m. Europe, because the game is... It's a live service game, so everything's live at the same time. So it'll be 3 p.m. here in the UK, which is for East Coast America. You guys are 5 hours behind. So that's going to be 10 a.m. 10 a.m. East Coast America. 10 a.m. East Coast America, 4 p.m. for Europe on Monday. Obviously, other time zones are available. There could be delays. That's also worth mentioning there. Any drops? I think there will be Twitch drops. Yeah, alright. I think there will be. Elim says, if AGS is making all the current content irrelevant, such as coconuts, dark matter, etc., I don't like it. It just makes the game shallow and adds no depth. You're replacing one system with another. They should keep the kill in original system. So the perspective, like what they're laying out here, Elim, whilst I can see where you're coming from, and I also like agree what you'd find upsetting, what they're kind of outlining is they need a new system going forward that actually works, and where they can update the game and keep updating the game and add more content without making the existing or previous content irrelevant. But in order to achieve that, they need to do a one-time, like, mess everything up so that from there on outwards things keep working. Because if they try and keep every system that was previously relevant still relevant, but also add a new system on top of it, like the outline is the old system doesn't really work, and it was a mistake to do it in the first place. So they're trying to like get rid of that system, replace it with a new system, but the new system going forward will not have the same problem that we currently have. That's the outline. Again, whether you buy it, whether you believe it, whether you think that's like a valid excuse, but that's what they're outlining here. I'm a returning player, says Silver Eagles. Good to see you, friend. Since Hive of Gorgons release, is there anything to grind to go for certain items? No, just better waiting for the expansion. There's not gonna be too much to put in, you know, put in time for now. Just, I would say like it's just the basics. Weapon mastery, leveling this up. If you got time, PvP reward track, there's gonna be big advantages to doing that. If you haven't done your trade skills, you might want to put some time into your trade skills, although that doesn't seem to be super important. Leveling up your faction reputation. It's a good time. Yo, Macarini, am I saying that right? Macarini says, returning to New World, don't have any 725 items. Should I upgrade any artifact before the update? No, it doesn't seem like it's really needed. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really needed. Battlefield 6 is tomorrow, says Blizzard. Is it really tomorrow? Holy flip. Why you know in bed says, do you think the luck perk will still exist? Probably, just to troll you. Yeah. Osmo says, in my opinion, they have nothing to lose. With dwindling numbers, except every October is the only way to kick it back into life. Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes short-term pain, long-term gain, or whatever. Voice of Jay says, I'm genuinely surprised they haven't expanded the guild systems and storage systems yet. Something they look into. Yeah, I agree. I'd love to have a company house, you know, be able to share a house with company members and shared storage with company members. Is there any announcements on time of day on the 13th, says Velen? Yes, in the New World official Discord. I'll give you guys a link to this one. Discord.gg/play New World. You can go to events, and then it says Nighthaven launch day. So you click on that, and it tells you the time. So for me, they're saying it's going to be between 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., which, again, for East Coast America, that would be between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. All right, somebody was asking about the new heart rune, by the way. I think you can already see it in the game, right? Is it called like blade? What is it called? Phantom blades or something like that? Phantom spinning. Is it? Did I make it up, chat? I thought there was. I thought you could see it in here. The perks for it. Or did they remove it finally? Because you could accidentally like see the perks for the new heart rune in this list here. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look it up on New World Database. It was on the PvP server. It was actually on the live servers as well, though. Heckett says, KT tweeted, same timing as all our major releases, early morning, early for devs, maybe not for normal people. Yeah, so early morning would be, if it's 3 p.m. here in the UK, that's still quite early for West Coast America. See, when they say it's early for Amazon, they're at like the time zone on the other side of the world. So even like East Coast America is still 3 hours ahead. So 8 a.m. for them, or 7 a.m. is still like 10 a.m. for East Coast America, and it's still like afternoon for Europe. Stalwart Heart Room of... Yeah, here it is. Can I look it up? Freeing Blades? Yeah, here's some like perks or whatever. Each hit of blades will reduce the duration of all limited duration CC, status effects on you by 10%. I mean, it's just on New World Database, probably the better way to look at it. But yeah, this has actually been in the game for a little while now. The Phantom Blades Heart Rune. Minor Heart Rune of Phantom Blades. Cast forth a set of swirling blades that spin in a circle, dealing 100% Heart Rune damage every 0.7 of a second to all targets. Lasts for 7 seconds. And then you can upgrade it, and it adds this perk. Deals 20% increased damage to targets inflicted with slow, stun, root, sluggish. And then the upgrades, we got the cunning version. This is the one that prevents people from dodging, which is pretty insane. We have this one here, which reduces the duration of all limited duration CC on you. So it's like freedom. And then we have this one. They're now attached to the player, the radius is reduced, and the damage is reduced. So you can like pop them when you're in a clump. The one that reduces, like, stops people from dodging seems pretty insane for PvP. Yo, Altanite says, why didn't they release a pre-patch where you can test the perks and changes before we go level up? It's just not in New Worlds. I don't know. It's not in their capabilities, I guess, Altanite. That would be one to ask Amazon, though. I couldn't even give an answer for that. Holy flip. Akitsi, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. Ataraxi, good to see you, friend. Karmas, thank you for the Prime sub. Triple A, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Thank you, Karmas. Thank you, Triple A. Thank you, Akitsi. Thank you, guys. What weapons are you going to be playing with a healing build next season? Says Shadow. Probably still just Life Staff and Void Gauntlet. Although, with all the attribute changes, it could be something completely different. It's probably going to be one of those changes where we have to play it to figure it out. Morgan says, is there any news on the storage system updates? It's not going to be until Season 11, I believe. It's going to be later on. Sleazy says, hey Baggins, what chess piece is your character in the thumbnail of your newest YouTube video using? I think it was this one. What is it? What is it called? It's the vampire one again. This one? Yeah, I think it's a Spectral Sovereign. Does this look kind of like it? Lighting's pretty bad here. Simon says, do we get Twitch drops? Yes. When Nighthaven is live, you'll be able to earn Twitch drops by watching the Twitch stream. What news for M3? M3 will be a source of really good gear, MLVR then. Some of the best gear in Nighthaven is going to be coming from M3, which is pretty huge. Doc says there seems to be a lot of people playing New World now. Why is that? The game has a huge update coming in. One of the biggest, in fact, the biggest single area that's been added to the game is coming with Nighthaven. So yeah, really, really big update, honestly. That's the TLDR, Doc. How stable do you expect the servers will be day 1 of Season 10, says Illustrative? I think the servers are going to be okay, but I think that the game in general is probably going to have some bugs. I hope I'm wrong, though. I really hope that New World is bug-free for Nighthaven. I genuinely, and I know you guys are going to laugh at me and say, like, that's never going to happen, and I understand why you would laugh at me and say that's never going to happen, but that's been, like, one of the biggest issues facing New World for the longest time, is it's just, you know, got so many bugs, right? For them to release a patch without having, like, major bugs... That's the thing that I'm most afraid of right now, you know, because like the content itself, the update looks fantastic, but Amazon's always had issues with just the, you know, the game being kind of unstable when they drop a new patch. YouTube membership's a thing for you, says DP. Yeah, you can subscribe over on YouTube, or what do they call it? You can join, you can become a member, because subscribing on YouTube is obviously just that's like following on Twitch. But if you are so inclined, you can support with the real money over on YouTube as well. But obviously, just being here watching the stream is one of the best ways to help out. Heck, good to see you. Grim says, do you think we could have a new faction in the game future? I think vampires and werewolves are going to be like a pseudo faction, but that's going to be later on. I don't think that's going to be for the beginning of Season 10. Fretless1, thank you so much for the 6 months with the Prime. Darkaden says, want to try catch up with New World? How long would it take me to catch up in gear? No time at all. Honestly, I wouldn't really focus too much on your gear because it's all changing next Monday. You've got 4 days, and then everything that we have right now is going to get replaced in a major way. Maybe with the exception of artifacts. Probably artifacts are the safest bet of like things that you can hold on to. So I wouldn't really sweat about the gear. I just generally just get yourself reacquainted with the game. Will doubloons still have a use? 7N says, will Mystic doubloons still have a use in the next season? Yeah, but I don't know what for. The Well of Fortune's still going to be there. Please, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you. Right, here we go. Here we go. Flame protection. Sorry, by the way, guys. There's a lot of questions coming in. Now that we're live on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I think it's gonna be too much for me with the next update. With Nighthaven, I'm assuming chat's gonna be pretty busy. There's no way I'm gonna be able to read every message in chat. I'll still try. I'll try my best, but just want to be clear. If anybody's like, why is Baggins not reading my message? It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just some things are just getting lost at this point. We've got 2 chats now. I have YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so. I do not stream on Kick. No, I can't even. 3 chats? I can't even imagine that, dude. Yeah, just YouTube and Twitch for me right now. Pyro, good to see you. How you doing? Crypto Prophet, what's going on? You have a build website? Exclamation mark builds in the chat. That only works on Twitch right now. I don't know if we can get commands to work on YouTube, but exclamation mark builds. Some streamers embed the chat into the stream, says Zen Center. Yeah, I don't know if that would help though, because I wouldn't actually see that. That would just be on my OBS. We could put, I mean, if you guys want to see the messages on the screen, it's possible we could do that, but... Is it worth to use dense mutated material for Azoth gear, says Taeyon? Yeah, Azoth gear right now is very good. Again, just remember, like, with the gear, it shouldn't really be your focus too much right now, chat, because gear is going to be changing in significant ways with the next update. Alright, let's try and get faction missions, and then we'll queue up for a couple of dungeons, yeah? Toxic Rose says you're on YouTube now? Yeah, I mean, we've had a YouTube channel for a very long time. In fact, YouTube told me, I think it was yesterday, my YouTube channel is 18 years old, chat. 18. That's crazy. So yeah, we've had a YouTube channel for a very long time, but I've just never really streamed on it that much. But we're changing that. We're now streaming on YouTube and Twitch going forward. Multi-streaming, same time. Have you made a YouTube video on Season 10, says C4 in the Twitch chat? I have, yeah. Exclamation mark expansion. We've made a couple of YouTube videos on the expansion now. Yeah, exclamation mark expansion in the Twitch chat.
What
Sorry
you
again,
think
YouTube.
raids without weekly limit? Good or bad?
Why you know in bed says you should stock up on your lost coding. Yeah, lost codings, lost ward potions for the next raids could be a good idea. DP says, is the hot chocolate out yet? On Second Breakfast Club? No, but soon. Keep an eye out. secondbreakfastclub.com. Won't be too long now. Yo, what's going on, Toxic Rose? Thanks for coming over to YouTube as well. I dropped 100,000 gold on globs, says Koopa. Hoping everyone's going to need new rune glasses. Yeah, gems, I think, like, everybody will need new gems for their new gear. Probably a good idea. Big brain. Pajoyson, thank you so much to the tier 2 for the 45 months. Thank you, Pajoyson. Thank you very much, my friend. Do you think raids without the weekly limit? I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I think being able to do the raid as many times as you want for loot, I think is a good idea. Ultimately, it's not going to get you max gear score items because you're still going to need umbral shots. But yeah. Sleazy says, it is against Twitch terms of service to display YouTube chat messages on your Twitch stream? That's so weird. Really? Why? Why would they be upset about that? Should I sell all my doubloons and buy dark matter to prefer for the expansion? You can't sell doubloons and you can't buy dark matter either. Oh, but you mean like doing the conversion? I don't know what role dark matter is going to play in the next update. I don't think it's going to play that much. I just hold on to the doubloons personally. I don't think there's a good reason. It's against terms of service to have a unified chat, says Mixnets. You can still show YouTube chat. So you can't... Wait, what? So you can't show a unified chat on the stream? You can't mix them? So, wait, so would it, if in theory I was using a system right now which combined my Twitch and YouTube chat together, or is it like if the YouTube chat messages were posted to the Twitch chat? Is that what we're saying? As an overlay? I don't think I'm gonna like show messages on, I don't know, with some of the messages that pop up in Twitch chat and YouTube chat, you know, there are some strange messages we get from time to time. I think putting those up on the screen would, I don't know, maybe not a good idea anyway. So it's not something we're gonna do, I don't think, but the main benefit I think of having that system is if you want to take VODs from your...
Big ups to my favorite streamer in and outside of New World.
Hey, Nature of Divinity, thank you so much for the 3 months with the Prime. Thank you, bud. Barnacles, 2 for Barnacles, nice. Right, and there was one more thing I was thinking about doing. What was that? What was I thinking? Do you think prismatic materials will go up or down for the price in the next patch? Probably gonna go down, Todd Griffiths. Although, I don't know, if the price has reacted now. Wolfface says, I don't get why they don't have a sale. I kind of want to try New World, but paying 90 euros for base game and expansion to even start is a bit steep. It shouldn't be 90 euros, right? I think it should be 60 euros. When you go to Steam right now and you go to the store, all you need to buy is this here, standard edition. It's £50. You don't need to buy this. It's so stupid that they show you this. When you do buy this, this is everything. Ignore this. The only people who need to pay attention to this are people who bought New World a while ago. Like, we're talking like 2-3 years ago. You do not need this. If you're buying New World as a new player, you do not need this thing down here. They shouldn't even show it to new players. It's so misleading. I don't understand why they have that feature. I think the only people who should see this down here are people who bought New World a long time ago and never bought the DLC. Because what happens now is this is both of them combined. New World Eternum is every piece of content that has been in the game to date. You just buy the whole package. Hansi says, Twitch consider YouTube chat as unmoderated, so they want the chats to stay separate. Oh, okay. Interesting. Strange. Kev Redeem, make the stream more silly. Here we go. Please says, restarted playing after being a legacy player last week on a new character, dropped like 60 hours in 4 days. Games have pulled me back in. Time for a massive update. Yeah, a lot of people have been coming back to New World lately. The player count's been crazy, chat. Do I still have the image? Maybe I do. See if I can find it real quick. I logged in yesterday to try and get an image for a thumbnail. And this is what we had, chat. I just was like, alright, I'm just gonna log in to just take a picture of something in game so I can use it in a YouTube thumbnail. Look at this. Look at that. Position in queue, 1,251. I'm like, what is going on, dude? Queuing for New World in 2025? At a queue being that big? It's insane. Shepsy, good to see you, man. Can you ping AGS to get them to update the ROA Steam page to state that so many players don't know? Possibly. I don't know if I could get a message through like that. You'd have to go really high up the chain to get something to change like that as well, Dreaming Demon. It would have to be like, you know, the boss of it, Amazon or something. Not Amazon, Amazon Games. You have to talk to Jeff Bezos. What if somebody bought it a long time ago? Did they need to buy the expansion? Yes, if you bought New World when it was just New World, before it was called New World Eternum, you'll still need the Rise of the Angry Earth expansion if you never bought it when it came out. Xano says the queue will be 3 times that on Monday. Yeah, we gotta get in early. Discord won't show builds when you... yeah, so we put a message out. I think it's just one of those cases where we have announcement channels.
Hello, Mr. Baggins.
But if you go to announcement channels, it says bot notice. Everyone, the bot is temporarily unstable. But I know you guys don't like to read the announcements. So just to clear it up, the bot is deliberately and intentionally down right now. You cannot currently use it. But don't worry. Again, the whole thing with builds, chat, it's really not worth chasing gear for any particular build because you're almost certainly going to be replacing it in 4 days. So the gear chase right now, I would not like sweat and want to spend a lot of time just trying to get gear because it's going to be changing quite considerably. And once we do know what those changes are and how they work, of course, we will have new builds. Yeah. Yo, Tana, good to see you. I'm officially starting Season 10 next Sunday. Getting in late. I hope to recap here on what I missed, tips and tricks. Yeah, I mean, we should hopefully have a good idea by then. Look, Tana. Might even be able to clear the raid and, you know, have a bit of an idea of what the heck we're doing. Lucky One, thank you so much for the 18 months with the Prime, by the way. Thank you, my friend. Alright, I'm getting this 1 fishing level. Somebody redeemed get 1 fishing level on the stream. It's not going to be a full level because I've got aptitude, but yeah. Is there any benefit to save Sound One boxes for Season 10? We do not know, Chatty. I'm doing it, but it might be a waste of time. Kajian says, how do we know that? That they're going to be big changes to gear? Because they've talked about it. It's on the New World website. Go to learn more. They outline that there is a massive overhauled gear progression here. So we have this perk charm system, we've got set bonuses, we've got umbral shards and infix perks. Attributes are being removed from gear. It is not guesswork that gear is going to be changing. It is known. Also, the max gear that you can get right now is 725. That's going to be 800 in the next update. So all of your BIS gear right now will no longer be BIS with the next update. They said anything more on fresh.service? It's like the what's the word? The statement is that there's no reason to do fresh.service for Nighthaven. Because again, I think the reason for fresh.service typically is people worry that if they go on an existing server, they're going to be way behind everybody. But that's simply not going to be the case. So it's just not needed, right? I need some coins ASAP. What to farm? Just do the dailies. Just do your dailies. You're easy. Honestly, the easiest gold you can get right now is just going into the middle of every town and interacting with the medley fair. That's like 2k gold right there. Penyu says, should I buy Rise of the Angry Earth? If you don't have it, then yeah. But just make sure, by the way, Penyu, if you've bought New World recently, like if you bought New World Eternum in like since October of last year, you don't need the Rise of the Angry Earth. The only people who need the Rise of the Angry Earth expansion are people who bought New World before it was called New World Eternum. Boram says, I bought New World yesterday. I have been having a really good time. Hyped for the new expansion too. I love to hear it, man. Coconuts? Coconuts are not really going to have much use in Nighthaven, I'm afraid. E-Hippie says, does the silliness stack? No, it's a 1 stack max, I'm afraid. E-Hippie. Yo, Acid Gamer says, I'm thinking of returning. Haven't played since the pre-Eternum days. Is it worth starting now? Yeah, I think just getting yourself back into the game, getting yourself up to speed. You got 4 days. Usually what I've been recommended to people if they've taken like a long break from New World is leveling up a new character. I think it's a really good way to just re-jog your memory and get back into the game. R2 says, how is New World these days? I was day one launch player. Massively different from day one. In a much better way. I think the game's in a fantastic state right now. If you got any particular questions, like any particular area of the game that you're concerned about, I can answer that, R2. But like to go over everything would take a long time. But generally, I would say game is better in every conceivable fashion. The only thing that the game is missing is it doesn't have those day one launch player numbers, because that was like hundreds of thousands of players. But honestly, the play count's pretty good right now. Play count's solid. What do we do with gold cursed coconuts right now? You can use them to upgrade artifacts, but I don't even think that's necessarily needed to do. You can use them to buy the boxes from the Well of Fortune. I'd probably just hold on to them and then maybe buy some boxes from the Well of Fortune after the update. I think that's what I would do with the stuff. That's what I would do with your coconuts. Just hold them for a little bit longer. Let's go 50 focus. And then slap the rest into strength here. What time are you going to stream Season 10 releases? Why no in bed? It'll probably be around the same time that we're live now. We'll start at midday here in the UK. And then just stream for as long as we can. Would you do some worm raids for new people, says Andreas? Worm raids, it's sadly, like, with the worm raids, you have to organize things through Discord. Yeah, my experience with it anyway, my opinion. I think with worm raid, you can't just say like, hey, alright, Jim, Tim, Sally, you just jump in and let's just do it. You do need a level of organization with a worm raid that just can't be done in a casual setting. Are you a Baggins or a Tuk too? We're just a Baggins, Alex. Yeah, just a Bilbo Baggins. The Tuks are okay though. Peregrine Tuk. Better than those brandy bucks, you know. How hard is tanking in New World right now, says Alexander? It depends what weapons you're playing with, and it does depend on your team, but I think tanking's pretty straightforward. I don't think it's that difficult, Alexander. But like I say, a good part of it does come down to your team and, you know, how they're playing. And whether they're going to make your life easy or difficult. What are the coconuts and how do you get them, says Galaxy? Coconuts are an upgrade material. Right now, with the current state of the game, there are 2 different items you can get that are used to upgrade artifacts and a very small number of items to 725 gear score. So 725 gear score is the max gear score, Galaxy. If you want to upgrade an item from 700 to 725, you're going to need either a gold curse coconut or a Gorgonite inductor. Here's the coconut. Here's the inductor. Inductor comes from doing the Hive of Gorgons raid. And the coconut comes from the PvP zone in the bottom left of the map. So in the Curse Mists, you have an area, or in Cutlass Keys, you have an area called the Curse Mists. You can get a coconut from that area once a week. And you use it to upgrade artifacts to 725. In the next, in Nighthaven next week, you will upgrade artifacts with Umbral Shards, and coconuts will no longer have much of a purpose. Dark says, did the new gear systems seem positive? They do. Very different from what we have now. And I think it's going to... The one thing that people have trouble with is it's going to be change. It's going to be new systems. And people get scared of new things. People have a fear of the unknown, right? They don't like what they don't know. And we don't know. We're getting more of information every day. But most of the systems for Nighthaven are new. Some of them are like reincorporated versions of what we previously had, like Umbrals. But as a result, because people are not familiar with how the upgrade systems work, they're a little bit scared that it's like a change from what they have right now. And, you know, sometimes people have a bit of a... What's the word? Yeah, like they have reservations. They have a bit of a resentment towards change. They just like things to stay the same. But generally, I think the next systems, it's going to be better for the game going forward. It is going to be at a bit of an adjustment. Like I say, it's that short-term pain, long-term gain. Is flail better than PvP healers than rapier, says Pragmatic? Rapier, if you want to run away, it's the best, it's like the best option to just like disengage from players. Pragmatic. The expansion will be released for Tuesdays on EU. No, the expansion is going to be out about 4, 5 p.m. for Europe on Monday. Monday, it's going to be. Enigmatic. Galaxy says, when I left the game, updated to 625, so basically done anything since then. Yeah, it was a while ago, man. Like I say, if you've got the time, and it doesn't really take that long, like 2, 3, 4 days, you can level up a new character, and I think that's the best play to do. That's the best play. Alex says you're a fool of a took. John Wayne says, was still really laggy? No, they're pretty smooth these days. Much better than they used to be.
So stay with all.
Dima Sam in the YouTube chat says, could you please give us a quick tip on leveling furnishing from 0 to 150 for ultimate trophies? Furnishing 0 to 150. What would I make? There's a few instruments you can make, which I think would get you good XP. What we can do, there is this website, Dima. It's called gaming.tools. I'll post a link to it in the chat in a second. But we can go crafting leveling guides, then we can select furnishing. You can choose which server you're on, which will give you sometimes a better... Oh, hold on. These guys are running past me. Import prices, I'm on Nisa. And then we can say we're current level 0, we want to be level 150, update those prices. And then it gives you recommendations of what you can make the cheapest, or sort of most cost effective. It is going to cost you some gold leveling up because there's materials involved, and materials are gold. But I'll link this if you want to take a look. You can put in your own parameters. There's also the first time crafting bonus, which I think is the best thing to take advantage of. Crafting one of everything. One thing that's maybe like a little bit underrated is you can just go to the trading post and buy really cheap furniture recipes and then craft them just one time for bonus XP. So if you just go buy every furnishing recipe that's under like 2 gold on the trading post, and then when you make them you get double XP the first time you craft them, which is quite nice. Also, I think you have to get to 100, but once you get to 100 you can take recipes and you can turn them into experience, which is pretty nice as well. Because again, the recipes are cheap, so... I think I probably got some on me right now, don't I? Do we? Or maybe we don't. I've actually cleared them out. But yeah, usually you can take your recipes and turn them into XP, but you need to be level 100 to do that. The Goliath, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, Goliath. Thank you very much. Thank you, good sir. Yeah, the website doesn't recommend the recipe system, I don't think. It's one of the downsides of it. Theodore says, can we take full armor best set by drops only? Or do we need to craft them? You can make full bests with drops. The system has changed quite a lot. Wait, did we not? Oh, we didn't get the thing from the chest. Yeah. Once upon a time, crafting was like really the only source of bests. I mean, if we go way back in time to like the release of New World, the best armor in the game was Voidbent armor, and Voidbent armor was only crafted. But these days, it's quite different. You can get a very good set of armor just through drops, and it's probably going to continue or even get more so in that direction with the Nighthaven expansion. What transmog is your chest, Flex? It's only available on the in-game store for like 1 month of the year. You can usually buy it around January, so you're gonna have to wait a few months. But it's called the Jadeite Dragon. The Jadeite Dragon. When I get a minute, I'll show you. Here we go. Go here, change skin. Can I do it, or is it because I'm burning? I'm burning. But yeah, Jadeite Dragon is the name of the armor. And then we've used some dyes to make it like white and gold. Zero says, are there any plans to reduce the amount of items you get? I'm getting stuffed. They haven't really mentioned anything about that, but yeah, there is. You do get like just a ton of items chucked at you when you do a dungeon. Like by the time we finish this barnacle, I'll probably open up my inventory and I'll have gotten like 20 items and we'll just salvage all of them. 2D1 says, I tried to do some M3 yesterday. We got wiped in the first few seconds. Already forgot how hard it is. No idea how casually. Yeah, M3 is tough. M3 is probably the most challenging PvE content in the game. That might still be true with Nighthaven as well. Are we good? No, still a guy here. He's dead. Vetpot says, is it worth to use your dense mutated materia now? Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can still use it. I don't believe they're getting rid of it in Nighthaven. So, you could just hold on to it. Or you could spend it now. I think there'll be as much value spending it now as there will be in the next update, in my opinion. It might be the case that you should wait until Nighthaven and then spend your mutated materia, because they're going to be changing some perks around Vetpot. So for example, we were talking about it earlier. You go to the gypsum kiln, and with your Lazarus mutator materia, you can make a life staff called the Ritual of Hereafter. It has Fortifying Sacred Ground and Refreshing Move on it. Refreshing Move is being removed from the game, as far as we can tell. They're getting rid of it. So to that extent, maybe wait until the next update and see what the new perks are on the items. Will you still be using Life Taker next season or a different Void Gauntlet? I usually play with Fracture as my offhand Void Gauntlet. I use Life Taker with Bow, Musket, Fire Staff, or Ice Gauntlet. But if I'm playing Life Staff Void Gauntlet, I'm not really going to be using Life Taker. I haven't for a while. Galaxy says, why are they getting rid of Refreshing Move? I think they consider it to be too powerful. It's just like, it's a must-have perk on certain weapons. And they want to get rid of must-have perks. Too much cooldown reduction, I guess. But you'd have to, again, this is my interpretation. I'm not Amazon. Don't get angry at me, chat. I'm just guessing. Skel says 4 days. Yeah, we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday is the big day. Skel. What's the benefit of Fracture? It's just a good Void Gauntlet. It's just got good perks on it. It's got a Refreshing Move, Keen, Disdain, Infliction. Although, in the next update, it probably won't be that good. Because, again, I believe Keen and Refreshing Move on the chopping block. But as it is right now, it's just got good perks on it. Baggins, how do you have 140 stamina, says Hexbubble? I'm using the wall. It gives me 10% more stamina or something. No, I have 33% more stamina, sorry. Using an artifact tower shield called the wall. It's really good for blocking. Queer Carl says 4 days is pretty shocking. Yeah, it's not long at all. Next Monday. We literally just got the weekend and then we're into a brand new chapter of the game. Franco says, I think armor and weapon crafting is losing value with good gear everywhere. The benefit of armor and weapon crafting is it's going to be one of the few ways where you can acquire a piece of gear and then sell it. Because the drop system, most of the drops that you get, you're not going to be able to sell them, Franco. Whereas like crafted gear, you can still sell it. Wolfsbane says, with the removal attributes, we get to see a lot of split stat weapons become usable. I mean, I would say, is there any example of a split stat weapon that isn't currently usable? We've got Blunderbuss, that's definitely usable. Rapier is definitely usable. Not sure I understand. Wolfsbane. Charms are craftable? Yeah, charms are craftable. Probably go with the main things you're crafting in Nighthaven. Alex says, how many bugs are going to be on the first day? Probably quite a lot. It is New World, sadly, so... Mean Maverick says, they said illegal perk combos will still be a thing, so Frigid Dawn is upgradable to 800. Yeah, and the Keen Speed Boots as well. I think those are going to be... I kind of wish they would get rid of them, because I think they're just a little bit too game-breaking. But the Keen Speed Boots... going to be a piece of gear that you'll likely be upgrading to 800. Which Fire Staff would you suggest to use for PvE, says Shadow? Right now, Fire Staff isn't that popular in PvE. You can use it as just a casual weapon, but if you want to be serious in your PvE, it's just not that good of a weapon. You could use it as an offhand, though, to buff the damage of your main weapon. Inferno is pretty good for that, so if you want to play with like a hatchet or a greatsword or a spear, and then buff the damage of it, you can play Inferno as your secondary. Inferno increases the damage of like both weapons, as long as you're hitting an enemy within 15 meters, which is a pretty far distance. Do we know what skills required to craft charms, says Conqueror? They said it was going to be like weapon smithing, armor smithing, and jewelry, I think. I think they said that. What perks are also being removed aside from Hearty and Refreshing Move, says Simon? We don't have an exhaustive list. We know Hearty is going. It seems very likely Refreshing Move is going. I haven't seen any new weapons that have Keen on it either. I think it's going to be Keen, Vicious, Hearty, Refreshing Move. Enchanted Ward's still in the game, but it's getting nerfed to oblivion. Maybe Blast on the Life Staff is also going away. But we don't have a full list, so... Blizzard in the YouTube chat says, what server are you playing on, by the way? We're playing on Nisa right now, on Europe. Mr. Bojangle says, I love running Inferno. Yeah, Inferno is like probably the best PvE Fire Staff, because it's like a buff weapon, effectively. Hackula says, I think the devs are trying to open up the builds. Right now, for armor with enchanted ward, refreshing health on as much as possible. Yeah, it's hopefully going to lead to more variety and perk selection. I'm just standing in all of those. That was terrible. We need a deep dive of the deep dive, says Caution. Yeah, I mean, despite getting an hour-and-a-half long video from Amazon, there's still a lot of questions that we don't have answers to regarding Nighthaven. And I don't think we're ever going to get the proper answers until we play it, so... Acid Gamer says, is range not viable in PvE? It's used in the Sandworm and certain boss encounters, like the final boss of Hive of Gorgons. But for instance, what I'm doing right now, you would not really play range that much. Certainly, if you're going to be interested in doing difficulty 3 dungeons, M3 dungeons, if you want to do those, you would not really be using range weapons in that scenario. Not as your main weapon, anyway. Galaxy says, why is Enchanted Ward getting nerfed? I think Amazon deem it to be too... It's like, they want to get rid of perks that people think are mandatory. Like, you have to have the perk, or you're at a massive disadvantage. That's the philosophy, I believe, from the game devs. There's certain perks that you just have to have them. And Enchanted Ward is in that list. They're not getting rid of it, though. They're just nerfing it. Is Hive Renbot build good for M3? Okay, it's okay, but I think usually your tank would be doing the job. With the downside, like comparing M3 to Hive of Gorgons, you can have twice the number of players. And because you can have twice the number of players, you can have like more, what do I want to say here? Like, you can have more variety in your roles. Whereas you've only got 5 players. One's going to be a tank, one's going to be a healer. You'll probably want to have a spear player. You'll want to have a rapier player. And then, yeah, I guess your third player could be a rend bot. The curious is, do you think the Rise of the Angry Earth will go on sale when the DLC releases? I don't, sadly, no. I think if it was going to happen, they would have done it with the Steam summer sales. Or autumn sales, rather. Laser says, do I need to complete Hive of Gorgon's main story quest to continue the main storyline questline? You do not know. The main story questline that will be relevant to Nighthaven is the stuff with Morgaine, and getting the Tear of Gaia and fighting Artemis. The Hive of Gorgons is like it's like a side quest. Yeah, I know it has a main story questline symbol, but you don't need to complete it. Uber says, any conversion for dense meter material, a better way to get it? Trying to create Isabella's breastplate for transmog. No, some of those old items are just difficult to get your hands on these days, Uber. I know Turtle in the Twitch chat. He has a full set of the Isabella armor. Do you know, like, trying to acquire that these days, Turtle, is like... Can you even do it? Or is it just, you just have to have like legacy items to make it? Void Goblin says a rocket as well. What's your plan on update day? You doing the main story questline first as corrupted? I think so. It's probably going to give us the most XP. So we can get to level 70. We can't do the Isle of Night raid without getting level 70, so... Yeah. Build changes in Season 10, says Raitero. Yes, lots of build changes. What are they going to be the best PvP builds in Season 10? It's so hard to say, man. We don't have a lot of information on how things are going to be panning out, so... It's impossible to call. Do you know when the update usually comes out? It's going to be around like 5, 6 p.m. for Europe, Harry. Sometime before midday East Coast America. Give this guy damage reduction. Andrea says, if they remove those perks or nerf them... Dude, I've had those glasses on for ages. If they remove those perks or nerf them, you'll still need some other perks will be best. Mostly the same, says Andreas. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. It's like, the element that we have is not necessarily... I mean, it's partly the game, but it's also just human... Like, the way human beings function. Where we want to make a tier list. We want to have a best and we want to have a worst. even if there's really not that much difference between the best perk and the worst perk, they'll still be meta. People will still have, like, you know, perks that they consider desirable. I made the Isabella breastplate from Materius's Bodil. Can you still get that? The materia that you use it, though, is it the old materia or is it the new materia? 2D1 says, how do you feel about scaled M3? It's already pretty hard. It's gonna be tough, man. Yeah, no, I think it's genuinely gonna be really, really difficult. It's honestly probably gonna be the most challenging PvE content in the game. I'm down for it, though, you know? Challenging PvE content, I'm down. I think a lot of people, not a lot of people, but there's a decent chunk of people complain that the PvE is too easy in this game, so M3 will definitely represent that. Wolfsbane says, I'm talking about a stop that has both strength and dex on it. Oh, yeah, like the... You don't see many of those, but they do pop up occasionally. The strength and dex items. One thing that's going to be interesting, like, you know, a consequence of them removing attributes on items is, like, having a higher gear score item, it's not going to give you more attributes, right? So having a gear score item is not going to be as important. Yo, Squarehole, good to see you. Tina, good to see you as well. Discord event says 10 a.m. East. Yeah, they have a time range, right, Tina? Like, here in Europe, it says, like, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., which I guess for America would be... No, it says 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. So I guess there's, like, a range for when the servers might come up. So the earliest the servers would come up is 10 a.m. East Coast America, and the latest they would come up is 3 p.m. East Coast America. Just popped in. Do you think there'll be a Halloween event, says blah blah? I do, yeah. At the end of the month. Like, for Halloween, basically. Random healer question, says Pristine in the YouTube chat. Is there a way to self-cast Beacon on yourself as a healer? No, there is not. You just have to point it at the ground. You can't... Like, Beacon is an interesting heal because you can stick it to people, right? It's like, it actually sticks to walls or players. You can't stick it to yourself. Ooh. John Dobbins says, I never completed the main quest through the other expansions. Will I need to, or can I skip? You will need to pick up where you left off, basically, John Dobbins. So, right now, the way it works is you do the default main quest with the Corrupted and Isabella. That storyline sort of culminates with a boss fight. You defeat the boss. And then the next storyline sort of continues in Brimstone Sands. But you can't start the Brimstone Sands without finishing the sort of default main storyline.
Soon, let's go.
Hey, Jambo, thank you so much for the 30 months with the Prime. So yeah, you need to finish the default main storyline. And then you can do the Brimstone storyline, and then once you finish the Brimstone storyline, you can do the Elysian Wild storyline. And then once you finish the Elysian Wild storyline, you'll be able to do the Nighthave storyline. Maybe because there's so many, like, previous quests now, they might have, like, a skip option. I don't know. It might just be that you can just pick up a quest in Nighthaven. It's sadly one of those things where I don't know because I haven't played it, chat. I'm in the dark about a lot of things here. As I say it out loud, though, you know, the fact that you have to do the full Isabella storyline, and then the full Brimstone storyline, and then the full Elysian Wild storyline, and then the full Nighthaven storyline, it is starting to sound like quite a lot, actually. So maybe there'll be, like, a... You know, you don't have to do it. You just have to be level 65. Lydia said in Discord you only have to be level 65, says Bejoy. Okay. That would make sense, then. I thought because, like, the storyline follows Morgaine and the Tear of Gaia and stuff like that, the events won't make sense to you unless you've done the current main storyline with Morgaine and the Tear of Gaia, but then again, most of us skip the quest text, so maybe we don't need context for it, chat. B-Mac, good to see you. Tish P says, hey Baggins, new player here. I'm about to hit level 65. Congrats. Really enjoying the game so far. I know the expansion is coming soon. What are the main changes I can expect? You're about to hit the max level, but that's going to change. So you're about to hit 65, but in 4 days you're going to have to go back to it again, Tish, because now you're going to have to get to 70. The other changes are things that aren't going to really impact you too much, because it's mainly to do with, like, once you hit 65, once you hit the max level, what do you do? Otherwise known as the end game. A lot of changes coming to the end game. But as somebody who is not even 65 yet, the changes won't really make much sense because you'll need to spend some time at 65. So New zone, though, I think that the things that you can get excited about, that, you know, just like everybody can get excited about regardless of what level you're at. We have a brand new area. It's a really, really big area. The biggest area that's been added to the map so far, called Nighthaven. There's a new quest line, new level cap increase, new gear score increase, a new game mode, a new raid, new items. It's a lot. Sankey Pack says, any guesses on the new meta? It's impossible, man. We don't have enough information. Without seeing the gear sets, without seeing the infixes, without seeing, you know, what perks have been added and which ones removed, it's impossible to say. Castro says you have to take a sweet time with Season 10 Baggins, gives the whole experience. Yeah, but from the YouTube perspective, Castro, I want to be getting videos out like day one, right? I already feel like a sense of frustration right now because people... My position within New World has typically been to somebody asks a question about the game in chat and I can answer it, you know? Baggins, where do I get XYZ gear? What's the best perks? What's the best build? How can I get some gold? How can I do that? There's so many questions that people would ask about Nighthaven. I just got no idea. I got no idea. But the sooner I can fill in the blanks, the sooner I can learn about that stuff, the sooner I can go back to, you know, what I would consider my shtick. So to that extent, we need to play through Nighthaven and consume as much information and put it into my brain as fast as possible. If it takes me like 3 weeks to learn how the next version of the game works, I'm 3 weeks too late to making YouTube videos and stuff, which just does not work for me fundamentally for the content, so... Shippy says, Katie tweeted that the Nighthaven questline unlocks at 65. You don't have to do the other ones. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. Silver Eagle says, will popular streamers return for Nighthaven? Damn, dude. Silver Eagle's just low-key the two-edged sword, implying that there's no popular streamers right now in New World. If you mean like the large, you know, the sort of titans of Twitch, right? We're talking about Shroud, the sort of household names. Yeah, I think we'll likely see a lot of them. I'm just joking, by the way. It's Silver Eagles. I know you didn't mean that as a burn. I'm just joking with it for content. Unless you did mean to be rude, in which case, SMH my head. But yeah, I think we've already seen some interest from larger streamers, content creators, people with audiences in the tens of thousands. I think there is also the question of like whether Amazon's going to offer any sponsorship money. I think if money is on the line, then you'll certainly see some larger streamers jumping in. John Dobbin says, I hope to have been so far out of the questline, did not get all glyphs open boxes because on a world tour with others who have. I hope so. Yeah, it seems like you don't need to fully do everything so far. In which case, that just continues, like, the idea, you know, Baggins, if I jump in now, am I going to be way behind? Like, do I have to do, like, 1,000,001 things to be ready for the expansion? No. Dude, this armor looks cool. What armor is this? Is that the Jaeger stuff that you can get from the world boss? It looks pretty nice. I like the, I like this guy's outfit a lot, actually. It's not like too over the top. He looks like a fancy man of the Night's Watch or something. Huh. Hey, thank you for the kind words, Pristine. I'd be shocked if there wasn't a few sponsorships for the updates as Conqueror. Yeah. Me too. Right, what time is it? We got 1:30 p.m. Okay, we got time for another dungeon then. I want to change this over to a Carnelian. I realized halfway through we don't even have a Carnelian in that. Yeah, let's go one more time. Change my... Did we change this? No, I think it's good actually. Okay, Let's Go says they will have new fresh servers for returning players. No, returning players can just continue on their existing server. It's next update. It's not about like restarting the storyline. It's a continuation of the end game. So if you want to pick up with the next part of the game, you just have to be level 65. So yeah, doesn't seem like fresh start servers that are actually needed this time around. Okay, Let's Go. Because obviously in the past they've like redone the main storyline and you know there's an advantage to like making a new character, but this time around the main criteria is just be level 65. It's not going to be a big penalty if you don't have like a lot of gear and stuff, because we're going to be changing our gear in the next update anyway. Right, let's go one more time. Uno mas. Yeah, here we go. And then we'll do some worm after this. Do we know if the new zone will be controllable by territory? Yes, yeah, the new zone, you will be able to take over it. There's a fort in it. We've seen images of the new map, and they have something that represents this. You can see, like, on the map, you can see a war camp and a fort. And if there's a fort, that means it can be faction controlled. Which also means you'll be able to buy a house there as well, chat. Because the current areas that don't have a fort are Elysian Wilds, Great Cleave, and Shattered Mountain. And you can't buy a house in any of those locations, but you can buy a house everywhere else, right? The house is apparently a room in a spooky hotel. Yeah, you get an apartment instead of a house, which is interesting. There are going to be some new mounts. Who was it? Somebody was asking. Robin, even. Robin says, will there be new mounts? Yeah, we got to see some images of them in the New World official Discord. I think Joel was posting a bunch of pictures. Joel is Amazon Games dev, works on the game. What else do we got here? Sorry, I want to take a look at these. Sundering stacks, gem slot, offense slot, rending throw. It's got quite a bit better, actually. Wait, what is this? Throwing axe skills reduce all axe cooldowns by 25% and will deal 25% nature damage to nearby targets. Wow. Scales off of strength and dexterity. Equally. Huh. Old crown. +6 to all attributes. Oh, so they will still give attributes. Interesting, okay. And it's still got its 3 gem slots. Contagious Plague. Oh, this is a new artifact. Direct hits with Poison Shot will trigger a vortex pulling all nearby targets and spawning a 5-meter infected cloud that follows the targets for 10 seconds, inflicting all with 25% poison. Wow. This is the it's from the PvP server, I think. Scales with Dex, Primary, Strength very poorly. So bow will scale with Strength as well. Interesting. Damn, I gotta go through all these responses from Joel. There's a lot to be learned here. This is the new healing set. Baggins, is there anything we should do before Nighthaven? No, Chris, there really didn't seem to be anything. Just being level 65. If you want to put some time in, you can get lost trophies. Getting the major lost trophies for your house is worthwhile. Also, just being level 65. But there really doesn't seem to be that many things that you need to do before the update. The Amazon's designing this next update as almost like a fresh start, where you can come in, as long as you're level 65, you're just ready to go. This is the new mount that you can get from the raid chat. So they're introducing this concept, which I'm super hyped about. There are now rare drops. So you can get drops from the first and all 3 bosses in the new raid. Isle of Night will have a 0.5% drop rate. So very, very low percent chance, but you can get some super cool rare mounts, which is awesome. Any leaks about how Fire Staff will scale? I think it's Intelligence Primary, and then Dexterity will also contribute damage to the Fire Staff. So yeah. Am I not in the queue? I am. Why is it so long? Did I queue as a tank? Can I see what I queued up as? Waiting 3 minutes in the queue as a tank? What is going on? Diesel says getting back in a low pop server. Any suggestions for a server to transfer to? Which server are you on? Which region are we on, Diesel? Because the 2 busy servers in Europe are both locked right now. Old meme question is, did they buff luck? I haven't seen anything with luck on it yet, Tina, so we don't know. Michu says, will they add new servers? So what's been happening in Michu? On Europe, I don't know what's like on North America. I don't think it's happened yet. But on Europe, the game is getting so busy. Like yesterday, I had to wait in the queue for... let's show you this one here. Open link. Or I could just drag this over here. Actually, this probably works better. See on my screen here. I had to queue to get onto Nisa yesterday. I had to wait 1,251 queue. I had to wait a really long time. So because the queues are getting so crazy, that the servers are getting so full, they're already making new servers right now. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, there was a new server in Europe called Saba. That's probably gonna continue to be the case. Because the game is getting busier and busier and busier, and there's going to be a lot of new people or a lot of returning people playing next week, they'll have to make new servers because the current servers are full. So yes, there will be new servers, but not like fresh start, they're just going to be new servers. So you can transfer into them with your max level character, or you can make a new character on them. Just simply just giving us more servers, but they do not exist now. They'll only exist in the next update, if that makes sense. Can you show the healer set leak? Yeah, what was it? This is the healer set here. Is it? No, I lied. That's not the right one. Is it this one? 15%. So it's a 4-piece set. So if you wear 2 pieces of it, you can have it on your weapon, your jewelry, your armor. It can be on any pieces. So you could have all 4 pieces on your armor. You could have 1 piece on your armor, 1 piece on your jewelry, and then the other 2 pieces on your weapons. However you want to break it down. You'll just need to find pieces of gear with the focused set on it. So 2 pieces of the focus set will increase your healing on targets who are not standing in sacred ground or beacon. So this is going to be good for your single target heals, or if you're using Orb of Protection or Splash of Light. So if they're not standing in sacred ground or beacon, 15% increased healing on them. And then if you wear 4 pieces, you get that buff, and then you get this one down here. Healing is increased by 15%, and cooldown is reduced by 5% on heal after holding a weapon for 10 seconds. So you have to keep the life staff in your hand. So it's trying to make you just like a dedicated healer. You're not switching over to your rapier. You're not switching over to your life staff. You're not switching over, to your void gauntlet. You just play like a dedicated life staff healer, and you get 15% extra healing and 5% cooldown reduction. This thing, like, I'm not entirely sure how this works. This could be broken. Cooldown reduced 5% on heal after holding a weapon. If you get 5% cooldown reduction every time you heal, that's going to be like crazy refreshing move. Like really powerful. So yeah. Pretty bonkers. Sets will be usable on any equipment outside of artifacts. Yeah, set pieces, to my understanding, set pieces are just like a perk that you can find. So it's not locked to a particular piece of gear. Like you could do a chest run and find a piece of gear that would have a set bonus on it. Some set bonus items will only drop in raids. But to my understanding, you can find the set bonus pieces on multiple different pieces of gear. It's not like artifacts where they're like a one-of exclusive. Ronaldo, good to see you. How you doing, man? Oh, looks like it'd be a crazy good in Catacombs if you don't run Sacred Ground. Yeah. Although not running Sacred Ground, that's like, that's a big restriction. Simon says servers are not locked in Europe right now. You can transfer to the server. Oh, did they unlock Nisa? What is going on with this queue, by the way? I'm queued up as a tank and I'm waiting for 4 minutes. Excuse me? 4-minute queue in the tank? God, I need to have an inventory clear out so badly. Ronaldo says doing good, sir. Hope you're well. Can't believe this update is almost here. I know, only 4 days. It's crazy, right? I feel like we've been waiting for it for a long time. I do need to tonight or tomorrow, sometime over the next few days, chat. I just gotta hop onto New World. I'm gonna do it off the stream because it's gonna be tremendously boring, but I'm just gonna have to go through my storage sheds and have a major clear up. Oh, I just realized it's Scythe. Yo, Scythe, what's going on, man? Says I managed to put my character back on Nisa. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nisa's busy, dude. It looks like it's going to be the main server for Europe. Can you run more than 1 set bonus as Knight of Genesis? You can, yeah. So, like, in the example of that set that we saw there, this is a 2-piece and a 4-piece set bonus. So what you could do is you could have multiple different sets, and you could just use the 2 bonus of them. So you could have a 2-piece set, then another 2-piece set, and then another 2-piece set, then another 2-piece, because you can have in total 10 pieces of gear, right? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, I'm counting my shield. Shield doesn't count. 1, 2. So you have 10 pieces. So you could do 5 2-piece sets. If you wanted to do the full 4, you could have 2 4-piece sets, and then another one could be a 2-piece set. Hopefully this is making sense. I feel like I'm saying the same word over and over again. Azuri says, off stream, I'd pay per view to watch Baggins the Hoarder salvage everything. I'd have to, like... Like I say though, the problem with doing content like that is I know that I would need to not read chat because I just need to focus on what I'm doing. As soon as I try and like multitask clearing out my inventory and also reading chat, it's just everything takes so much longer. On, and then we'll run it ahead. Dude, I haven't done the depths in a while. I just realized this has been a while since I done this dungeon. We're standing on the pads. Nick says, how come you're not gear score capped? Just like... Honestly, the difference between 725 and 700 isn't really... I've said this for the longest time, and I believe it. That gear score is not the most important thing. Perks are the most important thing. I'd much rather take a set of good perks at a lower gear score than max gear score with bad perks. But if the question you're asking is, well, Baggins, you've been playing New World for so long, how comes you don't have a full set that is also max gear score? Why not both? The answer is just laziness, honestly. I didn't play this character for the longest time. This was my main character. This is the guy that I started playing New World with back in 2021. And then when New World Eternum came out, and the game came to Xbox and PS5, I actually started a new character. I did the fresh start, so we could play with the console players on the brand new servers. And then recently, I've decided, actually, I'm going to go back to my main. I'm going to go back to just, you know, being Baggins. Rather than Baggins the Third, or T-Baggins, or Big Biscuit Baggins. I just want to have my default, my classic character. But he is missing, you know, some 725 items. Because back when I played this character, 700 gear score was the max. And it doesn't really matter, though. I'm not really spending time upgrading to 725, because I know I'm just going to be replacing things with 800 anyway. What's the likelihood that daggers would be a huge surprise this season? I don't think we're going to get this. I think it would sadly just be, you'd be hoping for too much to see daggers next week. I think there's a small possibility that we get daggers before Christmas in sort of a mid-season update. But I think the mindset that most people should be in is that daggers won't be here until January. I think we get daggers in the new year. Have we got the shield on this character, says Belton? I don't. But the shield is going to be stuck at 625. So we won't be able to upgrade it to 800, sadly. Might still be good enough in Outpost Rush, because you do have the gear score scaling in Outpost Rush, so... The shield scale now. In Outpost Rush and 3v3 Arena and Capture the Flag, there is gear score scaling. It's been in the game for a long time now. But items that are not max gear score do scale up. So right now, anything that is below 700 becomes 700 gear score in Outpost Rush, 3v3 Arena, Capture the Flag. In the next update, anything that is not 775 will become 775 in Outpost Rush. Yo, Roll Die, good to see, man. Did they release fresh servers? You recommend pre-leveling for the new expansion? I don't think... So, what's probably going to happen, Roll, is because the game's getting pretty busy right now, certainly here on Europe, they've been adding new servers because the current servers are getting full. But the new servers, they don't have that fresh start tag on them. So you can transfer a max level character into them. The unique aspect about the next update is it's entirely focused on like the end game. It's not redoing the storyline, it's not doing the new player experience. That's been done many times. At this point, it's a continuation of the end game and reworking the end game systems. Because they're reworking the end game systems, it represents a really big change in terms of what gear is good. And it means that most players, if not all players, are going to be replacing their existing gear with new items. So as a result, the usual concern of a fresh start player is, I'm coming back into the game, and I'm going to be behind everybody. But you're not, because it's like a soft reset. People are going to be replacing their stuff with new stuff. Everybody's going to be learning the new meta and the new playstyles and the new perks, and we're all going into the next update as newbies. So to that extent, just having a character, if you don't have a level 65 character, that's the only real requirement you need. Having Biscuit or whatever doesn't really matter because, you know, like this build that I have right now, it's pretty solid, but it's probably not going to be very good in the next update. I want to join Nisa, but it's full. Any info on when I can transfer? As soon as Nisa gets less busy, but that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, Bob, I'm afraid.
What's good baggins?
I think, by the way, the next weapon, in my opinion, is very, very likely daggers, chat. There are 3 weapons in development. The devs have told us they got 3 weapons that they're working on, but the next one, I think it's gonna be daggers. I really do. Real Moto, thank you so much for the 36 months with the tier 1. How long does it take to get to level 65, says Roll? For like a casual playthrough, somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 hours. But for the sweaty New World players, I know some of my chat have told me that they've done it in like 12 hours, which is crazy. The fastest I've ever done a roll was 18 hours. But it's typically been on stream, so, you know, just stand still to yap and talk to chat. I guess maybe that's how they do it so fast, because they're not just blabbering away all the time. Relentless says I'm excited for the new update. Are you? I am very excited for the next update, man. It represents new stuff. I badly want new stuff in New World. Yeah, fastest way to level up these days is just following the main storyline. Can you upgrade gear that is not named but is 700, says Tryhard? Yes, they confirmed. The only stipulation is it has to be 700 or higher. It could be a drop, it could be named, it could be an artifact, it could be crafted. Just has to be 700 or higher. Ham says, what are the 3 weapons in development? We don't know. They haven't announced any of them. They just told us there's 3. 3 weapons in development. I think one of them's daggers. I think one of them's probably a pistol or dual wielding pistols. Pistol and a shield. My most confident guess, and you know, the confidence on the daggers is like astronomically high. Like I would bet money on it being daggers. On at least one of the 3 weapons being daggers. I would actually be willing to take a bet. And I'm not really that much of a gambling man. But the other 2 weapons, I wouldn't gamble on them. I don't know. I'm still in the dark on those. Pistols, though, if I was gonna, you know, just throw out some guesses. Pistol of some form would be a weapon, and then maybe like a lightning glove, lightning gauntlet, lightning staff, something with lightning. Crossbow also makes a lot of sense. I will agree with that one, chat. Could be crossbow as well. I feel like thematically that makes a lot of sense in New World. What about throwing knives as a weapon? They could, like with the hatchet, where you have the melee side of the skill tree, and then you have the range side. They could have like daggers, where like the left side of the skill tree is all about like melee and stealth and damage, and then the right side is like throwing and poison and stuff. That could make sense. I could see that happening. Stomp these guys, and then try and run through to the next area. Arcane and lightning weapons. Flail does have the arcane element on it. We do have a weapon that represents arcane now. I've gone too far, haven't I? Hansa says, well, how will they make money off this massive free DLC? There's a lot of monetization in the game now. You can buy skins, you can buy transmog tokens, you can buy boosty tokens, whatever these are, gathering XP, proficiency. There's temporary emotes, fireworks. There's a battle pass. There's gear sets. There's server changes. There's a character appearance reroll, transmog tokens. There's a lot of stuff in the store. None of it's like before you're like, oh, a big store, like it was pay to win. No, it's like just, like I say, skins, dyes, mounts, mount attachments, the biggest money right there, emotes, character reroll, housing furniture. This is where they make their money. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, it's Hammer. Yo, Hammer, what's going on? Hammer over on YouTube. Oh, you doing good, sir? What's going on with my shadow? It's in like 5 FPS. You see that? Woo! Thoughts on the Abyss Great Axe, Zuka? I'm a bit confused by what they mean. If the way that I'm reading it is that the Abyss Great Axe is going to scale equally off of strength and intelligence. So like every point of intelligence gives it like, you know, 100% damage, and every point of strength gives it 100% damage. It's gonna be insane. That thing's gonna hit so hard. If it like becomes the great sword, which equally scales off with strength and dex, but it equally scales off with strength and in, that's bonkers. But I would say, because like Great Axe by default can now do like strength and in, it's like losing a little bit of, you know, it's what makes it unique. I'm a little sad barbershop costs money, says McPuffin. Yeah, I've seen people say the same thing about the transmog tokens as well. They're upset that they are a paid feature. But for me, it's like, you know, the acknowledgement that New World, if we want this game to be, we don't want a subscription model, we don't want it to be pay to win. We want it to be like a game where you buy once and then that's it. You know, it's a one-time purchase. I think most people will hopefully agree that the monetized model of New World, where it's just buy once and that's it, is pretty cool. But if we wanted to keep it that way, they do need to have like every other opportunity that like could be used to make money that isn't game breaking. They would need to monetize. So name change, server transfer tokens, character appearance reroll. There's sort of just like cosmetic things on the side. Those being monetized, I feel like it's a fair trade-off for what is generally a pretty good business model with New World from the customer standpoint. In an ideal world, everything would be free, right? New World would be free, the transmog tokens would be free, name change would be free, server change would be free, but that sadly we're not living in that world. Pizza would be free. Dude, some free pizza. Oh, man. Could go for some free pizza. Kind of hungry right now, actually. Is it worth saving anything in my bank gear-wise before the patch? Anything that's above 700, you can upgrade to 800 taco. So maybe any items 700 gear score or higher, you might want to hold on to them. I think it's still, you're probably going to be getting rid of them because it's just going to cost too many umbral shards to upgrade them. But yeah. Hansa says, have they said anything on the Lord of the Rings MMO they're making? They have not, no. It's still, yeah, man. What's up? No, the Lord of the Rings MMO is still pretty hush-hush. Haven't heard anything in a while. Relentless is going to be Foxmans in the Battle Pass, so people will be buying them. That's true. And maybe they'll add more like cat ears and stuff into the game as well, because they made a lot of money off of that. Dodgerson says, isn't the lead dev the original New World dev? It's widely believed that Scott Lane is now the game director on the Lord of the Rings MMO. Yes. That is a lot of thinking that to be the case. Bogain says, isn't there already a Lord of the Rings MMO? There is. Lord of the Rings Online. It's a fantastic game, but it is very old. It is also not cross-platform. It is not on Xbox or PS5, which the new Lord of the Rings MMO will be. They're remaking it? No, it will be a brand new game. It has nothing to do with the Lord of the Rings Online. In so much as, I don't know, what's an example, like, trying to think of where you have like an IP, but it's different. Same IP, but different game. New Lord of the Rings MMO mobile? I don't think it's going to be on mobile, no. They said it would be cross-platform, but for console and PC. Did I miss a sub or something, by the way? I thought I heard a noise. Yeah, Fleur Oxentine. Oxentine, thank you so much for that tier 1. Thank you, Oxentine. Thank you. Oh, are we in? We're in. My bad. Was I ever big into Elder Scrolls Online, says Eric. No, not really. I played it when it first came out. And we've played it a little bit on and off throughout the years, but it's close enough to New World that I feel like, you know, a similarity. Like with the sort of action combat. But I do believe that New World's action combat is a lot better in my opinion. Let's go. Thank you, Oxentine. Thank you, friend. Why would they do that instead of focusing more on New World, says Mogains? Because there's massive money in Lord of the Rings. I mean, Lord of the Rings is a huge, huge, huge IP. Amazon also does have, like, I think one of the things that people get a little bit confused with Amazon is they are a massive entity. Like, they're not just one game dev team anymore. Like, Amazon is working on like 6 different games at this point. And it's different devs, so... Like, the people who make New World...
Are we there yet?
The people who are making New World are not the same people who are making the Tomb Raider game and King of Meat and all of our other games. As long as I can play Uruk-hai on the B side, I'm fine. Yeah, so with Lord of the Rings Online, you can do something called monster play, where you can make an orc or an Uruk-hai or a spider. It's only PvP though, but I hope they can copy that in some way. That'd be cool. Jin, thank you so much for the tier 1 for the 6 months. Thank you, Jin. Anybody over on that end? Yeah, they got it. Endstalker says, I want to start and get back to playing as I've been on a 5-month break. What should I do to get ready for the new content? All you need to do, Endstart, is be level 65. That is it. That's as far as it goes. If you want to take additional steps, I think working on your PvP rewards track will help out quite a bit. We do know that there are going to be at least 2 of the new gear set bonus items, so it's a new type of gear. You're going to be able to get those from the PvP rewards track. So putting some time into leveling it up, because usually it's the case that you have to get to at least 50 before exciting stuff starts showing up. You can do some PvP to level up the PvP rewards track. You could also work on getting your trophies in your house as well, if you're familiar with the trophy system. If you're not, we can go over it after this dungeon. But the Lost trophies, the trophies that give you bonus damage to the Lost family, those are probably going to be quite handy for the next update, because the next raid will feature all Lost enemies. Okay, I'm in on the second run of the worm. Sorry, just reading Discord. Baggins, do you reckon it's worth farming the Forgotten Protector heavy set instead of Frigid Dawn before the next update? Remind me, what's on the Forgotten Protector again? Forgotten Protector. I might need to look it up. It's not clicking in my mind immediately, Galaxy. Did you say AGS owns a title called King of Meat? They do. It's a new game. It only came out last week. In fact, I think it was only a couple days ago. They have a new game called King of Meat. It's like a 4-player party game sort of thing, like a Castle Crashers, I believe. Tools are going to be gear score increased as well, says NF. I guess so. They haven't really talked about it. You won't be able to use Umbral Shards to upgrade tools. It's got health and elemental aversion. It might be okay. With Enchanted Ward getting nerfed, maybe health and elemental aversion might be the more desirable. My personal belief is that we're not really going to be using much of the current gear that's in the game right now, chat. And again, I could be wrong with this. It is anybody's guess at this point. Unless you've played the update, it is guesswork. But my thought process is probably 95% of the items that we currently consider good right now, not going to be using them in the next update. I think you're mostly going to be farming new items out. Which is both a blessing and a curse. It's good if you're somebody who's coming back to the game after a long break, because you don't have to like, oh dude, I didn't go get the set of the Hairy Wanderer. I'm so far behind, dude. Everybody's got the Hairy Wanderer set and I never got it. But at the same time, if you're right now, you're playing the game, you're like, Baggins, I want to prepare. I want to make sure I'm ready to go for Nighthaven. There's not really much you can do. So it's like frustrating to those of you who want to be prepared and want to be ready, because there really isn't much you can be doing. But those of you who are like unprepared and you just want to hop in day one of the new update and just be ready to go and not be behind everybody else, it's great for those people. Make gold? Yeah, probably gold is always like the safest bet, right? Gold will let you get like the perk charms. You could buy stuff, you know. What limited stuff you will buy off the trading post then. That'll be good. Did I stash PvP boxes? So I'm holding on to all my boxes, T-Millie. But again, I don't think it's really going to benefit me much. My thought process is right now, I don't really have anything that I need currently in the game. So I'll hold on to them. And then maybe they'll be better to open in the next update. Worst case scenario, I don't gain anything, I don't lose anything. Because if I open those boxes right now, like, am I going to get better stuff out of the boxes right now than I would in the next update? No. But is it going to be worse? You know what I'm saying? Boom. Which secondary weapon would you recommend for SNSs, Gaskin? Depends what you want it to do. If you want it to be a bit of a damage, or you're doing some PvP, or if you want it to tank. Sword and Shield's got a lot of things you can play it with. Sword and Shield Spear, Sword and Shield Great Axe, Sword and Shield Warhammer. I'm using Sword and Shield Flail and Shield right now, which I quite like. The reason why I have so much stamina, Crip Walking Cobra, is because I am using the Wall. It's an artifact tower shield that you get from Mutated Ennead, and it says 5% base damage reduction, you cannot dodge, and stamina regen is reduced by 10%, but you have 33% more stamina. So yeah, you get a ton of extra stamina with this shield, so you can block. But you can't dodge. The Outpost Rush boxes are all level 65, says Ataraxi. Yeah, so probably not a good idea to save them. But heck it, you know, I'm doing it anyway. What do you think of the best max professions or trophies, says Vitorama? I think jewel crafting, armoring, and weaponsmithing are the ones that they told us are going to be like the go-to for the next update, Vital. Good news with jewel crafting and armoring is they both use the same trophy. The armoring trophy also covers jewelry, which is nice. Won't Outpost Rush boxes scale up? No, you'll probably be able to get like level 70 Outpost Rush boxes. So, yeah. Don't think so. Demented. New type of boxes coming in. Alright, none of these are above 700, so just get them out of here. Why is jewel crafting gonna be big next patch, says Squiggles? Crafting jewelry and then leveling it up with 800 gear score. In my opinion, historically, jewelry has always been like the most awkward thing to come by. Like, if I take an example right now of like how does gearing work in the game right now, if you want to get ready for the Hive of Gorgon's raid, you can go to the faction store and buy armor. It's 675 gear score, so it's kind of on the low end, but it has health, refreshing, enchanted board. So we've got good armor that we can get from the faction store. If you want a good weapon, just an artifact and then any other weapon. You can get weapons from the Well of Fortune that will very consistently be pretty good. So getting armor and getting weapons is pretty easy. The problem is getting jewelry. Getting jewelry in the game right now, it's a bit of a pain in the butt, especially when it comes to getting your protection amulets. Getting a strike protection, thrust protection, slash protection, you know, all the protection amulets that help you against specific bosses that do one type of damage. There's no good source for those. So that's where jewel crafting can come in. So if you can craft yourself amulets and then upgrade them with Umbral Shards, boom, big money. So I would say that's the play. That's why jewel crafting. Also, jewel crafting, I think they confirmed it to be one of the sources of making charms. Charms is a new concept where, right now, I have this gem, right? This gem makes me a tank. It says taunts are active, you generate 350% more threat. What I can do is I can go to the replace gem menu, and then I can switch it out with a different gem. So if I don't want to use this flail, let's say I just want to use it for healing instead, I just put a diamond in it. Boom. There we go. That was straightforward. I lost the old gem, but I have a new one. That same system is now going to be working with perks. They call it charms, but it's a very similar concept. So instead of or alongside the gems, you're also going to be able to socket in different perks. Those socketable perks, which they call charms, one of the ways you'll make those is through jewel crafting. To my understanding, Squiggles. That's what they've explained so far. Wixall says, I'm trying to find a healer build. Also don't have options for DPS. The only one I can find is Void Blade, which I don't care for. Healer builds could also use Flail. It's pretty good. Pretty good one to pair with it, Wixall. So you could try Life Staff with Flail. Shadow says, whenever I buy a second house, can I still buy another one for 5k? There's no 5,000 gold house in Everfall, I think. I think the cheapest house is tier 2 in Everfall. This one here, right? I don't think there's the Everfall doesn't have a... Let me go check. I don't think Everfall has a tier 1 house. Nolly says, will the perks be destroyed like the gems when you swap them out? Yeah, I think so, Nolly. That's how they described it. Matrix prices on US East have gone up overnight, says Ball. I need to take a look at that, actually. So I don't want it to do that. What are the prices of Matrixes on our sub? Have they gone up as well? No, that's still pretty low. Under 6k. Weapon Matrix. Still pretty cheap. I wonder if I should buy some of these. Do we bank on it, chat? Any idea where a tier 1 house is? You can get a tier 1 house in Windsward. That one's easy. There's a tier 1 house in Cutlass Keys. You have to go like to the top end of the town, but there is a tier 1 house in Cutlass Keys. And I think there's a tier 1 house in Brimstone as well. So yeah. Psycho said they were 4.4. So they have gone up a little bit then. Alright. I'm gonna get ready for Sandworm, chat. We're gonna do Worm in about 20-30 minutes, but I don't want to commit to doing anything. I could maybe go into the PvP zone, right? If I just get my perks and stuff ready. Did they mention something about crafting yet, says Sephiroth? Crafting is gonna be used to make the charms, which is like the new perk system. So use crafting for charms. That's gonna be a consistent source of like something you'll always need as people switch out craft perks, basically. You're also gonna be able to craft you're going to be able to craft some gear that you can then upgrade with Umbrals as well. So crafting will still have some relevancy. I think they posted some like images of crafted gear. Magical weapon ability to do 7% less damage, but they store a weapon that charges element. I saw that one. So this is a weapon that would drop in M3, difficulty 3. It's got 2 skill slots. That's kind of crazy. Does that mean you can put like Mending Vortex and Powerful Eruption on the flail? It's kind of bonkers. Okay, Let's Go says, how much FPS do you have in the game? I cap my FPS at 80, but we do consistently stay at 80. I just like the nice, consistent frame rate. Okay, Let's Go. Rather than going up to like 120, but then like dropping down to like the 80 or 70 or whatever. I just like to have a sort of static fixed... I don't know, it just feels better. The game feels more consistent. You're live on YouTube, says Michael. Yeah, live on YouTube and Twitch now. Yeah, we got YouTube chat, we got Twitch chat. Blast and Savior on the life staff. Yeah, that could be pretty bonkers as well, actually. Although, if you can still get the healer hat from Sandworm. Here we go. This is a crafted item here. So this Warhammer was crafted. It's got an defense slot, a skill slot, and then 2 random perks. So you can still get like a pretty good item. You're gonna have to like, it's gonna be a lot of gambling and crafting, but you're gonna be able to gamble good items. And you can sell these. Unlike most other items, you can sell these. So crafting will still be a way to, like, you know, make some items. It's gonna be a lot of gamba, though. Is the new expansion including Fresh Start Realm, says Philman? No Fresh Start servers. There will be new servers, but you'll be able to transfer into them with your max level character if you want, Finman. Yeah. Don't worry, though. Again, people that I've seen this question come up time and time again. You're not going to be behind. In the next update, like, I think people worry that if they don't have a brand new server, they're going to be behind everybody. Not the case. Because there's so much new stuff. Like, all of the existing stuff is being replaced with the new stuff in the next update. Right, let me do my rapier skill tree real quick before we forget. Sort these out. Rapier. Do flurry, flesh, and evade. Do. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. I just like the early game leveling PvP, says Finman. You could get that with a new character right now. If you make a new character, there's a lot of low-level players. Sad thing about the fresh start server experience is, you know, like, even if you were just to play on a new server, it doesn't have to be locked for transfers. You could play on a new server. But it is fun, right? When you play on a server and, like, everybody's level 20 and running around. But it only lasts for, like, 2 days. That's the only problem with it. You get that experience of people being low level for, like, 2 days. Because leveling's so fast these days. When does Season 10 actually go live? Monday, 13th of October. Around about 4 p.m. for Europe, T-Millie. Which for those of you in America, which I know is a good chunk of chat, it's going to be around 10 a.m. East Coast America. As somebody who doesn't have Angry Earth says, why are you looking at my username? As somebody who doesn't have the Angry Earth, am I locked away from everything, including the DLC? So without the Rise of the Angry Earth, you're stuck at level 60, which means you can't get to level 70. So to some extent, yes. You can probably go into the new Nighthaven zone, but you won't be able to pick up the quest without first getting to level 65. Imagine a VG with Scream and Orb, says Bodol. Yeah, getting 2 weapon perks. So you could have a life staff with Refreshing Divine Embrace and Fortifying Sacred Grounds. It would be kind of bonkers. Man. It would be pretty wild. Nuggle Sandwiches just hit 65 for the new expansion coming. What daily should I be doing to maximize my earnings and progression? I like to do my daily dungeons. I usually try and do these, even, you know, for somebody with a pretty good amount of gold. I like to go in sandwich activities, mutated expeditions, and do 2 of these a day. The first 2 that you do get you a box like this with 1,000 gold. And if you do it as a tank or healer, you get an extra 500 on top. So that's like 3,000 gold a day if you tank a couple dungeons, which, you know, 3,000 gold every day, considering, you know, I play New World pretty much every day. That's 30,000 gold for 10 days. 90,000 gold a month. Not bad. And then I also do a 2-for-1, so I pick up faction missions at the same time. The first 3 faction missions you do per day get you a 5 times gold multiplier. And I like to buy gypsum mobs. I don't know if these are going to really be that useful in the next update, but you get the faction tokens for free, so... Yeah, we hand these in. So I hand this one in. This is going to use my last remaining daily bonus. So this is currently giving me 225 gold. The next one I hand in, I don't have the daily bonus, so now we only get 22 gold. Actually, so that's a 10 times multiplier. Damn, I thought it was 5. 10 times. You get 10 times the amount of gold. So I like to hand in 3 faction missions, do 2 mutated dungeons. What else do I do, chat? What else is a daily thing? Those are the main ones that I aim to do. Oh, and I also go around every town and I pick up these things as well. These are going away next week, but you can do this right now. Go into the middle of every town, interact with this thing, get a basket. A little bit more gold there as well. Okay, Let's Go says, what is the most safe class in PvP? If you're like worried about dying, Sword and Shield is pretty difficult to deal with. Sword and Shield and heavy armor. It's pretty strong. Are you building up quests after the update, Baggins, so you can hand them in on Monday? Nah, I don't think it's worth it, heck it. Also, I've like finished all the quests on this character anyway, so... I could have a bunch of faction missions ready to hand in, but I think I'll just do the main storyline. Yeah, I think that's my play. Let's go around and do all the towns actually real quick. Also, chat, I'll just be right back. Be right back. Be right back like 2-3 minutes, okay? Be right back real quick. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that, friends. How we doing? Chi Wong in the YouTube chat says, do we have any info on new weapons coming soon? Yeah, there's going to be a new weapon. They said it would be shortly after the Nighthaven expansion. So November, December, it might be January though. I think January is when the next major big update, you know, like a season. So seasons in New World, people often get confused by these. Seasons are basically just like a big patch rather than like a restarting. People hear seasons and they think like Diablo or Path of Exile with the seasons in those games. But yeah, Season 11, I think, is the most likely candidate to give us the new weapon, which I also believe is going to be daggers. Very much in the belief that next new weapon will be daggers. Hype level, says Tropsky. Hype level's pretty high, man. I'd say we're at like a solid 8 right now. I'm looking forward to Nighthaven a lot. What I'm not looking forward to is like probably the lack of sleep and just how like unbelievable amounts of stuff that we get to do. From like the gameplay standpoint, it's fantastic, but I wish I was able to prepare some YouTube videos ahead of time so I could just lock in on stream. But because we're just gonna be doing it all at the same time, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Will Nighthaven be the start of a new season? Yes, Nighthaven and Season 10 are like, they are one and the same, MIG. George W. Kush says, anyone else catch the final shot of the trailer of the guy using dual daggers? Yeah, it's the boss though. I looked at that trailer like back a few times. I'm like 99% sure it's the boss, right? Or is it? You go into this video. There's one here.
Come, wanderer.
This trailer, man. Holy flip, it's so good.
The gods foretold of your arrival. They show a dark.
Xbobble says, what is his wife going to say about this lack of sleep? Gamgee, she's ready. She's aware of it. I mean, you know, it's the same every time of year, but this year it's going to be especially crazy because I can't prepare any YouTube videos. No, not this one.
Now the cards fall silent. All is darkness.
Discover a new region. You started in season with a fresh character? No, you don't, Rezu. You can if you want. So what they were trying at the beginning of this year is they had seasonal servers. So there were brand new servers where you could make a character, and it would only exist for the duration of that season. So it would be a server that would be around for like 2-3 months and then it would go away. But they decided people didn't like that. So yeah, a season is a new update, but it doesn't mean that you have to restart for every season. It's just a continuation of what we have. What drinks and meals do you have planned for Monday? We're gonna go out on Sunday and just like go grab a bunch of like ready meals and stuff, but hopefully like some good ready meals. And then I've got a bunch of like snacks that are easy to eat on the stream, like protein bars and stuff like that. Just things that keep me full. All right, yeah, I want to see. Is it in this trailer? New raid Isle of Night. So here's like a mini boss or something like that. As the jesters. Such a cool enemy design, by the way. As a player... Oh, you don't get to see it in this one. Maybe it's in the extended dev video then?
You may try to defeat the darkness.
Yeah, this is the part that people see, right? It's this thing that makes it think like it's a player with dual daggers. Can I get that? Yeah, this is a mob chat. This is a boss in the raid. We saw it in the other video, but this is not a player. She's definitely dual wielding daggers, but that's not a player. That is one of the enemies that you fight, I believe. I think it might be the final boss, because if we go here, and then we go to the dev video, and then when they're talking about the Isle of Night raid,
Legion in Brimstone.
Feel to it, some of the
journey. What is
all right, we gotta look through this as well.
yeah. So got loads of kind of
It would be pretty hype
which
though
is
if you
really
kill her
fun,
and she
but-
drops daggers.
And,
Imagine if that was the only way you could get daggers though. So there, this person up here, she's like watching you fight these minions. That is her. It's so hard to see. But that's her there on top of the throne, like the final boss, I'm assuming. She's watching you fight these other dudes. That is this lady, I believe. But I mean, you can't really see that pixel up there. Am I gonna wear a cosplay on Monday? No, it's just so in the past I did the outfit for the Dune Awakening stream, but it's just really uncomfortable streaming for like 12, 14, 16 hours while wearing an outfit. It's just like, honestly, I know it sounds dumb, but it's just awkward. I want to be comfy for next week's streams because we'll be streaming for so long. She drops a dagger with a 0.01% drop rate. Is there any other footage of her?
Yeah, and the kind of really.
They don't really show much outside of the first boss.
They're gonna feel
A take off too.
But
So there's so not really.
No, but yeah, I'm sure, chat. I'm sure it's the first boss. I believe very much so. Let me catch some other stuff in chat. I missed a few messages. If I start with Sword and Shield, what should be my secondary weapons? Is okay, let's go. Honestly, the starting build that they give you is Sword and Shield Hatchet. It's a pretty solid build. Sword and Shield Hatchet's good. When are you running the new raid, says Clayton? As soon as we can. You have to be level 70 to do the Isle of Night. But we're going to try and do the new raid on the first week. So we'll be, hopefully by this time next week, we'll be running the raid, if not earlier. I'm assuming we're probably going to need some new gear and we're going to need like to put together a pretty good build. But yeah, as soon as we can do the new raid, we'll give it a go. I believe there's also a plan to do the raid in like a streamer group. So we take a bunch of New World streamers and we're going to try and do it together. Dude, me and Jay and Doomsday and Liam and a handful of other New World streamers. It sounded like she said a bad word when you fast forwarded it, says Wolfsbane. Wait, I was going to say you might need to clip this, but is there clipping of streams on YouTube? I don't think there is there? Raphael says, how viable is medium heavy gear for PvE for DPS? Not very viable. DPS, if you want to do damage, you need to be in a light equip load. And the reason why is when you're in a light equip load, you get 15% base damage increase. And that base damage increase is usually giving that up in favor of having more armor. It's just a bit taboo in dungeons and in raids and stuff. Right, I think we're ready to go, right? Have I got all the stuff? Got incense. Oh, I might need food. In PvP, a lot of players playing medium. Yeah, in PvP, medium is fine, but in PvE, which I believe our friend was specifically asking about, it was over in YouTube chat. We had Raphael. He was saying medium heavy gear for PvE DPS. It's just not that popular. Baggins, do you feel desync and optimization sometimes in gameplay? No, Mosles, but I know a lot of people, especially coming back to the game, have been having issues with the frame rate in the game. We did find there was a Reddit post. Somebody found a solution to it. You might want to consider trying that there. I'll post it in Twitch and YouTube chat. That obviously only applies to PC though. Good Night says, I just started the game for the first time. Is there a good place to look for endgame builds? Yeah, so usually what would happen, Good Night, right now it's on pause because we're making some adjustments, but we do have our builds in Discord. We have the build bot and the build finder threads. So you can type !builds in the Twitch chat, and then you can take a look through these. But like I say, it is currently on hiatus right now. Endgame builds, I wouldn't really focus too much on them because they're going to be changing so dramatically with Season 10 that you're going to be replacing and changing all the elements of them. However, if you're like, I don't care, Baggins, I need to see the builds right now. I need it, otherwise my head will explode. I would recommend checking out New World-Builds, nw-builds.com. Langy's website, it's pretty well put together. He's got a lot of builds on here. Again, just be mindful that things are going to be changing quite dramatically. But can I give you a link to this? I can post that in Twitch chat. Medium and heavy gear not being viable for DPS sucks, says Martin. I think my character's wearing heavy. You can get light armor pretty easy, but it's just a trade-off. You're wearing medium or heavy, you get more armor, but you do less damage. But the desire is to just try and do as much damage as possible in PvE, so... What I will say is if you're running something like the Catacombs, or if you're just playing more casually, I think it's entirely viable that you could just, you know, play what you want. One thing that you do have that's the power in your favor is when you go mutated expeditions and you randomly queue up as damage, you can just literally wear whatever you want. It's only if you're trying to do like organized content that you might need to adhere to a meta more. Yo, Bwandy, good to see you. How you doing, my friend? All right, let's get ready for this sandworm, shall we? I'm gonna jump in the Discord and then mute myself. And we're gonna go 25 focus for the cooldown reduction, and then the rest into intelligence. Elam says, Baggins, I told my wife Battlefield 6 is Friday and New World Expansion is Monday, along with hockey season starting today. She told me, alright, I'll see you in 3 months. When it rains, it pours, dude. It's all at the same time. Alright. I'm good, right? This is everything. We didn't need to make any other changes. I got the coatings, I got the tinctures, I got the incense. I might want to grab a few more honing stones. I'm not going to be playing, some of you guys asking about Battlefield 6. I do not plan to play Battlefield 6 myself. It's not that I don't think the game's good or anything. I don't know. First-person shooters, FPS, I'm just not really much into them these days. I used to play shooters all the time back in the day. People over on YouTube, especially if they've been there for a long time, will know that Realm Royale and Hyperscape, even Apex Legends, used to play quite a lot of those, but not that much these days. Europe says you don't play bow. I have bow maxed out. We've played bow from time to time, but it's just not my, I don't know, not my go-to build. One of my less played builds in the game. But we could play some build for, we could play, what's the word? We could play some bow in PvP later on if you guys want me to. Intelligence, that one, that one, that one. That's everything, right? Hey, Grisler, thank you so much for that tier 1, dude. Thank you, Grisler. Thank you, thank you, thank you. US says too much constitution. I know, we've gone a bit crazy with this build right now. Is the finisher farm doable solo, says Mita Rogers? It is, but you'd need like a pretty tanky build. So I've killed the guy who drops it a few times on my own, with like a greatsword, heavy armor, and quite a lot of lifesteal. So yeah, with a lifesteal tank build, you could take down the guy that drops finisher on your own. Usually what you find, you go there though, because there's a bunch of artifacts that are all in the area. You get Boltcaster, Lifetaker, and Finisher. They're all like within sort of 20 meters of each other. You'll usually find there's some people there. Did you see the new leaked bow, says Garaf? I did, yeah. It's the contagion thing or whatever, right? From the PvP server. It like spawns a little poison cloud that follows the player. It's pretty cool. What is the best DPS build right in New World? Says, okay, let's go. For PvE, it's still probably Rapier. Like in terms of raw, like in the very literal sense of damage per second, Rapier bleed build, or even a Rapier evade build does hit really hard. What we're playing right now. In PvP though, the best DPS build, I don't know. Blunderbuss Firestaff does hit really hard, but so does Sword and Shield Hatchet. You don't do 20 in strength, says Tariq? I don't have the stats for it right now. I need the 250 int for the damage over time effects, and I need the 350 dex. I'm using Nimble Coat rather than Itchune Leather Pants, so... No one's farming finisher on my server, says Mita Rogers. Which server are you on? Have you started cooking up any builds with the release info, says Beer Run? We don't have enough info. Like, there's simply not enough, Beer Run. I can tell you that as for my healer build, I'm very, very likely going to be using the new stat bonus. Where is it? Go back to the New World Discord. And then search for messages from Joel. So one of the New World devs was posting a lot of images of stuff in Nighthaven chat. So this looks really cool. I'm thinking like a lightning build could be a lot of fun. But it's just this, you know, there's like little glimpses or whatever, but not enough to like put together a build and then share it on like a website or a YouTube video or whatever. Also, we don't know where any of the gear comes from. So... This bow looks fun. Direct hits with poison shot will trigger vortex. Oh, do I need to... Am I running kick, by the way? I need to take a look at this. I'm running brutal detonate. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I think beer, I'm probably going to be running the set bonus stuff with the healing thing. This thing here. 15% increase healing on targets who aren't in Sacred Ground or Beacon. Seems pretty good for single target heals. Yeah, that's nice. And then healing increased by 15%. Only problem with this is you can't weapon swap for 10 seconds, which is quite a long time. So I'd have to like only play life staff. But yeah. Chu says, may I see your trophies? Yeah, Chu. This is what we're rocking right now. In Windsward, we got the Trophy of the Guardian, which is, I don't even really need it on the wall anymore. I can probably get rid of these. These are just from the old seasons. Ultimate Gathering Trophy. Major Loot Log Trophy. Ultimate Combat Trophy. Armoring Trophy. In Everfall, we've got the Turkey Trophy for the buff duration. Major Loot Log Trophy. Armoring Trophy. Gathering Trophy. Ultimate Combat Trophy. And then finally in Brimstone, Gathering Trophy. Arcana. Loot Log Trophy, PvP Trophy, and Combat Trophy. The only ultimate that I don't have is the Ultimate Crafting Trophy, because I just don't think it's worth it. Because I can't think of a situation where I need to have every single crafting trophy on the wall at the same time. What does focus set mean? So this is a new type of item that they're introducing to the game, Killer Kong, where the more pieces of the set you wear, the more buffs you get. So if you have 2 pieces that have the focus perk on them, then this perk becomes active. So you need to have focused. So this is one piece of the focus set. You see how it says focused at the top? So you need to find another piece that has focused on it, and then you'd get this 2 perk. If you're wearing 4 pieces that have focused on it, then you get 4 pieces. Doesn't seem like there's any downside to it, because you still get all the other perks or charms that you would normally have, so... The set is bad for PvE. It's kind of bad for PvE and PvP, because you want a weapon swap. But the 2 piece is pretty good. Just increases the healing of everything else, so... this chest, by the way, somebody was asking about my transmog. It's called the Frozen Monarch. It drops in Soul Trials, so if you do Soul Trial, you can get the Frozen Monarch to drop in these. I think. Yeah, there it is. Yo, Trick, what's going on, man? Trickaroo! Hexbobble says, Beggars, do you ever do a video of your in-game settings? I did! Exclamation mark settings in the chat. And for those of you on YouTube, you can just search for New World settings. Should find it over there. Hellrider says, what is the new dungeon? It's a new game mode. It's called the Catacombs. So it's like it's a random dungeon every time. It's different every time you do it. And it takes all of the different bosses across all dungeons and puts them in there. It's really cool. This cape is part of my chest skin. So capes are not like if you want to have a cape, it's tied to your chest, chat. So for example, this is another chest piece, but it has a cape on the back of it. This is one of my favorite ones that I usually wear. It's called the Jadeite Dragon. It's got its own cape as well. This one here. So the chest piece that you're wearing has the cape attached to it. And the chest piece that I'm using, it's called Frozen Monarchs. Tariq says reuse bosses. It's just gonna be bosses that would appear from various expeditions. If you wanted to fight brand new bosses, you can do the raid, you could do the main storyline, or you can go into Nighthaven. There's gonna be a lot of new bosses in there. In your video, you had a paladin looking set that was epic with white and gold. How do you do that? So you can use dyes on items. So if you go to this and you dye item, there's a dye that you can get. It's called what is it called, chat? Sharp Silver. There's a dye that you can buy from the store called Sharp Silver. So you go to store, consumables, dyes. Virtuous White or Sharp Silver makes the dye, the armor, look very white. Can you no longer get the Trophy of Warfare at the Territory Standing one? You can't, no, Sparks. They were only available during the seasonal service. They did say that they were going to make them available in some other way in the game, but they never actually did make them available. So yeah, the PvP trophy is only available from the PvP server. Alright, we're going to do the Sandworm raid, chat. Should only take like 5-10 minutes, but... Baggins, I want to start with Sword and Shield, but I don't know what to pick as a secondary weapon. Go with Hatchet to start off with. Okay, let's go. Try Hatchet. Or you could try Spear, you could try Bow. I mean, the beauty of New World is you can just switch your weapons whenever you want. You're not really going to lose out on too much. But the starting archetype that they give you called Soldier is Sword and Shield with a Hatchet. Oh, I think that's pretty good. Sword and Shield Hatchet. Leveling up, it works. PvP, it's good. You can even play it in PvE. Eric Patton in the YouTube chat says, do you currently have the gear to create? Do you need to currently have the gear to create transmog, or can you use the tokens on any gear that you've had at any point? Yeah, as long as you've picked it up at any point in the history, you have a snapshot saved of it. And then if you want to unlock that snapshot as a skin, you have to go to your Stylemancer. So you go talk to the NPC in town, it's called the Stylemancer, and they will show you every item you've ever picked up since the Stylemancer was introduced. And if you see an item that you like the look of, you can spend a transmog token on it. What does the worm drop? It can drop some really powerful items right now, like the Sandworm Boots, the Sandlion Tarsus, the only armor in the game that gives you keen speed. Normally this is on a weapon, but it's on armor. It's so powerful. In PvP, it's probably the most broken item in the game. It's crazy good. So they're really good right now, and you will be able to upgrade these to 800, which I think is something I'm definitely going to be doing. Right, I'm going to turn on the Discord so you can hear the shot caller chat. There we go. Because I know some people like to hear what the shot caller is saying. Turn the game sound down a little bit because this thing's really loud.
Double dot, let's go.
Here we go.
Apply your red dot.
I just pop detonate? Yeah, I should. After the update, there will be changes to Zizo. Yeah, they did say illegal perk items would still be in the game, though. I'm assuming that would include the Sandworm Boots, but maybe they get rid of them.
At spawn.
So, pretty boring fight chat from the perspective that I'm playing right now, which is just, it's called Evade Rapier. I pretty much just stand in the corner of the worm and just keep stabbing it with a rapier. That's all I do, for the most part. So, not the most exciting role that I'm playing right now. We're just focused on trying to do lots of damage, basically. And occasionally we'll go and kill the scorpions when the scorpion phase happens. I'm trying to pick up that sword, but it's not happening. There we go.
Block second.
Oh, I need to block. Here we go. Blocking.
Now.
I blocked. Yo, Willie, what's going on?
Deto.
Yeah, we just got the weekend, Willie. Just the weekend, dude. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then it's
All group 4, go left side.
Night Haven time. I'm in group 4. I'm going left side. The Trophy of Warfare would be useful to have on my alt. Do you know if we can get the Turkey Land trophy? You have to wait for the Turkey event to happen as well, which shouldn't be too far away. The Turkey event comes in with Thanksgiving, which is next month. No, I'm bad. That's my bad. I'm not paying attention. This raid of everything, I should like not read chat. I should just pay attention. That's my bad. I'm not a fire kicker or anything, so it's not too bad, but
one more.
I shouldn't be going down. All right, after I get revived, chat, I'm gonna just I'm just gonna lock in. I'm just gonna pay attention. It's disrespectful to the raid to like just, you know, whilst the stream and chat is like the most important thing to me, considering this only lasts for like 5 minutes, I'm just gonna give it my full attention. So once I get revived, I will not be reading chat. Just for like the next 3 minutes max.
Well play.
Will they lower the cost of Ultimate Trophy, says Timmy? I don't think so, no. I think they're probably gonna stay at the same price. Don't think so. Alright, here we go. Oh, no, 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 no! Okay, we're okay.
Kick.
Yeah. Right, I'm locking in. I'll see you on the other side, chat. Evade, evade, flurry, flash, detonate, evade, evade, flurry, flash.
Mages.
I mean, realistically, we could probably read chat during this, because all I have to do is press Q, R, and F, basically. That's it. And occasionally press block.
Keep the gold, take the buff.
But I said I'd focus. I'm gonna be a good boy. I don't want to waste 19 other people's time by just being a liability. Flurry, evade, evade, flurry, Detonate, evade, evade, flesh.
And let's
Alright.
go down.
Don't die this time, Baggins. Got the sword, go over to this side. Don't stand where the green's gonna be. Alright, move. There we go, I did it. Insane, he did it. He moved. There's another green, move out of that one. Oh my god, green all the time over here.
Okay, one more.
Dude, everyone was... it's okay.
And let's go.
I was gonna say, I might have ruined it for the lights there, but it's far enough away, I think.
3,
Pop a grip potion so we don't get knocked back.
4. Dodge.
Switch over to Warhammer, break the stamina, heavy, ability, heavy, ability. Switch back to rapier.
Okay, Evader go mining after the heavy.
Waiting for the heavy, then I'm gonna go mining like the shot caller says. There's the heavy, I go mining. So he's got that. They're all down. I can't revive that guy because he's in the poison pool right now. I'm gonna block. Evade. Evade. Might be able to kill the worm here. Probably not though. I don't know if we have enough damage. We might get one more phase.
Mages.
Save my detonate for the Ethel I'm about to come in. Detonate now. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Heavy.
Try and pick up that sword. Get the buff. There it is. What? Did I get it?
And let's go mining, no heavy. Let's go, let's go.
Got that. Rack's down. Revive.
One explosion.
Oh, no, no, no. One explosion. No, no, no.
And let's go play your red dot.
That was close. Okay,
And let's go down.
one more scorpion
Take
phase.
the buff. On group for the left side.
Get the sword buff here, chat. Let's just apply a bunch of extra rend. Stack up here. Right, don't die to the worm green
Mana
popping
shift.
under the ground. There he is. Is he gonna be on this side every time? I'm gonna wait again. Okay, we're good.
Okay, one more.
Una
And let's go
mas.
right side. One.
Caliax says, I don't get why the worm doesn't just eat everybody. I mean, that's what I would do if I was a worm.
4.
Alright, here we go.
Dodge.
Get a little bit of damage in before the stamina pops up. And then switch over to Warhammer. Heavy,
One.
ability, heavy, ability. Switch over to Rapier, try and break him so
We
he...
can break it.
Is he gonna do that not? Okay, yeah, there we go.
And finish the worm.
Detonate. And he should be dead here, chat. Woo! We did it! I don't. So I might be wasting it here, chat. Maybe if infused grip potion triggers the empowering toast on potion drink, yeah. So I guess it would count as a potion drink, right? Yeah. So maybe I don't need to use the mana potion. I might just.
G.
I'm wasting a mana potion, I guess. But. How much is a major loot trophy? I think it's like 20,000 gold or
Okay,
something,
now-
Banda. I'm not sure. So I'm gonna open these boxes after Night Haven update, chat. It might like be just a waste of time, but you know, what have I got to lose? If I open them now, it's not really anything I need. Might get something better after Night Haven comes out. Probably not. Nick in the YouTube chat says, what are
Okay,
considered good
move
damage
for
numbers? It
please
depends
replace.
what build you're playing and what scenario you're in.
Barrier, please replace.
There's a great sword, you want to be hitting like, you know,
Please replace.
15k heavies or something, but that's, yeah, it depends on the situation.
Crassus. Karine Vermillon, Monoresto, Galadia, Ligasme, Anra, please place.
GG's guys, thanks for the run.
Thank you for coming.
GG's. Good old keeps, dude. Blue Protocol Star Resonance launched today, says Hive Shadow. Yeah, I took a look at it. It does not interest me at all. Just too much gacha, too much like mobile game mechanics. It's got that thing where you have stamina, and once you've used your stamina for the day, you can't like craft anything more or whatever. Got RNG drops. It just kind of looks like a mobile game, like a mobile MMO. I'm thinking crafting crates may have new charms, says Renato. True. Yeah, that could be it, actually. Aptitude boxes. Maybe you're onto something. You can purchase more stamina, says Dread. Yeah, like, exactly, man. It's, I don't know, the Blue Protocol thing. If it's a game you're into, like, again, I'm not trying to take away from anybody. I'm just stating the reasons why I'm not interested. So we got 7 major sandworm boxes, chat. No, 6. How did I read 7 there? What's wrong with my brain? 6 sandworm boxes, and we have 9 minor sandworm boxes. How many sign in for that raid and then leave, says Disaster? So the roster was posted here. Open link. So this is how they do it. So they'll keep like some people on. So run 1, run 2, run 3. So I was in run 2. I was group 4. So my spot was originally taken by Onion Cutter Ninja, and then it was Baggins, me, and then it was Mole Restoru. But they do keep some people throughout. Obviously the Shotkeeper, you can see, keeps. He's there in all 3 runs. Arakoi is there as well. Givet is there. So they keep some people consistent, and then some people get switched out. It usually depends on what role you're playing or whatever. Are you going to pop all those chests on Monday? I am Killer Kong, yeah. I am, dude. See if we can get some good stuff out of any of them. I think probably none of them are actually gonna like work, and it's just kind of wasting my time. But as I say, there's not really any advantage to opening them right now either. There's nothing I need from these right now that will give me that much advantage. I should open these actually, these exquisitely packed baskets. Maybe I should do that now. It's gonna take a while though. I've got 323 of them. Game just says shopkeeper. Wait, shopkeeper? What? Was this something I said on stream? I've done the thing where I forgot what I said like 4 seconds ago. You said did I say shopkeeper instead of shot caller? I did? Wow. Holy flip. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think there might be like some sort of slight problem with my brain. That doesn't make any sense. What was the potion that stopped you getting knockbacks, says Mr. Kedge? It's called the Infused Grip Potion. This bad boy here. Dreadsack says, is there going to be extended streams next week? Yes, we're looking to do multiple 12 hour or more. Minimum 12 hours per day for every stream next week. Although... Hold on, I'm reading. One problem we do have is, along with streaming, like long hours next week, I also need to get stuff out on YouTube. In the past, we've had the massive benefit of being able to record YouTube videos ahead of time. Because usually there's been the benefit that you can play the patch before it comes out. Whereas this time, it's all happening at the same, on one go. So everything we experience with Nighthaven is going to be on the stream. And I do think it's massively beneficial to have YouTube videos out along with the stream. It's always been like part of my... I've never just been 100% on Twitch. You know, I've always tried to upload content on YouTube. And I want that to still be the case. So... yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out how we're going to balance that out. When do you get on for Pacific South, says Dreadsack? Pretty early on in the day. I start my stream at 12 o'clock here in the UK. So East Coast America, that would be 7 a.m. So West Coast America would be 4 a.m. So I start my stream at 4 a.m. West Coast America. Do you have a guide for returning players on YouTube, level 60 with 275 hours? I do, yeah. If you search like New World Eternum Quick Start Guide or New World Eternum Beginner Guide, Glenn, both of those should help. over on YouTube. Wolfsbane says, I'm glad they didn't do PTR. I could let streamers get early footage. They did do a test server, to my understanding, with some like beta players. It was obviously all NDA, but they did get some feedback. But I know you hate content creators, Wolfsbane, so. Where will the bonus sets drop from, says Thiago? Lots of places, man. Some are going to come from the PvP rewards track, some are going to come from the raid, but we don't know most of the other locations. Alex says, what's the best way to get dense mutated materia? Just spamming mutated dungeons. I don't think there's really many other ways. Just spamming mutated dungeons, Alex. Did the Turkulon trophies stacks as interrogator? No, it's a one-off. So you can get multiple because they're available every Thanksgiving, but you only need one of them. The multiple copies you get don't really serve any purpose. Right, I was thinking, chat, we're gonna go avoid Gauntlet Life Staff. Where are my Azoth conductors these days? I also need to, I want to unlock the final perk on these as well. I think these are going to be really good in Nighthaven. So I need to defeat player enemies. 35 player enemies, that's quite a lot. Maybe we do that in an influence race, probably be easier, right? Wixall says, is it worth spending much money to gear up? No, because all of your gear right now, not all of it, but the vast majority of it you're going to be replacing with new items in Nighthaven. So you'd be spending money on gear that is going to be relevant for like 4 more days. I don't think that's worthwhile in my opinion. Wixel. Katrin says there's going to be 3 tracks, 3 sets from the PvP rewards track, 3 sets from the new raid, and 2 sets from Catacombs. And there will be more than that though, right? Or is that everything so far? Right, heavy boots, medium legs, and a light helmet. We need a heavy chest. We need light gloves, that's what I'm missing. Light gloves. I'm just gonna ignore that message from Konzo. Do you think even artifacts will be replaced? I think some situations. Artifacts are still probably going to be part of several builds, but I don't think they will be as mandatory as they currently are. But this is just, I am like, just guessing here. Very big emphasis on the fact that I'm just guessing. They'll still exist, and you'll be able to upgrade them to 800 gear score, so... Do we have Scream on anything in my inventory? Gamgee says, what did he say? I'll show you, Gamgee. He said, you're looking handsome today, my darling. And then he put a kiss at the end of the message. Shadow says, do you think Elemental Band will get nerfed? No, I don't really see why it needs to be nerfed. It's just like, it's okay as it is right now, so I don't think it needs nerfing, personally. Alright, we're gonna take a life staff in here. There it is. Endless Thirst is good. Hearty, Keen, Healing, that's good. Oh, someone's at the door. 1 sec, chat.
Hello, Mercator. Goodbye.
Okay, I'm back, guys. We need gloves with Peach Fang Scream on it if we can. Yeah, that's what we want. Scream. Brackets, and then we type in the word Scream. I'm in the Twitch chat says, is Firestaff Void Gauntlet build viable if I don't want to do Inferno or Voidblade? I'm thinking Fracture, Vampire Vestments, or just Firestaff things with big orc damage. Firestaff build viable if I don't want to do Inferno or Voidblade. You could, I would maybe, if you wanted to play it that way, my personal recommendation would be go Life Taker. I'm in dot. Life Taker will make your Firestaff, like apply the, what do you call it? Whatever the name of the debuff is that I can't think of the top of my head. The Rend debuff thing. What the heck is it called? Disintegrate, that's it. Yeah, you can apply Disintegrate, which might be worthwhile. Alex says, is there a way to filter for armor type in your inventory? Only by sorting by weight. So what I like to do is I like to keep a storage shed just for light armor, storage shed just for heavy, storage shed just for medium. That's usually been my play. Maybe we have it on a like a heavy chest. Scream. No. What about over here? No. Flip it. We'll just play with that Scream, I guess. What's the worst that could happen? Mitza says, can you recommend a build that could solo Montrapala? Yeah, Sword and Shield, full heavy armor. Honestly, the main thing that you're going to be needing, Mitza Rogers, you need Blood Drinker. It's such a powerful artifact for solo and stuff. So if you don't have Blood Drinker, I think it's going to be quite difficult. Probably want to bring a friend. Because this just gives you so much sustain. Like, you do less damage, but you get so much extra health. Seven Caesar says, I thought the expansion released tomorrow? No, it's always been the case. It says on the New World website. The very, like, the front page of the New World website says it's coming October 13th. Seven Seas. But you're not the first person who thought it was going to be on the 10th. I don't know why. I don't know where this has come from, but there just seem to be some people who think it's the 10th. Tomorrow's Battlefield 6? Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what people are getting mixed up with. Maybe they were thinking Battlefield 6. Do you have any idea when we can expect the patch notes this case? Usually it's the day before, like a few hours before the patch goes live. However, the day before would be a Sunday. And it's very unlikely that, so I guess, yes, Sunday? Sunday is when we would see the patch notes. But they don't often post things and do things on a Sunday. It was supposed to be the 7th? Yeah, it was going to be the 7th quite a while ago. Yeah, that's true. Alright, I think we're good to go. Maybe we want to change our attributes here just a little bit. So we're going to take the 350 focus because we are in a medium equip load. My healing's going to take a beating. I think we want to get at least 150 con so we're not too squishy. And then we dump the rest into intelligence here. I think we're going to get patch notes today, says Katrin. That would be pretty hype. If that is the case, we'll look over them together, chat. Alright, let's try medium Void Gauntlet Life Staff. Let's see how we do in some PvP, shall we? Should we go capture the flag? We haven't done capture the flag in a little while. Let's go capture some flags. Twisty says, Spear with Enfeebling Screw on the weapon lets you solo just about any boss in open world. True, especially if you get Leeching Cyclone in there as well. Could help. Katrin says, Katie and Joel said the patch notes would be later this week on Tuesday or Wednesday, so it's either today or tomorrow. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Aldi Hooligan says, what server are we on? We're on Nisa, over on Europe. Can I still see it from here? Yeah, here we go. There's my server there. Hooligan. Alex says, would you say it's worth upgrading armor artifacts now? Yeah, because the ability to upgrade them to 725 is going away with the update apparently. After Nighthaven drops, if you want to upgrade artifacts, you have to do it with the Umbral Crystals. So if you want to upgrade things to 725, you got to do it now. Hamdothla says, I'm trying to make a bow rapier build. Any suggestions on how I would build with rapier finisher? And what do you think the base damage should be? I'd start, obviously 350 dex is going to be the play, dexterity. Crit chance while empowered. It's pretty good. You can get empowered pretty consistently with the bow. And I think with the rapier it shouldn't be too bad as well. Also, this is the only way that you can get damage with the bow right now as well. I'd still take a good amount of points into intelligence as well to give the rapier damage. I think minimum 50. Is this build going to be for player versus player? Or like dungeons and stuff? How do you get Blood Drinker, says Darkside? Blood Drinker comes from mutated Starstone Barrows. So it's not currently in the cycle right now, I'm afraid. Dent, thank you so much for the 6 months, dude. Thank you, Dent. Thank you very much, buddy. Have they said we have to upgrade to 700 now? No, I think they said the upgrade to 700 would still be there for like named items. So yeah, you can still upgrade to 700, but it's upgrading to 725. You're gonna use this build in PvE? Okay, yeah, I would definitely do like 350 dex, 200 intelligence. Oh, I'm not going for this actually, they're just gonna murder me. What's he hippie? Oh, he's got life staff as well. Is this a tanky tank? Oh! The damage is good. Oh, somebody already got the flag. Good stuff, bud. Nope, never mind, he's dead. Oh wait, that's... he's not gonna be able to make it up, yeah. Should we just go for him? I think we should. Oh no! Wait, did they get it? No, he's gonna get it. He's gonna hand it in. Rip, I didn't see. This is too much. What's the rest of our team? Ah. Well, sorry, Braveheart. Was this question? Ranger, Scholar, Soldier? That's how you search for attributes. Yeah, if you want to search for a particular attribute, you gotta put Ranger. There's no way I make it with this. There's so many of them. Do I have any allies? I got Hippie over here. Oh, I'm so dead. No, dude, we need more blue. Where's the blue? Is there any anti-heal items or skills or perks as White Shadow? Yes. Anti-healing is usually referred to as disease in this game, so anything that applies disease. On my Void Gauntlet right now, I'm using Plagued Crits. Critical strikes against targets inflict disease for 6 seconds, which reduces healing effectiveness. So outgoing healing and incoming healing is reduced. So anything with plague on it will... Plague crits, plague strikes. There's some abilities you can get on certain weapons. The hatchet has a infected throw. There's an artifact you can get called the Plague Herald. Pretty good anti-healing with that one as well. I want to just focus on the flag rather than these weird little side fights. It's not really helping us here. I'm a full PvE player, so for dungeons and raids. If you remind me, Ham, after this, I could try and just put together something real quick, like a bow rapier build. I do want to emphasize pretty heavily right now with the build system. Oh, I gotta help out E-Hippie here. With builds, things are going to be changing quite dramatically with Nighthaven, with Season 10. So it is just definitely worth bearing that in mind, you know, chasing heavily for a particular build right now with all the big changes happening. Can I get this? Get the speed buff. Alright, and then we just gotta hope that they can get our flag back. For bow rapier, wouldn't you just back as a rapier and run away, says Vox? In PvE, you don't really need to run away. So Hamdaltha was talking about playing in a player versus environment. Yeah, you're right. In a PvP scenario, do you want to use that rapier for disengage? Alright, so they've got our flag. It's over there. We have their flag. It's right here. So they need to kill the guy who has our flag so I can hand this in. Nope. Doesn't look like it's happening though. Baggins, what build are you going to be using for leveling to 70, says Judster? Probably quite similar to what I'm playing now. Just a good old Life Staff and Void Gauntlet. I keep pumping the wrong potion, dude. Alright, this is like the whole enemy team. We should now be able to like take the initiative and push up and get them. Noob Hug Bunter says, as a returning player, is there realistically any point in going into Outpost Rush when I hit 65 2 days ago? I have one completed artifact, haven't any time to do others. You could try it, but you probably are going to be a bit of a disadvantage. Noob Hug. People are going to have, like, right now, you're jumping in at the end of the current cycle of the game. So people have, like, fully exhausted and figured out, like, the game is solved right now. Whereas if you were to, like, queue up it, like, next week, you'd be at far less of a disadvantage because nobody's going to have the best gear. But a lot of people have put so much time into the game right now to get to where they are. You know, they've finished the current version of New World. This does not look good for us here, man. This is not looking good at all. Just try and kill one player at a time, I guess. Okay, now go for the flag. Go get it. Get that flag. What is your team doing? Just goofing around. They're playing too defensive. The way to win this is we have to get the flag back. So, Deldu says, I'm a returning player. Void Gauntlet Greatsword a thing? Not really, man. It would be like a very off meta right now, Deldu. You could put like a amethyst gem in your Greatsword, so it does void damage and scales off of intelligence, but like I say, it would be very off meta. So we need to hope that they can kill this guy. If they don't kill this guy, we don't win. I would drop the flag and then run over there and do it myself, but I don't have a way to drop the flag right now. Doo-doo. Holy flip. Gravity Well did a lot of damage. If I want to start all over, says Daniel, what server is best in EU? Nice is the busiest right now, NYSA. But I think it's currently locked. I'm not sure. I need to double check. Do we know? Somebody was saying Nice is locked, but other people were saying it's not locked. It is locked according to New World Database. So your choice is either Saber or Bifrost. Saber is brand new. It's only been around for like 2-3 days. So if you wanted to play with a lot of low-level players, Saber would be a good option. Bifrost is slightly busier though. It's been around a little bit longer. According to New World Database, Nisa's still locked, chat. I don't think we'll win in this, chat. I know they can't kill the enemy flag bearer, so I just go over myself. I think I'm just gonna go over myself. We got 1 minute, so just gonna try. Let's try and see if I can kill the flag bearer and then run all the way back. I'll do it myself. Come here, flag bearer. Oh. Well, this is not looking good. I'm not gonna make that jump. Oh well, we had to try. We had to try. I mean, we're gonna lose either way. At least I don't just lose standing still on the point. Gotta run the yeet offhand for a healer, says Wicked. No, but that doesn't help us. I'm not really like a healer as well. I'm more of like a damage dealer with the backup life staff. Dude, I want to be able to kill people rather than just like purely heal. Unlucky, chat. We tried. I think that was one where matchmaking, just enemy team was a little bit, you know, better. I was running Yeet plus Lifestaff, didn't work that well, says Hippie. I think if you want to purely play as a healer, if you just want to heal, then playing Yeet is not too bad, because you can just knock people away when they're next to you. But I wanted to like do a bit of damage at the same time, so... let's try Outpost Rush instead, because I don't really feel like we got a good feel for the build in that one. Outpost Rush. I will queue up as a healer, because I think I still could be considered a healer, but again, just not the main focus of the build. Wicked says, I've seen a guy yeet 7 players into the middle and kill them at once. Yeah, you can get the stars align and you get the best yeet off the edge of the map and stuff, but like I say, the way that I'm playing this build, it's not supposed to be like that. I want to be able to kill the enemy flag bearer and stuff, and we're just not going to do that through damage with the yeet. Mr. Coldnaught says, I broke Crescent's Wave. I got 21,000 damage on a dummy. Yeah, Crescent's Wave is still kind of crazy. I didn't realize, by the way, I was talking to Gamgee about this yesterday, chat. I uploaded a YouTube short a month or so ago. It was when Crescent's Wave came out. And the title of the YouTube short was Crescent's Wave Does Insane Damage. I just checked in on that short yesterday. It's got like 100,000 views or something of me just one-shotting somebody with a Crescent's Wave. It's the viral weapon. Has the new weapon been officially revealed yet, says PsychMD? It has not, no. Oh, Hamdoltha, yeah, sorry, man. Bow Rapier build. Could I show that real quick? If I take... Let's see, let's just take this right now. So with the Bow Rapier in PvE, we just want to do as much damage as we can. So I think artifact-wise, one of the easiest artifacts you can slap in there is going to be called the Attuned Leather Pants. These give you bonus to all attributes. Again, this build is probably not going to be good in Season 10. And if you're like, well, could you show me a build that is good in Season 10? I can't, because I don't know how it works. But Bow Rapier-wise, for PvE, you just want to try and do as much damage as possible. So we'd go with a Rapier. We're going to play Finisher, because that's just, it's good. It's the best Rapier in the game right now for PvE. And then bow-wise, ideally you'd want something like this. Disdain Infliction, Keenly Empowered, Penetrating Rapid Shot. The perks to prioritize would be Penetrating Rapid Shot and Disdain Infliction. Those are your best perks on the bow for PvE. Diamond in the bow, when you're full health, you do more damage. That's just a given. Jewelry-wise, I don't think there's anything super desirable. Aim to get thrust damage or keen on your ring would be quite nice. Earring, there's no particular standout perks that you'll need. Same with the amulet, there's not really any standout perks. It would change depending... Amulet perks always change depending on what sort of content you're doing. You'll want to change your protection perk. If you're fighting against a boss that does a lot of strike damage, you'll want that. If you're fighting against a boss that does a lot of, you know, slash damage, then you want a slash protection amulet. So amulet changes quite a lot depending on the content. And then, yeah, like I say, armor-wise, we're going to Attune Leather Pants. This is going to give us lots of extra stats, which then equates to lots of extra damage. And we want to be in a light equip load so we can get the dodge roll. The dodge roll is going to help us. What? Sorry, no, we don't want to. I mean, the dodge roll is nice, but the main reason we're in a light equip load is so we can get bonus damage. You get 15% more base damage in a light equip load. So the other pieces we'll be running, we have to use a light chest. So you'd have to use a light chest. If you want to stay in a light equip load with the Tune Leather Pants, we need a light chest. Then we can have one other piece of gear be medium. So we can do medium gloves, or medium helmet, or medium boots. Doesn't really matter which one, just one of them medium. In my situation, based on the limited amount of gear that I have right now, I'm going to go for... What am I going to go for? Do I have... What medium pieces do I have on me? Do that. What am I going to go for? I guess I'll go for medium gloves. I'll do a light helmet. There we go. And then attributes-wise, we just want to pump as much as we can. Dexterity, get that to 350 to give the bow a lot of damage. Because you're wearing a Tune Leather Pants, you're going to start with 16 and everything by default. So getting 25 strength for light attack damage, that does actually, both of these weapons do light attack, so it would work. 25 focus for cooldown reduction, so you can use your abilities more often. You usually don't want that much constitution in PvE, but I'll just rock the 50, and then we'll dump everything else into intelligence just to give the rapier damage. So there we go. That would be the attributes that I would play. Hamdaltha. And weapon mastery wise, I think these are my favorite abilities for bow in PvE. Rapid shot, explosive shot, poison shot. And then on the rapier, yeah, I think this would be fine. And that's how we would play it in PvE. That's what I would do. If there's any particular element that I glossed over that's too fast, let me know. Dothla. Is the new update again payable or not? You do not have to pay for the next update. No, it's a free update. David. Item not returned? Yeah, I know. It spams so much snowy. It's crazy. Well, since we're using this bow build, I mean, it's a PvE bow build, so I'm going to get melted, but we may as well try. We may as well try. Chaos Sharky says, are there active Twitch drops? Not right now, but there will be next week from what I've heard, Sharky. So that's cool. 50 con? Yeah, you wouldn't go 50 con, but it's just because I've got con food active, I think. On my amulet or something. But you would go as little con as possible. Constitution, you just don't really take it in PvE. Although, it's worth saying, you should take Constitution in PvE if you're just not comfortable. If you find that you're dying too often, just take more con. Don't get shamed into running really low con because, you know, everybody says you should. Just run what you're comfortable with. And as a tank or a healer, I think you should run a little bit as well. Can I get a kill? Shake and Bake's bow is in a rough state. I think giving it like the dual attribute scaling will help the bow a lot. Do we know what the other attribute bow is going to scale off of? Has that been confirmed yet, chat? It's going to be intelligence. It's going to be strength. Strength confirmed by Joel. Dexterity and strength. Huh. Well, you put some like points into strength anyway for to give it that light attack and heavy attack damage, so. Are they doing away with upgrading artifacts? How will they handle the extra perk on artifacts? Artifacts is still going to be a thing. You'll upgrade them with umbral crystals, which you can't currently earn right now, but you will be able to in the next update, Remedy. They'll still have one random perk on them that you'll be able to choose what it is. If you remind me, Remedy, we can show you some images. There's been some images shared of artifacts on Discord from the New World dev team. Can I find one real quick? Yeah, so here we go. Empty offense slot. So you have offense, defense, gem slots, and skill slots. And what you can put in that slot, again, depends on the category. How old is the Bifrost services, Dark? It's been around for like 2-3 months. It's the second most recent server. Damn, dude, this bow is doing no damage. $1,300 on a crit as well. That's disgusting. Why is it so pathetic? I'm 50 con. I do more crit damage with just a single Void Gauntlet attack. Should we go for Brute? Do 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 do. Which one is the most recent server? The newest server to come up is called Saba. S-A-B-A. It's a new server on Europe. It's only been around for 2-3 days. Has the New World player count started coming back a bit? It has, Samurai. New World player count's been going up every month for the past 3 months, actually. It's pretty hype. Do 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 do. Remedy says, I see there's no really point to upgrade them before the update. You could upgrade artifacts now as a way to save yourself some Umbral Shards. Because, you know, Umbral Shards are only going to be... you can only earn a certain amount of them per week. Like 4,000 Umbral Shards a week or whatever. So, to that extent, if you've got a limited amount of Umbral Shards, but you have a lot of coconuts and inductors and stuff right now, you could upgrade your artifacts to 725, so you don't have to upgrade them to 725 in the next update. If that makes sense. Did the attributes not save? No, got 350 dex. Do I need more dex? Is that the problem? Gonna try and put this brute token down if I can. Febby says, what server you be in? I'm gonna be on the server Nysa. N-Y-S-A. It's currently full right now though, so you can't get into it. Oh my god, I thought he was just gonna let me kill him. Baggins, come on, dude. I'm just gonna go in with a rapier chat. I'm gonna play to my strengths. I'm not a good bow player. I do think if we practice, we could definitely get there, but I do not practice bow, in case you can't tell. I think I just need to lead my shots more. I'm not accommodating for the travel time. Hey, I got a kill apparently. You need to upgrade 75, then 800? No, you can go straight from 700 to 800 if you want, Giancarlos. But like I say, you can save yourself. So every point that you upgrade costs you Umbral Crystals. Every point past 700 costs Umbral Crystals. So if you do the first quarter of the journey with the current upgrade system, then you can save yourself some Umbral Crystals. Does that make sense, chat? What are your thoughts on the new bow artifact that's centered around poison? We already have a poison bow called Aconite, so it's not like super crazy. It's hopefully it'll just be a better version of Aconite though, because Aconite's kind of crappy, so. What's that? Another 1.3k crit? I'm gonna switch, man. This is disgusting how little damage I'm doing. Maybe if I go Life Taker, it'll be slightly better. I can't believe how terrible the damage is. Like, it's really abysmal. For how hard it is to land shots, the fact that it's like so unrewarding sucks. Like, we could be landing way more attacks with the first F and be doing way more damage. Is it not the same bow from the PvP server, says Noct? It is, yeah. It's I can't remember what it was called on the PvP server, but it is that bow. In the same way that Crescent's Wave is... Dude, I can't win the trade against him. He's just doing light attacks and fire staff. Look how much damage his fire staff attacks are doing. Alright, I'm just gonna get triggered by the bow. I'm gonna switch, chat. I I'm not skilled enough to land every shot, and if you're not landing every single shot, it's just not good enough right now. You have to be a pro to make the bow work, and I'm not a bow pro. I'll put my hands up and admit. Get back my 350, 150. Oh, we got Baron. Okay, cool. Contagious Infection is the old name. Contagious Plague is the new name. Contagious, yeah, that sounds right. Contagious Infection rather. Lolly died says medium. Yeah, we're cooking up a bit of a weird build. I need 150. Yeah, I do really need that 150 in. Maybe we can drop the focus actually. In fact, let me do it real quick just in this corner. There we go. I think that'll help. Gentle Sand says, I hope one day they let you make presets for your stats tied to your gear presets. Good news is, Gentle Sand, that one day is Monday next week. With Monday next week, your attributes will change with your gear sets. So whenever you swap your gear set, it'll change your attributes. Which is fantastic, right? Dude, that crit there that I did, chat, was more than the bow headshot that I did earlier. Maybe it's because you have to do heavy attacks with bow, right? If it's light attacks, it's just nothing with the bow. But I just hit that guy for 2k in the back. Which is more than the the crits that I was doing with the bow. Now they just need to make it when you change your skills. Yeah, that's the one thing that won't change. Your weapon mastery is still going to remain the same, but... Is Gypsum Mobs going to be used in the new system? No, Gypsum Mobs will just be used for what they're currently used for right now. They're not getting any new functionality to my understanding. Unusual says aim lock is still a cringe problem in this game. No, they kind of killed aim lock, which is good. I'm glad. The only area where aim lock is like problematic, if you can even call it that, is blunderbuss. And one ability on the fire staff. Generally, using aim lock just puts you at a disadvantage now. Which, to be clear, I'm definitely in favor of. It should never have been introduced in PvP. Will there be new fresh servers? There will be new servers, but you'll be able to transfer into them if you want Toxic. Ryan says, I've seen Arley do 5k crits with the bow. Yeah, it must be heavy attacks, right? I mean, in my defense, the bow build that we put together was just what I had in my inventory to help our friend in YouTube chat. He wanted to see a PvE bow build. Bandolo says, where can I see your builds? They will all be available in Discord. We're updating the system right now, but if you type !builds in the Twitch chat, you can get a link to our build page over here. But again, it is not currently available right now. Are any of these here? Holy flip, so many people have used this over the past 24 hours, it's insane. Can I find any? No, I can't. Boxer says that you're finally streaming on YouTube. We are, yeah. We're live on YouTube and Twitch now. YouTube.com/BagginsTV. Twitch.tv/BagginsTV. Do you think the lightning hammer effect will proc the new chain lightning effect? Says Quirky. It says it has to be on a magical weapon, which I assume means like the category of magical over here. So even if a weapon does magical damage, it's not a magical weapon. That's my, you know, that's how I infer what they're saying. Quirky. Alex333 in the Twitch chat says, could you explain how split stat works on weapons? If a weapon has 90% dex and 60% strength, does that mean you can run dex but only get 60% benefit? Yeah, every point in dex would be 30% less effective than the points in strength. But the thing that makes this confusing, Alex, is there's also a system in the game called diminishing returns. Diminishing returns means that the more points you assign to a particular attribute, the less you get back in return. So I think it's usually the first 100 points you assign to an attribute. So the first 100 points in focus, the first 100 points in dex, the first 100 points in strength. That gets you all of the bang for your buck. That gets you everything that's advertised. Every point past 100, you start getting diminishing returns, and it ramps up. What this means is when you have a weapon that scales off of dexterity and strength, like you said, once you get to 200 dexterity, you're actually, or it might be 250, you're better off putting your next 100 points after that, you should put them into dexterity. Because of the diminishing return system. The best way to visualize this, which I think is probably going to help a lot more than what we're currently doing, is to use New World Buddy, which I can do now because we just won that game. So if we go to New World Buddy... And then we go to gear sets. And let's just take a look at any weapon that is dual scaling. Let's just make a new build for the sake of it. So if we switch out and let's go with, as you were saying, let's just use any hatchet. Night Vale hatchet. When we go to assign points, you get this graph here. So this orange line is your strength, and then this yellow line is your dex. So you can see as we put points into strength, we're getting this this big threshold here. So every point we put into strength is giving us a lot of damage, you know? We're getting like a pretty considerable chunk of damage every time we assign an attribute. But if we keep going, we get to 100. Oh, it's 150 by the looks of it. Once we get to 100, you see we just hit that threshold there where it like fell off a cliff. So once we get to 100, there's this pretty considerable drop off. Boom. Although the next 100 points I was wrong, the next 100 points are still better. But once you get to 150, you're at the same point where the 100 points into dex. So if you really wanted to be efficient, if damage was the only thing you cared about, you would get to 150, or even you would get to 200. And then once you get to 200, putting points into strength is actually worse than putting points into dexterity. You see? Because we're going down that tier there. We're going down to give us less. So 1 point in strength would... This is how much damage we do with a light attack, I think. 966.7. 968.5. So 1 more point gives us 968.5. Whereas if we put that 1 point in dex, we get 968.7. So we get a little bit more damage because we've hit this threshold where we're hitting diminishing returns. It's probably like, you know, to the point where unless you're trying to really min-max, you don't really need to worry about it. But yeah, just to be aware. This whole scaling thing is changing with the next update as well, though. It's also one of the problems why when you play bow, chat, you don't have that functionality to dip into another attribute. Because, you know, you're putting lots of points into dexterity, and you get like 200 points in dexterity, and you're starting getting pretty hefty diminishing returns. So, I may as well start putting attributes into something else to get more damage. You don't have that with bow. You don't have that with great axe. You don't have that with warhammer, because they just scale off of one attribute, and that's it. Whereas now, in theory, you'll be able to get more damage, because of the, all of the weapons are going to scale off of 2 attributes now, chat. Get more bang for your buck out of it. Wow, these are some pretty crappy rewards. 2 pristine amethyst. I guess we'll take the tokens. Does Lifestaff? Lifestaff's going to scale off of focus and intelligence, but my belief is that you'll only be able to get healing from focus. So intelligence won't increase your outgoing healing. Can you show the overlay to have the whole team as a raid to see how the team is set up? Says Toxic. In PvP, there's like some options like that. Yeah, I think there is. Or let me see if I can find it real quick. Toxic Rose. PvP activity raid HUD. Show full raid HUD for PvP activities for 20 players. So it works in PvP, but not in PvE. Voxer says, what is the point of it then? I mean, it'll give the life staff more damage, I guess. Yeah. I guess that could be the play. And, you know, they've done it with every other weapon, so why not do it with life staff? It's not going to make life staff any worse. It can only make it better, but it's just not going to allow it to do more healing. Just allow it to do more damage, which is usually not the reason you play life staff, but there you go. Great Axe is going to be even more powerful, so Shake and Bake? Yeah, in theory. But every weapon is, so it's like, it's kind of a net neutral. If every weapon becomes more powerful, then every weapon is effectively just the same, right? Because you're raising the power level of everything. Is Abyss going to be better or worse? It depends how you read it. Because with Abyss, it's implied that it's going to scale off of strength and intelligence equally, which is probably going to make it better. Yo, Toxic, Baggins will... oh my god. Toxic says, will Baggins being in the new season cause problems with the economy if there isn't a fresh start where everyone begins at level 1? No, because the economy isn't going to matter that much in the next update. Amazon's taking a pretty hefty stance where you're not going to be able to buy that much with gold. All of the set bonus gear, all of the new infix gear, all of your artifacts, completing the new raid, etc. It's not going to be contingent on gold. So, and people are worried that like, oh, but all the players have best in slot gear right now, you know? I'm going against Baggins, he's got the Sandworm helmet, he's got the Azoth conductors, etc. Like, we're going to be replacing most of our gear with new items in the next update, so being behind on gear isn't really going to be a concern either. It's like a soft wipe of sorts, you know, it's a partial reset because there's so many new items to chase. But yeah, I don't think you're really going to feel that far behind in the next update. Alright, I'm gonna check these in here for now. Carlos is crafting though? Yeah, but I don't, again, like, the main component to progression in the next update is gonna be Umbral Shards, right? Umbral Shards is where the juice is. And you can't buy or sell Umbral Shards. Unusual says, New World is nothing more than an arcade game nowadays. The PvP combat feels like a high DPS cooldown dump. I don't know, Unusual. Like, if you have a good old 1v1, I feel like it can feel pretty fun. You salvage all your gear under 700, says Krajix? No, I'm gonna do that off the stream, because it's gonna be super boring. Like, I know you guys say, Baggins, I want to watch it. It will not be entertaining at all. It's gonna be really, really dull. Do we have to start all over again with the new expansion? No, Flexi. You get to keep your max level character. What I'm saying is your gear. You know, your weapons, armor, jewelry, you're probably going to be replacing those with new things. Asmodeus says, Yo, Baggins just returned to the game after a year of not playing. What builds are worth using for PvE content? It depends whether you want to do tank damage or healer. If you want to heal, you're playing like Life Staff and Void Gauntlet, Life Staff and Flail. If you want to tank, you play Sword and Shield or Flail and Shield with a Warhammer. And then if you want to do damage... Usually, the go-to in PvE is any of the one-handed or two-handed melee weapons. Particularly Rapier, Hatchet, Spear, Greatsword. But it's worth mentioning the builds and stuff are all going to get turned on their head with the next update. Next week, there's going to be a lot of changes to builds, Asmodeus, and we don't know how they work, so it's going to be a lot of figuring new stuff out. Mr. Nasdaq says, what you sell? I just need to clean up my inventory, Mr. Nasdaq. There's a lot of stuff that I got in them that isn't really that helpful to have. Is it worth to start new after the update, says Daz? No, I would start now. Honestly, chat, if you're thinking about playing some New World, now's the best time to start. You've got 3-4 days. That's enough time to get to level 65. Leveling up a new character, hit max level. That's all you need. Realistically, all you need going into the next update, chat, is level 65 character. Don't have to worry about having good gear, because we're going to be replacing that. You know, right now, the max gear score, you can get a 725. You're going to be getting 735 as a quest reward from, like, the very first quest you do in Nighthaven. So you'll instantly be getting better gear than what people have right now. Yeah, it's like I say, it's like a soft reset. Orgrom says, I think your theory is wrong. They specifically said they aim for more build variety. Meta breaks with so far reaching changes. They will surely tweak it. They will give E tier scaling for int lifestaff and test it. No, focus historically has always been the only attribute that increases outgoing healing. They won't allow intelligence to increase your outgoing healing. I mean, we'll find out, but I think I'm right. I think I'm right, Pogrom. Isn't perks better than gear score, says Joa? Yeah, to an extent, but obviously with the new gear score being 800 and the max that we can get right now is 725. All I could say, chat, is don't stress about being behind. This, of all updates, this is the update where fresh start servers just aren't really needed. You have concerns that you're going to be behind, you won't. You really won't. Like, it's so many changes. So many changes coming in the next update. 3 days for max level isn't not fast. It is very fast to level up these days. Very fast. Yeah. I just saw a lot of streamers in Battlefield 6 because of the physical copies that got sold early. There's physical copies of Battlefield 6? I'm trying to think. When's the last time I bought a physical copy of a game? God, it was probably a while ago. I actually can't remember. The last time I bought like a game that came in like a case. Crimson Riot, thank you so much for the tier 1 for the 3 months. It's probably something on the Nintendo Switch, I guess. Alright, let's go for this guy. I think he just uses dash. Oh, he's level 60. Poor guy. Sorry, buddy. I'm not doing that much damage, actually. Oh, he's in heavy, that's why. Heavy, fast, FI Gauntlet. Are the new artifacts already known, says Bandolero? Some of them, but not all of them. They've started putting images in the official New World Discord from devs. So there's quite a lot of images from Joel. New bow, for example. Direct hits with Poison Shot will trigger Vortex, pulling nearby targets in, then spawning a 5-meter infected cloud. It's kind of like a gravity well with your bow on Poison Shot. Night Fox, good to see you. How you doing, my friend? People still buy physical games as Grape Juice? I guess some people. I don't know. When's the last time you bought a physical copy of a game, chat? Nico Bolas is Wrath of the Lich King? Yeah, that was a while ago. Asmodeus says, what's the best weapon XP farm? I think it's just doing the Captain Thorpe farm. I don't think it gets much better than that. MBU in the YouTube chat says, I haven't tried PvP yet. I just reached level 65. I started this week. How would I manage without any endgame gear? Like I say, the thing with the gear is you're at a weird spot right now where you can focus on trying to get good gear, but you're going to be replacing it in such a short time frame. I think artifacts are the best things to invest in right now. If you want to pick up a few good pieces of gear, you get artifact, weapon, armor, and jewelry. You can equip one of each. Those are probably going to be like a good future-proof investment. I did make a YouTube video on the best artifacts in New World currently, especially for like new players. It's the second or third most recent video we've uploaded to YouTube. I think it's called The Best Items in New World, or something like that. Why is Artifact 700 Gypsum Kiln a thing? I know it's dumb, Coffee, but they're getting rid of it. For what it's worth, they acknowledge that it's dumb and they're removing it. So you're not going to be able to upgrade artifacts in the Gypsum Kiln after Night Haven comes out. You're just going to use Umbral Shards. Nox says replacing or upgrading. I'm going to be replacing my existing gear. I think I'll only end up like upgrading maybe 2 or 3 pieces in total. I'll be upgrading my artifacts and then maybe like the Sandworm boots. But yeah, I do not think I'm going to be keeping the majority of my existing gear. MBU says that artifacts easily obtainable solo? A good chunk of them, yeah. If you have a rough idea of what build that you want to play, weapons-wise or something, I can give you some recommendations. Oh, nearly fell down. Do. Do you think Attune Leather Pants are done? They're not going to be anywhere near as good as they are right now. We got a glimpse of the old crown. They showed us the old crown. So the Attune Leather Pants and old crown do still give you attributes. So Attuned Leather Pants, Attuned Leather Plants? The Attuned Leather Pants might still give you +10 to all your attributes. which will be pretty good because I think we're going to have less attributes in total with the next update than we currently have right now. I think they said like 530 is going to be the max that we have. So getting an extra 10% total attributes is it's not bad. Whoa. Let's go get the brute, I guess. Flexi says, didn't you have a website for builds? We did, Flexi. We moved it over to Discord just to keep everything in one place. Exclamation mark builds in the Twitch chat if you haven't seen it, Flexi. Although the builds are in the process of like overhauling the system for the next update. Are you going to go 790 first or max anything? I think I'll probably stop at like 780. It depends how important 790 or like how much of an advantage is 800 gear score going to be. It might be that if we want to do M3, we need to be 795. In which case I will need to upgrade, you know. But one of the interesting things is having high gear score items doesn't mean as much in the next update because items don't give you attributes anymore, right? So that's like pretty significant. Like the difference between a 725 and a 700 gear score right now, it's pretty decent. I mean, this is giving you 38, whereas this is giving me 42. So I'm getting 4 extra attributes, but across all my gear, that's 40 extra attributes, which is, you know, that's pretty significant. So being the difference between 700 and 725, 40 total attributes. But it's not going to be in the next update, because there's no attributes on gear. What are the lost weak to, says Toxic Rose? Nature damage and strike damage, I think, right? The Gorgon Eye is still going to be needed for crafting, says Dialed Within. Only to craft the Gorgon items, which you can craft and then upgrade with Umbral Shards, so kinda. For storage sakes, says Bish Lasagna, is it safe to say we can start salvaging all the gears we hoarded over the years? Probably, yeah. I mean, if you want to be 100% foolproof, you could wait until the update drops and then take a look and see what perks is on the gear and then make the decision after that. But it's looking like you could probably salvage stuff now that we know how it kind of works. Come here. Okay, well, I'm not going to chase that guy for the next 4 years. A trade skill is going to level up, says Dave. They are not, no. 250 is still the max. So yeah, I'm sorry that the people who were on the fragments and the shards doesn't seem like it was, you know, it's going to be too much money there. Maybe that the aptitude boxes are going to be good, though. It's good stuff with the aptitude boxes. In which case, that'll be a decent purpose to have shards. Or fragments, or whatever the heck they're called. No. Django says, my thoughts on the update are, everything's looking pretty good, not bad, honestly, but I'm expecting Amazon to just drop the ball on something and put like 100 shards week cap limit. I mean, we have, sadly, had pretty messy releases of updates. It is, it has been difficult for Amazon to deliver an update that has not got a pretty decent amount of notable bugs in it. I will, again though, try and err on the side of positivity and say that this is the time they're going to get it right. And we won't have any major bugs for the release of Night Haven. But I certainly wouldn't bet money on it. Can't help but feel like if I was to take a bet there, I would just be throwing the money straight into the bin. How long do you think the queues are going to be on Monday, says Penguin? I mean, it's going to be at Monday, like, afternoon, so I guess not as big as they would be at the weekend. Did that say silenced above his head, says Wolfsbane? I was not paying attention. I don't think there's any silence effects currently in the game in PvP, right? Jimakastas have been hoarding coconuts and doubloons for the update. It seems like it's not going to carry forward. I'm not 725, should I just spend them? Best use for coconuts or, well, we don't know what's going to be happening with the Well of Fortune, Jimakast. I don't think they've talked at all about the Well of Fortune, so maybe you want to see what happens with the Well of Fortune before you just spend all your doubloons and coconuts. What I'll say is, coconuts and inductors right now can be used to upgrade artifacts to 725. So if you want to upgrade an artifact to 725, you can do that with a coconut or with a Gorgonite inductor. You will not be able to do that after the update. If you want to upgrade artifacts in any capacity in Nighthaven, you have to use Umbral Shots. You will not be able to use the coconut and the inductor. So the only purpose of the coconut will be to buy those boxes from the Well of Fortune. But maybe those boxes get a buff? Maybe? Maybe they don't. It's going to come down to your own sort of decision making there as to whether you think it's worth holding onto them. They don't really weigh much, right? They don't take up that much inventory space, so... Any news about when the patch notes is coming? Oh, there won't be any. Apparently they said patch notes this week, Sincera. They said later this week. It's probably today or tomorrow. Toxic Roast is possibility early bug fixes while we're waiting for start advertising the new season. Yeah, apparently they did it with like Throne or something where they held off on like advertising it until they'd fixed like the updates or something. Somebody in chat was saying. Got him, Brute. Oh, he's got a healer. I am my own healer, though. I get it for this guy helping out from above. Is there going to be a new service coming, says Joe? Yeah, so what's happening right now, Joe? The game is steadily filling up with players, so the game's getting busier and busier, which is fantastic. We're having a lot of people either returning or starting playing the game. Because there's so many people, Amazon has to make new servers, because the current servers are full. So that's, fingers crossed, going to continue to happen, in which case we will have more new servers next week. But I think specifically, usually the people ask this question, they want like the fresh start server, where the only way you can be on that server is with a new character. That's not going to be the case. They'll simply just be new servers, but you can transfer to them, or you can start a new character on them. But yeah, like I say, if that's what you're after, then it will exist. But we really don't need those fresh start servers anymore. Like, there's no harm in just starting a character on the existing servers. You're not really going to be behind for the next update. Do we know what activities will go wrong on shots as MC? Yeah, I think they posted an image of them, right? It's on the Discord somewhere. It's a lot. It's quite a lot of different things. See what we can find real quick. I think Joel posted a picture of some umbral crystals. Source, mutations, raids, catacombs, elite chests, outpost rush, capture the flag, 3v3 arenas, PvP rewards track. So yeah, you can get them from chest runs if you want to. Want to just chest run them. Chris says there's a new bow sense video out. Oh, flip. Alright, we'll watch that in a second. Where's my lightning gauntlet, says Quirky? It'll probably be here in 2026. Are the old umbral swords no longer useful? No, because they're umbral crystals now, so... yeah. Should you play New World in 2025 is the name of the video. Oh, alright. I came back a week ago, says Kiwiness. I stopped playing not after long Brimstone Sands. I'm really enjoying it so far. Far better than the release. I love to hear it, Kiwiness. Did you make a new character or did you pick up like where you left off? What was the play for you, Kiwiness? Django says, I've still felt they're trying to figure out what they want from the game. They put a lot of mechanics and then get rid of them. Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true, Django. I mean, New World was nowhere close to finished when it came out, right? I think it's also changed like leadership over the years as well. Because New World originally wasn't even like designed to be an MMO. It was not going to be an MMORPG. It was going to be more like Rust, where you like build a base, and you go and attack other people, and you raid their base. It was like full loot PvP survival. And then they got rid of that, and they made it into, you know, they introduced like factions, and they at one point we had 3 weapons, we got 2 weapons. Yeah. Didn't the old leader of the game go to the new Lord of the Rings MMO? Yeah. Well, it's not officially stated, but it's very heavily suggested that Scott Lane is, who was formerly the game director for New World, is now the game director for Lord of the Rings MMO. But it's not officially confirmed. Puka, thank you so much for the T1 for the 63 months. Alright, I'm just going to pee chat and then we'll watch this video. And then, I don't know what we'll do after that. Maybe we'll do some more PvE. We can play some build that you guys suggest. How worth is PvE and Outpost Rush as Das Samsi? It's strong, yeah. PvE and Outpost Rush is, it's good. It, it's real good, dude. Oh, man. Is that Harry Potter? I don't remember him making sort of those noises. Hey, I'll leave you with this, chat. Alright, I'll be right back 1 sec, guys. And by that, I mean like 2-3 minutes. Inkslinger, thank you for that Prime sub. What happened? Why am I not moving? What's going on? Yeah. Arnold Potter. Just in the middle of the town there. We need a chair emote for things like this. We do have a chair emote. Bag in chair, right? In Twitch chat. Do you get emotes in YouTube chat? You do, right? Do you get your own, like... How does it work on YouTube? Add emotes. Oh, I do. I already have some emotes. Holy flip, I didn't even know. I got the Hobbit, yay. Look at that. Leonardo in the YouTube chat says, is prismatic material still the highest in Season 10? They are, yeah. Yeah, they are indeed. I'm a returning player here, says J-Star. Is there anything I could do with my hundreds of named armor and weapons? Probably just salvage them. It's worth mentioning that named items, as long as they're level 61 or higher, you can upgrade them to 700. So you can upgrade things to 700. I'll show you if you haven't seen that before. And then once things are 700, in the next update, you'll be able to upgrade them to 800. You probably won't want to do it with the majority of them, because it does cost Umbral Shards, which again, that's the new system, or Umbral Crystals, that's the new system. But yeah, you can upgrade a named item to 700 gear score, and then the next update, you could upgrade it to 800 with the old Umbral Shards. So you just gotta take the item, like this chest piece here, we unlock it, Azoth Crystal Shirt, and here it is. We can upgrade it to 700 gear score, and then upgrade it to 800 in the next update. Again, I do want to emphasize you're probably not going to be doing that, because it's going to cost Umbral Shards, and Umbral Shards are going to be a commodity, because you'll only have a certain number of them, but yeah. Do 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 do. Oh, chat, I got something cool to show you, by the way. We were talking about the builds and stuff earlier in Discord. I can show you a little bit of what Gamgee's been cooking up with the new build system. It's looking a lot better. Hopefully it's gonna be a lot easier for people to navigate. Other than just, I don't know, still need to figure out why people can't see the build thread in general. Like, what's causing the problem there? So where do I go to? This one, Gamgee? Build bot beta? So if I click on this, New World Build Finder, and then we click Start. So no longer is it like a thread anymore, chat. It just responds to you, so you don't have to go find your own thread. Which is pretty good, because every time I would do a thread, somebody would like always start using it. Just get filled with messages. So we go browse PvP builds, browse PvE builds, search by content. Damage tank and healer. Let's go damage. To expeditions and mutations, capture the flag, outpost rush, 3v3 arena, hive of gorgons, sandworm, Isle of Night, and catacombs. Oh my goodness. Let's do mutations. Yeah, this, I like this, the way it shows them as well. It's easier. I wonder, I mean, it probably isn't needed, but I wonder if we can have, like, images in this embed as well, Gamgee? But maybe it would just be too crowded. No support rules? Healer is support. Come on, chat. It's the same thing. 4 days and then we can play in the new zone? Yeah, 4 days to go. Rapier plus... or Ice Gauntlet? Beginner or advanced? I'm a beginner. Oh yeah, obviously chat images will be in here, but while Gamgee's just setting it up. But yeah, the honestly just like the fact that it's not the threads thing anymore, I think it's gonna be so good. Maybe like this channel can also, is it possible we can just have it in the new world section as well? So then it's, you know, people can just find it. Can you link the Discord server again? Yeah, of course. Did you watch the video yet? I have not watched the video. We're going to do that in a second. Is it worth quest stacking for the XP on Monday? I don't think so, Zaz. I think you're going to get way more XP from the Night Haven quests, because those are designed for like level 65 plus players, whereas there's not really many quests that are designed like that. Has the New World official Discord hidden all the channels or something? Yeah, you have to do the thing, Bangsy. So you go in here, and then in the top you got browse channels. So you'll probably have a bunch of them like ticked off. You just need to tick to follow certain channels. It's like a lot of Discord, you have to opt in to see things now. This looks really good, by the way, Genji. Yeah, this looks really good. Bot can be hosted in any channel, so we don't need a category for it. I think that'll be huge as well. So we can, like, the people I can't see the builds. Where are the builds? Added a lot more info to it as well. Trophies. Yeah, we got trophies, consumables, skills, weapons, armor, attributes. Oh, I see you've got like trophies per expedition. Didn't even realize that. That's pretty cool. Starstone. Boom, 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 boom. You're the best, little Gemjuru. Thank you, wifey. So yeah, chat, if you want to see the builds with the new system and stuff, exclamation mark builds in the chat. Obviously, we're in the process. Could be changing the build bot over. Gemji's doing an amazing job with this so far. But yeah, builds will be available in Discord for Season 10. Have you tried Flail plus Void Gauntlet, says Twixie? I have, yeah. It's decent. You can like heal a dungeon using Flail and Void Gauntlet. It works. Not as good as Lifestaff does, but... Stony says, I'm looking to do a PvP Firestaff Ice Gauntlet build. What perk should I go for? PvP Firestaff Ice Gauntlet, what perk should I go for? Right now, I still think you'd lock in that Enchanted Ward and Refreshing. Refreshing so you can use your abilities more often. Absolutely. You have the choice if you want to be going for light or medium. You could play medium with Azoth Conductors. It would be pretty good. And then probably one of the two weapons should be an artifact. So you could use Deep Freeze. And that would limit, you know, then... I'd probably go Deep Freeze and then just a normal Firestaff. On the Firestaff, I would look for... Alacritus Punishment, play crits, and Empowering Fireball. Something like that. But it's really not worth hunting down particular perks and trying to, like, meticulously make the best build right now. Because I'm almost certain that you're going to be changing things next week, Stony. So... yeah. But I could just give a brief overview if that would help. Joker says, I have not played for the last almost 2 years. Would it be worth to start over? Yeah, I think making a new character right now is actually really good pacing. You make a new character now, you can level it up. Like, you play today, you play over the weekend. You can get to level 65 in that time. And then you're ready to go straight into the next update. Into, Nighthaven. Breakfast, good to see you. Alright, let's take a look at this video, chat. Let's do it, shall we? If you guys have not seen BoSense before, he is a content creator over on YouTube, a YouTuber. He makes a lot of videos on New World. A lot of them are pretty silly, you know, poking fun at the game. Season 9 is off the hook. Scott Wave lo-fi beats to cure your New World depression. Season 8, there's Katie holding a sausage. He's got a new video called Should You Play New World in 2025? Every now and again he does like make like a serious video, so this could be a serious video. Or maybe it's just maybe he is making fun of it. It's somewhere in between. Baggins gets a cameo in the video. Whoa, spoilers. I haven't watched it yet. Here we go. I'll link it in the chat after we're done watching it. Let's go.
Are you thinking about hopping into New World Eternum for the first time, or perhaps returning to this game after a break? Well, in this video, I'm going to give you guys 7 reasons why you should.
7? Well, I'm going to give you every reason. Morgan Freeman plays New World.
My dad is.
He doesn't. Scott Lane's been fired. The Lost are still an enemy type.
Yeah, so the Lost are an enemy type.
Season 10 is massive. A new zone, Nighthaven. A huge moon.
Shout out to the moon. Yeah.
There are apples.
Yeah. Shout out to the apples.
New doors.
Bookcase doors, metal doors, wooden doors.
Oh, does the door open and close?
Shout out to the doors. Level 70. Gear score 800. Set bonuses, perk sockets, and spiders.
Lots of spiders.
Shout out to the itsy bitsy spider.
By the way, I've seen people asking if there's going to be an arachnophobia mode because some of you guys really don't like spiders. I don't think that's going to be a thing, chat. I think you just get but you can burn them, so you know.
A new story featuring
Nicolas Cage!
endgame progression overhaul. Procedural dungeons. A new raid you can buy a carry for. The raid is set in a once magnificent kingdom whose inhabitants have now fallen lost. A third outpost. A third
I'm sure they'll fix that.
Outpost rush map. What is down here?
The Lost.
Even the most critical MMO YouTuber I know rates this game a Chrono Odyssey out of 10.
Welcome to my very first I Rate episode where I play an MMO for 24 hours, then rate it.
I think. I only watched the first 24 seconds. Okay,
Damn,
okay.
dude.
Oh shit, that's gonna be a long list.
Skill-based, action-oriented combat is at the core of New World.
If you like opening chests,
Where's that video from?
you will love this game.
Your positioning, timing, and aim all make a difference.
Chests come in all shapes and sizes.
So New World offers a great mix of melee weapons, ranged weapons, and
Small, medium, large. Elite, ancient. Ancient, elite. Glyphs, sulfur, curse, stashes, crates, stockpiles, caches.
There's gonna be more chests in Nighthaven.
The game wasn't overly difficult, but also wasn't that easy. It wasn't brain dead simple, but not overly difficult and complex.
That goes on the list.
New World's an open world MMO set in an alternate version of the 17th century.
Sometimes players meet up and open chests together.
It's a land of power and of treasure. It's a place where your choices matter.
If I told you to jump off a cliff because there's a chest down there.
Bosen's hating on the chest runners, okay? Dude, the chest runners love opening chests, alright?
Chests inside the dungeon. Bonus chest at the end of the dungeon. Bonus chest for
If you want to
completing
open a
the
chest in New World chat, it's fine,
To
okay?
be the first full chest type MMO. You're fishing for chests. You're clearing portals for chests. You're PvPing for chests. If you chop down enough trees, you get a chest.
The cursed mists.
it's a total free-for-all.
Treacherous open world. PvP, PvE, PvE zone.
Yeah, you go in and loot a chest.
I'm going to say something controversial. I like
To put chests in my house so I can store more chests. Box mount.
Everybody in the audience, now listen to me carefully, is being given a special package.
Yeah, so Amazon said we can open this.
2, 3.
You get a chest.
The chest. They did send us a chest. I never thought about it. They made me involved in a
I
chest
rate
run.
New World a B.
Shout out to bees.
Oh, man. Do you have a link for this video? I do, yeah. I'll post it in chat. It's a silly one, dude. Like all BoSense videos. I'm excited to open more chests, though, in Nighthaven chat. There's going to be tarot card chests in Tarot Towers. There's a link to the YouTube video there. The Lost, dude. I love The Lost. The Lost and chests. It's the good stuff. Cannon said that New World is his new main MMO, which is pretty huge. Yeah, I think like New World is one of the... I've talked about this a few times. I genuinely think that if New World came out in the state that it's in now in 2021, the game would be just like insane. I don't know if it'd be like the WoW killer like everybody says it is, but this situation, the state of New World right now, it's a really solid game. Like it can definitely be, it could be better, you know? it's a B and it could be an A, I guess, as Cannon says. But people who go and give New World another try, or if they start from like the beginning, you know, they just start off now. I've seen it time and time again. People post in Reddit, people post in Twitch chat, people post on YouTube and say, hey, I've just started playing New World and I really, really like the game. Why does this game, why do people hate this game so much? What's wrong with it? And I think a lot of that sort of hate, or a lot of like the complaints about New World, are based on a previous version of the game, how it used to be, not how it is now. But it did have a really sloppy release, you know? First impressions are hugely important. First impressions are massive. And Amazon kind of dropped the ball, so they've only got themselves to blame. But I do badly hope that they will get that one more chance to, like, you know, prove themselves and be like, actually, this is what the game should have been like, you know? This is what the game can be. And I think we're pretty close to it. Nividin, good to see you. How you doing? Says I'm Nairai. Oh my goodness, it's a giveaway. This is the first time we've had a giveaway while we're doing the dual streaming.
HC093 he purchased club activities sofa cushion, present emoji, letter number 39, S rest for a chest in season 10.
Thank you, my friend. So, YouTube chat, I don't think you guys have the ability to enter into this one. I'm afraid it's just for Twitch chat, right? Can we set up bots in YouTube chat, Gamgee? Is that a thing we can do? For the time being anyway, twitch.tv/BagginsTV. If you guys are over on Twitch, you can type the word join, Join. You type the word join into chat. You can pick up it was the cushion, right? Yeah, sofa cushion. HC, a long-time viewer of the stream, a huge supporter of the stream. He has gifted one of these to Twitch chat. So you can buy items for yourself, or you can just gift to Twitch chat at random. So if you want to be one of the lucky winners, it'll just pick one person at random from everybody who types the word join into the Twitch chat. At which point, if you are picked as the winner chat, you just need to give it a postcode, shipping address, zip code, whatever. Give it a location to go to. Get a free cushion from our website, secondbreakfastclub.com. We got chocolate, tea, coffee, hoodie, biscuits. Secondbreakfastclub.com. Thank you, HC. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Best of luck, everybody. YouTube chat can have bots as well as Bane. Okay, we need to see if we can get that sorted for next week then, so we can have commands and stuff over there. Cypherblade says, good afternoon, Baggins. I've recently completed the main story and now making my way into the Sands. At what point do I unlock Elysian Wilds? You have to do all of the stuff in the Sands and then you get Elysian Wilds, so it's a bit of a grind, Cypherblade. The Brimstone Sands questline, I think, is a lot faster than what you've just done, though. You've done all the stuff that culminates with the Isabella fight. Spoilers. The Brimstone stuff doesn't take too long in comparison, in my opinion. Alright, I'm gonna heal a dungeon, chat. We're trying to get big back into healing. We're trying to become a big healy boy for season 10. So let's go back to my roots and let's heal a dungeon, shall we? Let's heal an expedition. See how long we have to wait in the queue for first, but... Boom, boom, Baggins, what perk should I put on Crescent's Wave, says Flink? A gem slot is the best upgrade you can put in Crescent's Wave. So you need to go talk to your faction representative and pick up gem setting pins. Haven't played since the expansion, gonna start over. I think it's a good idea, Nikolai, making a new character. It's a good play, it's what I recommend to people. Is there anything to prep now before the season starts next week, says Birdmire? Being level 65 is the only thing that's really important, so you can pick up on the new storyline. You might want to consider picking up some trophies for your house as well, though. The major lost trophies. There's gonna be a lot of lost enemies in the next zone, including in the raid. So maybe pick up some lost trophies. We got a giveaway winner. It was Joby. J03BI. Joby, congrats, my friend. So, Joby, if you go to that link there, secondbreakfastclub.com/redeem, give it a, somewhere to go to, postcode, zip code, etc., and receive a free cushion. Stream elements can be added to YouTube chat, as a matter of fact. I think I need to do that. I wonder if I've already got that set up, actually. If I just click join with the bot, will it just join to YouTube? I probably need to give it permissions, I think. Yeah, it just says the bot is part of your chat already. Yeah, I probably need to set it up. Do that after the stream today. Gamer says not how it works. Yeah, because it's a command. Yeah, it's not going to be something we'll do midstream. Yeah, that's fine. Something I didn't even consider until HC started the giveaway, which once again, thank you HC, thank you dude. Whoa, this looks pretty nice. Is that just the, it's all one set of armor, isn't it? But they've just used the sharp silver or the white dye. Is that all white? Or like the little accents like gold or something? Looks cool though, looks like a still suit. That's the Moon Knight. It's the I think did I buy that skin? It's on the store, right? And then they've just dyed it all. Is it still in the store? Or did it go away? Not seeing it. Hey, there it is. Joby, congrats. HC. Thank you once again, man. Do appreciate it a lot. Maybe it's
Joby
not.
purchased club activities sofa cushion.
Oh, here it is. Sorrow Silk. Yeah, it's this one, right? But they've just dyed it. Although I think they're using a different pair of gloves. What's your chest skin, says Pizzlin? It's called the Frozen Monarch. My current chest skin, Frozen Monarch. Yeah, that's definitely a different pair of gloves. They don't have the frilly stuff on them. My chest skin, Frozen Monarch. This one here. You can get it from doing soul trials, actually. One of the rare reasons to do soul trials. These down here. It's available as a random drop in any soul trial. I wonder what the new skins are going to be like in Season 10, chat. One of them was looking really cool. The you guys didn't see it. A lot of people were pretty hyped for one of the new skins you can get from the Season Pass.
Nature doesn't matter. Corrupted doesn't matter.
Where was it?
Okay.
Was it like early on?
By burying the player, right? So for Nighthaven, we really wanted to make our gimmick shine through gameplay, have interconnectivity with all sorts of different gimmicks, and it did start. Some of the coolest.
Chat, do you remember where they showed the skins from the Season Pass? It was quite early on, right? No, was it the end? Was it at the end? I know Joel was talking about. Oh, here we go. Maybe it's in this part, right? So there's the Fox mount. This is one of the skins from the Season Pass. I don't know if I don't know, these wings. I feel like if the wings were big and long and cool and like on fire, that'd be cool. But yeah. BF Squatch, thank you so much for the Prime sub. With the 2 months, thank you BF Squatch. Yeah, this is the one that people are excited for. It's got like a ethereal sort of magic cape. I'm just not sure if I'm a fan of the chest piece or not. I wonder if you can dye it as well. I wonder if you can have it be different colors. We have this in like red or something. Or even like black and white. That's on the Season Pass. Yeah, I think they said that one was on the Season Pass. There is the special hat though you can get from the raid. Yeah. Abogado Toast, thank you for that Prime sub, dude. Thank you, Abogado. How do you prep for the new season? There isn't really much prep that can be done, honestly. They've given us the outline of the new season, and it's a lot of new stuff. So what we have right now, you kind of just get rid of it, and you get the new stuff. There's not too much you can do that will carry over into the next season, outside of like having a level 65 character, and you know the permanent stuff. So like leveling up your faction reputation, leveling up your trade skills, leveling up your weapon mastery, maybe getting a bit of gold. Yeah, trophies in the PvP rewards track, I think those are the most tangible things. You can get some major lost trophies that will help you out, because there's got to be a lot of lost enemies in the next zone. Including in the new raid. So getting the major lost trophies, bonus damage against the lost. Putting those in your house. And also putting some time into the PvP rewards track, because they did confirm that the PvP rewards track will be one of the ways that you can get some of the new gear set stuff. Is the spectral mount from the second boss too correct? Yeah, there's a mount from the second and third boss, I think. Very low drop rate, but in the new raid you can get a special mount. 0.5% drop rate from the second boss and the third boss. If you don't like the mount, you can just sell it to somebody as well. It's probably going to sell for a lot of gold. Why have we only got 4 players? Weird. How do you even get trophies, says JRSD? You can craft them? Yeah, you have to craft them, basically. Or you can buy them off of other players, but it's a crafted item.
Do you think in the future it will be possible to get my skins from Steam to my PS5 characters? I am a returning player and switched my PC for a child and a PS5, smiley face emoji.
Wait, what? What was that last bit? I'm gonna switch my PC for a child. I'm gonna assume that you mean you had a kid and you now game on a PlayStation. But anyway, Genius with the 3 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. I don't know. I think at some point in the future of New World, we will have cross progression, which is what you're asking about. So you'll be able to log in with your PC account on a PlayStation, or you'll be able to log in with your PlayStation account on PC. I do think eventually we will get that, but I think it's at the earliest it would be this time next year. It would be for the next big update. Because I believe Amazon will want to have that feature with their Lord of the Rings game that they're making. And because Lord of the Rings and New World share a lot of identity because they use the same game engine, any improvements or any technology that they develop for New World, like cross-progression, they can then reuse that on Lord of the Rings. So I do think it will be in Amazon's interest to get cross-progression working in this game eventually, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I could have sold my kids for a new PC. No, I think it only goes one way, right? Wait, I don't actually know how this... I feel like we're just going to stop talking about this because it's going to get weird. Is New World making a comeback, says Hansi? It is, yeah. Generally a lot of positivity around New World right now. It's exciting. A lot of people very excited for the next update. Let's pull these guys in. And then try not to die. Big heal. How have bugs been, says Hazi? They're still kicking around. It's New World, sadly. I think this game, it's gonna be the one thing that will let New World down. And again, I'd love to be wrong here, but I think New World continues to get better and better. It has more features. It has more quality of life. You can have more players per server. It's available on more platforms. It's monetized very fairly. But one thing that I think will always let New World down is it's always going to be a little bit buggy. It's just never going to be like fully properly working. Now, I'd say the current state of the game right now is stable, very stable. I think there's a few minor bugs, but nothing that's like game breaking. And I think that's going to continue to be the case. We'll probably have quite a few new bugs introduced with the new content because it's a lot of new stuff. I would be massively surprised if everything worked perfectly. Again, for what it's worth, I want to be wrong. I really want everything to work perfectly in Nighthaven, but I think it's unlikely just based on the history of New World. So, yeah. That's one thing I gotta say. If you want a completely clean, bug-free experience, I think New World will never be your game. But if you can live with a few bugs here and there, then if you can look past them. Did they revive 3v3? They added a new 3v3 arena. They've added more matchmaking to 3v3. It's supposed to make sure that there's a healer on both sides now. I haven't done any 3v3 in a while, though, actually. Maybe we should try some threes. A bug-free game does not exist, as Caution. True, but there's got to be, like, scales. There's got to be levels to it, right? Like, if you compare New World to, like, Valorant or something, right? Do-do-do-do-boop-boop-boop-boo. I wish haircuts were a little cheaper. This is really 10k tokens for one haircut's kind of wild. Yeah, well, it's your whole character's appearance, but if you just want to change your character's hair rather than, like, you know, their face and tattoos and even the body type, then yeah, I understand that. DX11 or DX12 for 3090. I play on DX12. But you might want to try both and just see how the game feels for you, Danielson. 7 smiley faces, most games are buggy. It's true. Yeah, like releasing a bug-free game, especially I feel like in these days, chat. With you know, the continuous cycle of like early access. Every game being an early access. I'm dead. Never mind, I'm okay. Did the tank come with us? Oh yeah, he's running ahead. He's zooming, dude. The issue comes when you double down on your bugs with more bugs and then you keep doing that to Zazuri. Yeah, I mean, that was sadly the release of New World, right? But again, though, to bring this back around to a positive spin, New World is better in every way now than it was when it came out. And I truly, truly believe that. I can't think of any conceivable way. In fact, the only metric where New World is worse now than it was back then is the player count. And sadly, I think that's always going to be the case because the players that New World had when it first came out were like unbelievable, astronomical. Nobody expected it. Amazon certainly didn't expect it. We bought Pokemon Sword and Shield. That was our last physical game, says Adam's family. Yeah, I think the last physical game that me and Gamgee bought, it must have been something for the Nintendo Switch. Can't think of anything else. Gotta clear these guys. Or at least these two. Might be able to get by without the other guy. Nope. Well, hopefully they don't all die on the other side of the wall while I'm doing this. What mutation is this? It's just difficulty 1. Get even. Don't have time for that bag. Gotta go. Don't you die on me, team. I'm trying. Master says, do you play capped at 60? 80 FPS is what we have it currently set to right now. Honestly, though, the game feels smooth. Like, it feels really smooth. I've tried playing at higher frame rates, and it's just not... When you have high highs but low lows, as opposed to just like a consistent sort of 80, I just find that this is what works best for me. Nisa is probably locked until after the update, says Boz. Yeah, I mean, Nisa had yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I had to wait in a 1,200 player queue. So that's why if they leave Nisa unlocked, that queue number just gets higher and higher and higher. So yeah, they probably can't unlock Nisa while it's got like a 1,000 player queue. Are there going to be new fresh start servers? There's going to be new servers, they just won't be labeled as fresh starts. You can transfer the Tim Hellrider. But because the servers are like getting queues right now, they have to make new servers. They already made a new server 2 days ago. 3 days ago, there's a new server called Saba. Kaoshin says, I had to phone a friend so he could give me his info for his PC so I could boot up New World so I could play when he got home from work. Oh, the release of New World. Yeah. I remember getting up at like 6 a.m. First thing I do, go to my PC, turn it on rather, and get in the queue. 6 in the morning, get in the queue, then go have a shower, make coffee, etc. And then by 9 a.m., the queue is almost done and we can start playing. That was the release of New World. I remember there would be people in chat who like they had like a remote login thing, so as they finished work they would like remote log into their PC so they could, while they're on the drive back, the queue would be like going down for them. I'll buy the expansion tomorrow, says Hellrider. The Rise of the Angry Earth? Because Night Haven is free, you don't have to pay. The next update, Night Haven expansion, is free. But Night Haven level cap will be 70. But the original, like if you're an original New World player from back in like 2021 or 2022, you're going to be stuck at level 60 as the cap. You remember level 60 was the cap? And a couple years ago, they did the Rise of the Angry Earth, where they increased the level cap to 65. But if you don't have that, you can't get to level 65, and as a result, you can't go to level 70. Amatesh says, I'm loving the YouTube stream. Works much better streaming to my car on the way home from work. You better not be typing in chat while you're driving, Mr. Amatesh, alright? This is very, very dangerous, mister. You need to stop that right now. Thank you for watching the stream, but you better be sensible. Okami says, I came back to this a few weeks ago, and man, it's great. I love to hear it. Rise of the Angry Earth Baggins, if Nighthaven is free, they wouldn't have bought the expansion, says Wolfsbane. Dude, it's just, you know, there's a lot of confusion around at Wolfsbane. People don't understand what does and doesn't work. I mean, we had people just earlier complaining that they had to spend like 90 euros to play New World because they need to buy New World Eternum and they need to buy the Rise of the Angry Earth. But you don't. New World Eternum is also the Rise of the Angry Earth. Just very poorly explained. So I feel like it's always worth me reiterating, you know, how the system currently works now. Bibob, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you, dude.
Still can't bring myself to launch NW. I hope Nighthaven convinces me.
It's looking really good, man. I think it, in my opinion, I think this is going to be the best update New World's ever had. I'm super excited for the Catacombs and the endgame system and all of the crazy builds that we can do. As somebody who loves goofing around and just making wacky builds and stuff, and really like sort of having a build identity, I think it's going to be great for that. Also, Catacombs just seems like the perfect content for New World as well. Hive of Gorgons is and was one of the best pieces of PvE content they've added to the game, and now we're getting more of that with the Isle of Night. Nighthaven's the biggest zone that's been added to the game, and it's got a massive underground area where you can swim underwater. I mean, holy flip, dude. It sounds awesome. What's your build looking like, says Okami? This is just a standard healer build. Lifestaff Void Gauntlet. We got Nimble Coat, so we get more cooldown reduction. I am playing with a slightly unconventional ability setup. Usually this heal, you don't really usually play this in PvE. Single target heals are usually more for PvP. But I just like, I don't know, I like running a single target heal. I feel like I'm actually healing when I play a single target heal. Whereas the normal meta, which is you just vomit green circles onto the ground, it just doesn't feel as involved. I'm watching the stream while I'm driving a tractor, says Venus. It's like Oldsguard all over again. Catacombs adds a lot of mindless grind to you, which I like, says Masso. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm gonna sound crazy here, but I feel like New World could do with some good old-fashioned grind. Getting a bit of that with the next update. Also having rare drops, like just rare chase items. But not like super powerful, you know, like the sword of 1,000 cuts or whatever, but just having like a skin. A cool skin that's like a rare drop from the raid. New World's been missing stuff like that. Oh no. Are we good? I'm trying to get to your team, but you left all the stuff just on us. There we go. Oh, I'm just getting CC'd forever. Every single time I get back up, I'm just getting knocked down. I get knocked down. And then I get down again. I'm always on the ground. I'd love to play New World right now, says Extracurricular, but the FOMO has me playing Legion Remixed. Well, you got 4 days. I don't know, maybe you'll have sufficiently put in the hours into Legion. Probably not, right? But As long as it's not the OG grind like it was at leveling. Yeah, true. That sort of grind. Maybe not that sort of grind, Crushmaster. Yo, Adam says, Baggins, please. I have a problem. Can you give me advice? Me and my friend were playing together. He changed server, but he can't go back to me. Is there an option how he can come back? Probably not until they unlock the server, Adam. Do you know which server you're on? Or which server he was on? What probably happened is he was on Nisa or Ares. And then the queue popped up and it gives him the free transfer option and he chose that option, right? So now he's on like Bifrost or Saba. Ares and Nisa are currently locked right now because they're just way too busy, Adam. So until Ares and Nisa become less busy, you won't be able to move. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. You'll have to probably go join him, Adam, and move over to this server. Yeah. If you and him were both on Nisa and he's chose to leave Nisa, you'll probably have to follow him over. They are not locked? The servers are locked right now, chat. According to New World Database. You have Nisa. You cannot create a character on this world. You cannot transfer to this world. Same with Ares. You cannot create a character. You cannot transfer. Again, there was a 1,200 player queue on Nisa yesterday. So if you've got a queue in excess of 1,000 players, you have to lock that server. I know it sucks. I know it sucks. But the only other solution is to leave Nisa open and let more and more people go. How can I go to him then, please? So tonight, if you get the chance, log on in about 3 hours, and you'll probably be offered a free transfer, Adam. If you try and get into Nisa tonight, like 3 hours from now, you'll be waiting in the queue to get in, and the game will offer you the option to transfer for free. If you take that option, you can make sure you choose the same server to move to that your friend is on. Alternatively, if you want to move right now, you can pay money. But it's like 15 euros, $15, something like that. This elephant boss is tough, says Buckdizzle. Elephant boss? Oh, dude, and the open world. I thought you were talking about Captain Thorpe. I'm like, why is this man an elephant? But you're talking about the open world boss. Yeah, Manhunter, you need a... I don't know. My experience is you just turn up and there's a lot of other people there and it kind of just dies if you just shoot it from a distance. Technically, what you're supposed to do with the boss, Buckdizzle, is kill the conduits that the elephant summons. Woo. Why is there a free transfer in 3 hours, says Owen? It's a system they added a little while back. If you are in a queue and the queue is like more than 10 minutes, Amazon now offers you a free transfer. So if they're like, hey, we noticed you're in a queue, would you like to transfer to another server for free? What it doesn't tell you at that point, though, is that you won't be able to move back because the server is locked. So they could probably do a better job of explaining that. But it just means if you just want to get in and play the game, then you can just move to another server where there isn't a queue. So it's a system they introduced, I think, like a year ago at this point. How did my friend join Nisa yesterday? So the server locks open and then close depending on criteria that Amazon add. But the server is locked right now, chat. I mean, I don't know why you guys are. I think you're lying, Baggins. What would I have to gain by lying about Nisa being locked? I joined a less than 5 minute 300 player queue last night and it was offered a transfer, says Belton. Oh, okay. It gets offered even in a small queue then. We can try and make a new character right now. It won't let me make one on Nisa. We can try and transfer. It won't let me transfer to Nisa. The server is locked. There's no point trying to argue otherwise, chat. I mean, it doesn't... I don't know. I don't understand why we'd even disagree on it. Baggins says Edgar over on the YouTube chat says, Baggins, do you think Paladin build will be improved next season? Yes, I think Paladin builds are going to be pretty awesome in the Catacombs, especially with the new Ascension. What do they call them? There's like the special buffs that you can get in the Catacombs. This could be a lot of fun in there. And some of the set bonuses will probably enable Paladin playstyles as well. This could be pretty exciting. Caleb says he started playing after like 3 years. Any advice? Make a new character, Caleb. Hands down. You don't have to delete your old character, but starting over afresh, starting over anew is a much better way to get reacquainted with the game. So many people tell me that they log into the game, they open up their inventory, they look at where they are on the map, and they just don't know. They just don't know what's going on. So I think, you know, you can help yourself by just click and start over, you know, make a new character. Plus, they've changed so much about the leveling experience that it'd be worthwhile. Rich Scott says, in a free server transfer, do you still have to abandon your house and take stuff from the trading post? The trading post, yes. Your houses, no. Actually, that's a good question. When you have the free server transfer, what can you? Does it not offer you that if you have stuff on the trading post? I didn't consider that. You don't have to get rid of your houses anymore, but usually with a server transfer, they ask that you're not part of a company, or you're not like the governor of a company or something. And that you don't have stuff on the trading post. But I don't know how that works with... I think it just automatically removes stuff from the trading post as Katrin. Oh, okay. I didn't... Now that I think about it, I didn't get offered a server transfer yesterday when I was waiting in the queue. But maybe it's because I'm governor of the company. Is that why? Does the lifesteal from Vampire's Vestments, says Mostang. Lifesteal from Vampire's Vestments work with Blunderbuss? The wording is a bit confusing. Let me take a look at it real quick again. I haven't played with Vampire's Vestments in a little while. What can we do with doubloons and coconuts next season? Not much, it seems like. The same amount of stuff that you can do with them right now, cool. Actually, it's even less because you can't upgrade artifacts with doubloons, with coconuts. You're pretty much just going to be using them at the Well of Fortune to buy things. That's all I know. Cool. Last Light, Vampire's Vestments. While you're below 95% health, hitting a target will consume 10 mana. If you lost mana this way, this attack grants 17% lifesteal. If using a magic weapon, only abilities. Yeah, that would work with Blunderbuss. Hitting a target will consume 10 mana. I assume this has an internal cooldown reduction on it, right? Attack grants 70% lifesteal, but if using a magic weapon, only abilities trigger lifesteal. Look at that 699 gear. I really do think that we're gonna be. I'm not gonna be keeping most of this stuff, you know. These 699 items and stuff. I could probably at some point, chat. Off the stream, I'm just gonna go through and get rid of all of this stuff. Baggins, you need to unlock those vestments. I mean, I can do it next patch, right? Might be worthwhile though, going and doing some of these artifact quests, especially if I think I'm gonna use them in the next season. Kemji says narrator, he will not do that. Nah, that's what I'm doing tonight, Kemji. Gonna load up New World on the laptop and just salvage stuff. For like 4 hours. Is that okay, Gemji? I have a date night where I just salvage stuff from my storage shed. Champ says, Baggins, can you read the future? No, I cannot. Casper's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Rich Scott over on YouTube says, any ETA and when you will do more awesome healer build video on Season 10? Ideally in the first week. It's going to be tough, Rich Scott, because I want to be streaming every single day that the new update comes out. But I also want to upload a lot of YouTube videos. Like always, though, my sort of default content will be healer builds. So, you know, we started New World that way. We're going to continue New World that way. So my first sort of YouTube video for Season 10, outside of maybe just checking out the catacombs, will be a healer build video. Are they increasing the artifact quest limit? They haven't made any mention of doing that, Destinator. Chris says, chat, does anyone here know how to walk backwards on console? Trying to tank, but every time I just turn around. It's the, you probably need to change your thingy if you want to do that, Chris. So you need to go to your game settings, and then you have this option in here. It's called free form movement. If you turn that off, you can then walk towards the camera like that, or when you pull down with the joystick. So you could do that one. Alternatively, though, when you're blocking, so normally you'll, yeah, with that on, you'll run towards the camera. But if you are blocking, you'll keep your back, so you could just block. Joel is giving his info in the official Discord again. Wait, he is? What's he saying? Anything cool? I haven't actually looked through everything still yet. What's he saying? Is it big stuff? Jump to present. Oh, here we go. Any news on changes to the Winter Runeforge and Hatchery? None this time around. Posted above, though, the whole point of the set and honorable shards is to allow us to keep gear viable longer and update up-level content into a place that doesn't cannibalize read gear score increase of the current system existing content. So Hatchery and Winter Runeforge are going to be like kind of pointless then until they go through and retroactively update them. Are there any limitations on what perks can go into certain sockets other than socket type? Old systems still exist. We call those fixed perks and will still roll on most new items. I will say though that any new items roll the 2 versions of the perks. Oh dude, so Enchanted Wards could be super crappy then, right? Because there's like Enchanted Ward 2 now or whatever, isn't there? Show says PvP go, Outpush Rush go. I'm reading the stuff from Joel. I think it's more exciting than just PvP. I mean, I'm going to the PvP zone, Show, but I want to read the new stuff. What will be made of the attribute craft mods? Will we be able to salvage for gold? Attribute craft mods have been nuked from orbit, and no. Nuked from the orbit. So attribute craft mods are just completely pointless then. So you can just throw them away. Is that what he's saying? They have no purpose whatsoever. Are we still gonna have weekly limit to mutations, says Drop Dead? Yeah, but I think they increased it like dramatically. I remember them hearing that there's like 70 that you can do a week now or whatever. Are coconuts still useful, says Mace? Not really, no. You can use coconuts in the Well of Fortune and that's it. More storage? Wait, what did he say more storage? Hold on. I'm not ready for this yet. Okay, let's go, says Baggins. We need better performance also with the new updates. Could you speak please to the devs about this? I don't really have too much power in that regard. Okay, let's go. What do you mean, though? You just getting bad frame rate or something? What do you say about storage? Is there a post? Is there any use of perk craft mods for crafting new gear? Only Okay. Infix is always one of them. What is the count of new infixes that limits to how many you can have? Infix is always just one. Oh, you can only have one infix perk? Is that what he's saying? You can only have one infix perk on your whole gear set? Will we be able to have multiple copies of artifacts in Season 10? Not currently. Artifacts do have charm slots now, should mitigate some of the stuff, blah blah blah. One infix per item. Oh, is that what he means? Okay. Can I refresh this? Have you heard anything more from Chrono Odyssey, says Okami? Do you still think it'll play similar to New World? I haven't heard anything more from Chrono Odyssey. They've gone dark, basically. They said that there's a million things they want to work on. It's not coming out until the end of next year now. But I do think it will still play somewhat similar to New World. Yeah, it's going to be an action combat. Can you show your settings on HUD games, says Flex? Yeah, if you need to see them right now, you can just type !settings in the chat, Flex. What did he say about Enchanted Ward? There's been some images of like items with Enchanted Ward on it, and it just doesn't look very good. Maybe I can find one in here somewhere real quick. But Enchanted Ward's kind of poopy now. Was it on like one of these? Yeah, here it is. Enchanted Ward 2. So they have like, basically there's a Mark II version of all the perks now. So you have Enchanted Ward 1 and Enchanted Ward 2. So all of the items that currently have Enchanted Ward in them right now, I think will be Enchanted Ward 1. So they're going to be even crappier than this, I think. So Enchanted Ward 2 is 1.7% reduced damage taken from light and heavy attacks, which is already like pretty bad. They nerfed it by like 50%. But that's the second tier version of the perk. I think our items are on the first tier version. So basically all of our Enchanted Ward gear, you know, Rip. Get rid of it, I think. I could be wrong though, chat. It's, you know, it's a bunch of different ways you could interpret it. That's 750, not 800? Yeah, true. So it'd probably go to 2% at max then, Smeagol. Hey, Mace, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs in the Twitch chat. Thank you, Mace. Thank you very, very much. Do appreciate that. Thank you, good sir. Armades says, hey Baggins, a friend of mine is debating starting to play New World. Does he only have to buy New World Eternum? Yes, if you buy New World Eternum, you get everything now. Armades, you don't need to buy it like piecemeal anymore. It's just all included in one. Any changes to other artifacts other than the ones you currently shown? Any finisher changes, for example? There were quite a few changes, though I can't speak to finishers specifically. Unfortunately, pulling all the artifacts into here would be more time consuming than I currently have. What are the questions did he answer? Will gem slots be automatic? Sometimes you need pad rolls to make good ones feel better. Existing items didn't lose any perks beyond attributes. We replaced attribute perks with replacement perks that are mediocre since attributes were moved to leveling. We replaced attribute perks with replacement perks that are mediocre. So we're gonna have mediocre perks on our items. Are you keeping the chests from the open world bosses for next season? I am going to. I don't know if there's any value in it, but I am doing that. Have they identified the third trade skill for crafting the new perks? I think they said it was like armoring, weaponsmithing, and jewelry or something in the video, didn't they? They said somewhere in here.
Keep an eye out for this. There's some really cool stuff in this. Trade skills for the perk charms, but the offensive ones take a different trade skill. The defensive ones and the weapon each take a different trade skill. It's like weaponsmithing, armor smithing, and another one. And that will be something that will funnel a lot of crafters into that.
I just said weaponsmithing, armor smithing, and another one. And it's not super helpful, I guess. They said chromatic seals would be something you use, but a lot of the materials they use for perk charms are going to be new materials that we can't currently get. Crafting, you'll use it for the perk charm things. So in the same way that you have this system right now, chat, where you click on an item and then you replace gem, you can also replace perks on items. They have like perk slots on them. They call them charms. So the new system, like along with perks, you're also going to have some items that have charm slots in them, but they're effectively just perks. And it works very similar to how gems do, where you can just slot in a particular charm, a perk, and then you can change it at a later date. But like with gems, when you replace it, you get rid of the existing perk to put a new one in. And those charms, those are going to be crafted. Dual pistols and daggers when, says Okami. I think daggers, if we're lucky, we get them before Christmas. At the latest, I think we get them in January. Pistols, I don't know. But daggers, I think, would be in the next 4 months. My prediction. What weapon combo is good to play on controller, says Smoke? It realistically is just what you enjoy the most, Smoke. There's no, like, weapon combo that I think is insanely good on controller. Controller does get more aim assist than mouse and keyboard does. And the best weapons that can take advantage of aim assist would be range weapons. Maybe try Fire Staff. But really, the best weapons are going to be the ones you find the most fun. Kaoshin says, for some reason I struggle getting it into my brain. I understand English, but I struggle implementing it into the game. Gonna have to wait and see. Wait, what's the context here? Crafting? I think a lot of the stuff with the next update is going to make a lot more sense when we see it. I think just like playing the update is probably going to be the most useful thing. Prismatics only useful for matrices now, says Dreyfus. You'll use prismatics to craft 730 gear score, weapons, armor, and jewelry, which you can then upgrade with Umbral Shards. So there is still the ability to craft items. But you won't be crafting max gear score items, you'll be crafting items that you then upgrade with Umbrals, if that makes sense. Do we have a guild, says Okami? We do. We have a company on Nisa. We've had it since 2021. It's called The Shire. Yeah. Did they say that we're going to fix Gorgon items flipped in the trading post search? They haven't made any mention of that, no. Let's try and get this guy. Can I get down to him? Flip! I went way too far. Woo! Have they announced the release time, says Belton? Yeah, there's one in Discord. I think that it was like 4 p.m. for Europe. They have, if you go into the New World official Discord and then you go to events, they have Night Haven launch day. And for me, it says it's between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. So add 1 hour to that for Europe. So between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. And obviously East Coast America, you got to subtract 5 hours. So that would be 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. East Coast America. Okay, let's go. Says Baggins, could you play with Sword and Shield Blunderbuss? Yeah, Sword and Shield Blunderbuss is not a bad combo. Both weapons scale off of strength as their primary. Sword and Shield has some pretty good movement with Leaping Strike. Yeah, it's not a bad combo. I've seen people play it from time to time. Perhaps not the most popular. Like, if with Sword and Shield, what is it most popularly paired with? What's its most popular pairing? Or Blunderbuss, what's the most popular pairing? I wouldn't say it's, yeah, like the #1 combination, but it definitely can work. Especially in PvP, fighting other players. I think there's advantages to it. It's a fellow Lifestaff player. Okay, he doesn't want to fight. I'm not gonna... Wow, but he does have doubloons. I don't know, chat. Did we go kill him? He's been looting chests. I could go kill him and take the doubloons. Yo, Bab2, what's going on? Looking at your $14.99 membership, says Rich Scott. Does that membership offer inside tips for Season 10 that's public? I don't have any insider tips. Believe me, man, I really wish I did. I would be a good boy and I wouldn't break any NDAs. But I have not had the chance to play or preview the next build. I am in the dark about it as much as you guys are. I would love to have some sort of, you know, creative program benefit or whatever to get a chance hands-on with the next update. So I can sort of shape some YouTube content ahead of time, but we're going in blind. Charlie, thank you so much for that Prime sub, and Rickett, thank you for the 3 months with the Prime. I don't know if I need to look more into the YouTube membership stuff. I don't know if it offers a similar concept with like you do with Twitch, where it like disables ads or whatever. Because YouTube, Twitch, the other platform that we're streaming on right now, their equivalent of membership is just called subscribing, whereas subscribing on YouTube is the equivalent of following on Twitch. But the paid sort of support option on both platforms, the biggest advantage to subscribing on Twitch, in my opinion, is you don't get ads anymore. Dude. This guy's stealing our chest. Hey, stop that. Am I gonna get both of them on me now? Oh, armor breakers, big damage, dude. Did I get the heal off? I did. Is it good enough, though? Run into that one. Gonna move away while we're armor breaked. I should have dodged that.
I need Putrefying Scream. Like, the lack of anti-healing is quite apparent. Armor Breaker. Yeah, that's tough. Every Armor Breaker is like... That's the point where he wins the fight. But I don't have like a point where I like win the fight. Well, I guess it would be like landing Scream, but... Where's the curse? I think I've got it now. I'm not getting any help from the old, I don't know, the tracking kind of being kind of stinky right now. I think I lose this fight. Like, I'm not like in it at all. Armor Breaker here. Yeah, we're dead to the next hit. I just can't like get any like pressure. Like he's never in danger of dying. You know what I'm saying, chat? And I'm having like really weird like the Void Gauntlet's just like not connecting a lot of the time, which is usually the opposite. Like usually Void Gauntlet's like just overperforming. Like it's like the tracking on it's insane, but it's not happening right now. But you can see we're like barely like touching this guy's health bar. Like I need more anti-healing if I actually want to kill him. Does he still not have the curse, by the way? He still doesn't have the curse. No, he does now, right? Yeah, he does. It's working a lot better in his favor, though, because he has a lot more burst damage than I do, so... Alright, this could be something if he goes too aggressive. Oh. Or I just die to that player. Where'd he go? What are the better perks to have for Warhammer for PvP, says Migs? Plague Strikes, Trenchant Strikes, anything that just makes your heavies do more, I think is going to be the play with Warhammer. It's a very sort of heavy attack-centric weapon, so... Dude, why... I don't understand why that, the Void Blading isn't connecting there, though. I'm, like, right next to him. I don't know, maybe there's a little bit of lag or something going on. Yeah, I think we're getting hit by stuff that looks like it shouldn't be hitting me or whatever. Are you not live on Twitch, says Jan in New World? You were live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Yeah, got both of them. That was a bit weird there, chat. I don't know, some floatiness with the combat there. I felt like we were like getting hit when we weren't getting hit. Will there be another tier of the PvP reward track? I think 200 is going to stay the max, Stacy. Specifically says this one is old? What do you mean, sorry, specifically? What is old? Is there anywhere to see all set items you've collected, says Craig. Set items? You mean like transmog? Like skins? Or... Conqueror says, only jewelry, weapons, and armor go to 800 per Joel in Discord. So tools are gonna... Max gear score of tools is gonna be 725. That's interesting. I'm wondering if they're adding new levels to the crafting professions. It doesn't look like it, Cashin. No. No, it does not look like it. Will coconuts matter when the patch happens, says Flickin' the Bean. No, I don't think so. The only purpose for coconuts is going to be spending them in the Well of Fortune. I think that's the only thing you'll be doing with coconuts in the next update. Right now, you can use coconuts in the Well of Fortune, or you can use coconuts to upgrade artifacts, but you won't be able to use coconuts to upgrade artifacts in the next update. Dirty Dingo says, I've been looking for a good life staff damage dealer hybrid lately. Can I get your peak or your attributes? Yeah, this is what we're playing with. 150 intelligence for the elemental damage. Then we have 150 con, so we don't get blown up as fast when we're trading blows. And then every other bit of every other attribute we get goes into focus. We're using Azoth Conductors, which give me 15% more elemental damage while I'm in a medium equip load. And that's kind of it. There's not really anything else too special in this build. Got the Sandworm boots for the movement speed. Got the healer helmet. Void Gauntlet's a pretty good Void Gauntlet. But I mean, I can just mouse over everything I have here if you just want to see. Sandworm helmet. Random chest that I got from Outpost Rush boxes. Gloves from Hive of Gorgons. Azoth Conductors, which you get from Hive of Gorgons. It's their artifact. Sandworm boots. Crafted Void Gauntlet. Life Staff from the Well of Fortune. Crafted Amulet. Crafted Ring. Artifact from Mutated Savage Divide. It would be good to have Scream instead of Slash Conditioning. I think it would have helped a little bit more in that last fight and a few other fights, but I'm not going to bother upgrading because we're just going to change it anyway. Featherweight not better. You get 15% damage from light and boosted healing. I just wanted to play around with something different. If you wanted to be more focused on healing, then you should absolutely go into a light equip load. Yeah. But being in medium just feels pretty good because you don't get blown up as fast. But yeah, featherweight would effectively achieve the same thing. Anything to do with the 10,000 materia from the dungeons is Mr. Nasdaq. You can spend it at the gypsum kiln to make items, but maybe just wait until the next update and then try it out. Yeah, coconuts chat. I think this is going to be the only things you can do with coconut in the next update. Just buying these. Maybe these will go up to 800 gear score. I don't know. If I had to guess, probably not though. I don't think they want to have you dropping items at 800 gear score. I think you've got to upgrade them with Umbral Shots. It's Season 10 launching Monday morning, do we know, says Whisker. There's in the official Discord, they have a post here. So you go to discord.gg/Play New World and go to events. There's Nighthaven launch day. It says it's going to be between 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. where I am. So yeah. Which I guess East Coast America is going to be like 10 a.m. Something like that. Yo, Zareth, what's going on, man? I was getting some weird, funky stuff in that fight, man. I was like, you know, Voidblade, usually the thing with Voidblade is like, I can be hitting somebody and they're like falling through the air and I'm still hitting them. Like sometimes this thing's OP, right? But in that situation, I was like swinging point blank next to you and nothing's connecting. And then we get hit with a mighty gavel from like 300 meters away. It's weird, dude. It's a weird one. Is Firestaff valid at all, says ZZ? Firestaff's pretty good in PvP, yeah. It's a good PvP build. Yeah. Berserk says, I thought they say you could effectively upgrade artifacts to 725 with the coconut. Apparently with everything that... When it comes to upgrading items past 700, it's going to be strictly just with Umbral Shots going forward. So anything that upgrades past 700, just Umbral Shots. You can upgrade to 700 with the old systems, but upgrading past 700 is just going to be Umbral Crystals with the next update. So to that extent, if you want to upgrade an artifact to 725, you got to do it now, basically. Now's the time to do it. Right. Tell you what, chat. I need to log on and do an influence race sometime tonight. Let me just get a build ready so I don't have to think too much about it, because I want to do the quest for my unmoved. I want to do this thing here. Defeat player enemies 0 out of 35. I think doing this in an influence race is going to be easier than doing it in the PvP zone. So let's just take some build. Alright, let's just take this build. And then we'll switch out Jin head wrap. And we'll put in the unmoved. And then we just need a medium helmet, I think. Do you have a character on the Valhalla services, Migs? I do, yeah. I won't be playing too much of him on the next update. Because next update, I wanna play my main. I wanna play Baggins on Nisa. You know, I'm gonna try and get to level 70. Probably better to do that on just one character first to get started. Right, so the best breakdown of gear that we can do here... Heavy legs, light helmet, medium chest. Heavy legs, huh. I'll just put something together real quick. Just chuck those on. Medium chest. Do I have any medium chests on me? Light helmet. Light gloves. Oh, we have a pair of gloves with Putrefying Scream. I was just complaining I didn't have Scream. I have them literally in my inventory. What a heckin' dummy. What was the build that I was using them in? Where did it go? Is this one, right? Yeah. Man, that would have helped a lot in that previous fight. Hot Pocket says, for those who have been out of the game for a while, what are the must-have artifacts that have been added recently? Crescent's Wave is probably one of the best examples of that. Crescent's Wave's pretty huge. You get it from the Season Pass. It's the Artifact Greatsword. That thing's bonkers in PvP. I mean, let's just take a look through, shall we? I guess it depends, like, how far back in time are we going, though? So we go acquisition, no, rarity artifact added in patch season 9. So Crescent's Wave, Hammer of Yeet, nah. Plague Herald, nah. You don't really need either of these. Crescent's Wave is pretty bonkers though. Old Crown's pretty cool. I would definitely recommend getting Old Crown. Vampire's Vestments is okay, but it's not like a must-have. Same with Lich Gloves, same with Runic, same with Chaos, same with Wit, same with Relent. Yeah, so Old Crown, Crescent's Wave. And then when did they last out artifacts? Was it 1.2? Aconite, no. Shrapnel, no. Boninator, no. Hesita, no. Fracture's pretty good. Fracture's probably, if you want to play Void Gauntlet, I would get that. So you're looking for the past sort of 3, basically this year, the only artifacts that I would say, like, yeah, definitely get them is Fracture, Old Crown, and Crescent's Wave. Those are the only ones that I would put in like an S tier area. What accessory artifact should I get, says Andreas? Jewelry-wise, there's really not many artifacts that are, like, very universal. Endless Thirst is probably the best example of a jewelry artifact where you can use it in any build. A lot of the other artifact jewelry have, like, drawbacks. Like, Ankh is really good if you have a healer, but if you don't have a healer, it doesn't do that much. Blood Drink is really good if you're playing solo, but if you do have a healer, you don't really need a Blood Drinker. Elemental Band, I guess, is, you know, at worst, it's a hearty Keen and Leeching Ring, so it's not too bad. Is the new season anything to be hype about? Yes, next season looks really awesome, Stay. I think it's going to be one of the best updates New World's ever had. I am very excited for it. Do you think 675 gear score going into the next expansion will be fine because I made a new character? Yeah, you're gonna, like, for the first few quests you'll do, Zexal, you'll be getting new items anyway, so you won't be holding on to that. That 675 that you've got, you'll be replacing with new stuff pretty quick into the update, I imagine. So I wouldn't really sweat it too much. Alright, we need a medium chest and then we'll be good to go with this build. God, I need to sort this out. Alright, hold on one sec. Light armor. Light armor. Light armor. Light. Medium. And then heavy and Everfall, I guess. Returning player, what would you recommend to get to do to get ready for the updates, says Vesk? Realistically, all I need, Vesk, is a character at level 65. That's it. That's all you need. But if you want to put in some additional homework, I would say weapon mastery, right? Level up some weapons, especially the ones you want to play with if you ever already done that. I would also say your faction reputation is probably going to be valuable. Leveling up your faction rep, getting that maxed out. Going in here, making sure you're at the bottom tier. Your riding skill as well. I think it never hurts to just finish off the riding quest. You can get the speed bonus increases. The PvP rewards track. A lot of good stuff can come from this. So if you don't mind dabbling in a bit of PvP, I think bumping this number up, trying to get it to above 50 is a good idea. And I also think the, whatchamacallit, the trophies. Specifically the Lost trophies. Everybody's raving about the Lost trophies right now. So you can buy these off the trading post if you want, but you can also just go farm for them as well. Major Lost Combat Trophy. A lot of the enemies in the news are going to be lost, so having these in your house, put them on the walls of your house or whatever, it's going to help you with a lot of the enemies there. Does the PvP reward track still take forever to level up, says Stevie? Yeah, it's still quite a grind, I would say, man. Are we going to be able to upgrade sub 700 gear score named items to 700 and then use the umbral system on them? That's what they're saying, yeah, Nate. That's how they're suggesting it would work. Yeah. So 700 gears. Anything like I could take this Siren's chest wrap and bump it up to 700 gear score now, or I could do it after the update. And then once it's at 700, I could upgrade it to 800. I think it's probably going to be way more effort than it's worth. I do believe that we're probably just going to be replacing like most of our existing gear with new stuff. But it is good to know that that option is there if you want it. If you want to keep your existing stuff, it just has to be 700. And any named item you can upgrade to 700 if you want. Lydia just said patch notes are planned for tomorrow, says Spring. Alright, dude. I'm assuming it's probably going to be around this time tomorrow. We got to be ready for that one. I'm just looking for a chest that doesn't suck. Can we find one? Let's just take this for now. I've got way too much refreshing, but... How do I get the Heartstone that you have, says Hellboy? Stone form? So you need to go get the blue version of the Heart Rune first. The way that you get to golden Heart Runes is you have to start with the blue version. All the blue Heart Runes come from dungeons or expeditions, with the exception of the Sandworm. So... do I have some in here? I don't even know where I put my Heart Runes these days. But if you... this particular Heart Rune, you'd have to get the blue version of it, which you get from doing Lazarus Instrumentality. So you go normal expeditions, Lazarus, and queue up for that. When you kill the final boss, there's like an 80% chance that it'll give you the minor Heart Rune of Stone form. Then what you do is with that in your inventory, so don't have it equipped to your character, not like this, make sure it's in your inventory and not locked. You go to a stone cutting table and you can upgrade it to purple. So upgrade the blue version to purple, and then you can take the purple version when it's in your inventory and upgrade it to the golden version. Yeah. Safe to assume Deep Freeze is only available when it's a mutation? Yeah, the artifacts that come from dungeons, they're only available in the mutated version. Isn't anything not named and below 700 already worth nothing? So there's like a few examples where, like, say for instance, in a lot of my PvP builds, I play with items that are like under 700 gear score. Because like the perks are still just the most important thing. And the difference between 700 and 725 isn't massive, Azuri. Also, from the perspective of like Outpost Rush and 3v3 Arena, anything that's below 700 becomes 700 anyway. That system's still going to exist, by the way. Anything that's below 775 becomes 775 in Nighthaven. Specifically in Outpost Rush 3v3 Arena, Capture the Flag. Season Pass preview should also be tomorrow. Ooh, can take a look at the skins. Okay. Right, can we drop some refreshing here? Because I got way too much refreshing. Let's get rid of Ank. Let's put in that bad boy. Let's do that one. Alright, and then we're still one too many perks of refreshing. We get some like heavy legs or something. What do we got? We got health refreshing. Maybe do with a different pair of gloves. What was the, we had some slash conditioning gloves. Did I put those? Did I put them in the storage shed? I heard you doing a subathon on Season 10 release. We're definitely going to be doing some really long streams. But I do want to emphasize that I will need to maintain uploading stuff to YouTube. So I'm going to try my best to stream as long as I can, but make sure I do have time to record YouTube videos as well. I'm going to see, I don't know if it's within my wheelhouse, but I'm going to see if I can record some YouTube videos while I'm also streaming at the same time. But I feel like the quality is never the same. It's a problem for me, so as like if we sat down and make a dedicated YouTube video. Especially since these days I try to, with my YouTube videos, I try to like write up a bit of a script. Because I find that a lot of the time, if I don't have any like sort of script for my YouTube videos, they just go on and on and on. I don't know, I'm just... I feel like it takes forever for me to get to the point. Whereas if I script a YouTube video, I can be more concise. I can take like what I want to say and say it in, you know, a shorter amount of words. Can you show PvE damage dealer build greatsword and hatchet, says Captain? Yeah, I think we got one in here actually. Show you on the old somewhere in here. Do we still have? No, it's gone. If I go to here, I'll just link you one that I made a little while ago. Probably a bit easier. Great sword. Great sword Gorgon. No, do I not have a PvP one? Dude, what happened to my PvP build? Oh, it's not gonna work. I made a PvP build. Why is it not showing up? Wait, did he say PvE? What did I read? PvE? Oh, Greatsword Hatchet PvE build. I thought he said PvP for some reason. Oh yeah, do we have that then? That's just this one in here, right? Great. One of my pagans, what are you doing? Yeah, here we go. Greatsword Hatchet, Advanced, or Beginner. Do you want... I'll give you both. You can take a look. This is the beginner version of the build. And then this is the advanced version of the build. With like best gear and stuff. Again, all of these things are going to be available in Discord. For those of you over on Twitch chat, you can type !builds. So we do have the build system here. We can take a look through builds. Things are going to be changing massively with Season 10. So I wouldn't really sweat too much right now about like, oh dude, I don't have the right perks, Baggins. You're going to be changing things in 4 days, chat. It doesn't really take... yeah, I wouldn't really get too hung up on having the right perks and things right now. Have you ever done a video on hovering over stats, etc., and how those relate? Says one learner. You mean this stuff down here, like the slash resistances or whatever? I don't know. No specific video comes to mind about something I made like that. Is it going to be freshed out with the expansion releases, Hellions? There'll be brand new servers, but you'll be able to transfer into them if you want, Hellions, so you can move over a max level character to them. Right, I want to do an influence race for these booties. We're going to kill 35 players. When is the first influence race on our server today, chat? It's usually around 8 p.m., right? Influence race. 8 p.m. in Everfall, so that would be an hour and a half from now? Okay. I'll just do that. Will you ever do a New World lore breakdown video? Probably not, Snixo. It's just not my specialty. You can check out videos like that from Noob World, though. N-E-W-B, Noob World. Ravesas says, looking at the pics from the leaks, Rune Glass is going to be more important than ever. Making up for the loss of defense and stats. I mean, that's one thing that people have pointed out. Like, with all this new gear, it's not going to come with gems, so you're going to have to get gems for all of your new items. What was the patch time posted? It's in the events on Discord. So you go to the New World official Discord, Santi. Discord.gg/New World, and then go to events. And they have this Nighthaven launch day event. And the time that they give for it is 3 p.m. Well, they changed it. It used to say 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., but now it just says 3 p.m. Yeah. Will the World Boss events drop... will the World Boss chests drop better gear after the patch? I don't know, Jar Jar. I'm holding on to them because it's like I got nothing to lose, but it might just be a waste of time. But yeah, the World Boss, I've been killing Manhattan, get the 3 boxes, and then I just put them in a storage shed. So yeah. Right, guys, I am going to go get some food and wrap up the stream. Do we have anything else to say today? We uploaded a YouTube video yesterday, or was it the day before, talking about the expansion, going over the big recap, all of the details, the catacombs, the new raid, how things are going to work. So if you want to check that out, for those of you on Twitch, !expansion in the Twitch chat, or just go to YouTube. Those of you who are watching the stream on YouTube, you're already there. It's the latest upload. We will be back tomorrow, chat. Tomorrow is Friday, at the 10th of October, and tomorrow, chat, we're going to get the patch notes, so we'll get the really fine details, the specifics on how things are going to work, so we're going to comb over those patch notes tomorrow. We'll probably do a bit of a longer stream, because I imagine the patch notes are going to be not going to be live until around this time tomorrow. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of cool stuff to look at tomorrow. Lots of reading tomorrow, chat. Lots of reading. Thank you, as always, though, everybody, for hanging out with me. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you guys. If you want to continue the conversation, you got any messages, you want to hang out with other New World players, check out the Discord. We got a lot of people in Discord. Exclamation mark Discord in the chat. I'll go to discord.gg/play New World. Those of you who are watching on Twitch, I'm going to send a raid over to Trick, Mr. Trick. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, it's just going to wrap up here. There we go, /raid Trick. If you guys haven't seen Trick stream before, he plays New World every day. Like, he's a long-term player like myself. His language is usually a little bit more colorful. You know, he's more prone to swearing. He's more of an animated character than me. But nonetheless, he's a regular within the New World community. So if you got any questions about the game, Trick will probably be able to help you out. Like I say, I'll catch you guys all in the next stream. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye, chat. We've only got one weekend to go. One weekend. And then it's Nighthaven time. Big hype.